Qinglan Island, at the foot of Tsangnan Mountain. In early spring, the morning light is faint and the porridge smells wafting. It was just dawn, and the morning mist had not yet dissipated. A wisp of smoke had already floated from the thatched house at the east end of the health village. Jiang Sun was awakened by the aroma of rice porridge. He is 16 years old this year, and he has just reached adulthood in this world. He has an ordinary face, no prominent contours, and his skin is not white. He has a light, wheat color left by long-term outdoor running and a simple sense of health. The eyebrows are thick and long, like two strokes randomly dotted with an ink pen above the small but bright eyes, which looks a bit silly. The eyes are standard single eyelids, and the pupils are dark brown. In front of the stove, the foster mother Wang was hunched over, gently stirring the porridge in the pottery pot with a wooden spoon, and the hot steam was steaming up, carrying the fragrance of grains. "Sunner, are you awake?" Although Wang was nearly 34 years old, there were only a few wrinkles on her face. It is not difficult to see that she must have been very beautiful when she was young. Hearing the noise, she turned back and smiled at him, and the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes relaxed. "Go wash your face quickly. The porridge will be ready soon." Jiang Sun, or rather, the time traveler who was once named Qin Xiao, was stunned for a moment, and then the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised. 10 years have passed. 10 years ago, he was still an orphan with no relatives on Earth. After a car accident, his consciousness inexplicably came to this strange world and became the son of the old couple in the health village. He put on a coarse cloth coat and stroked the patch on a lapel with his fingers. The stitches were fine and dense, and it was sewn by Wang. In his previous life in the orphanage, no one had ever mended his clothes for him. "Where's my father?" he asked. He went to help repair the roof of Old Man Li's house at the east end of the village. Wang served a bowl of porridge on the wooden table. The rice grains were sparse, but it was steaming hot. "After eating, you can also help." Jiang Sun nodded, picked up the bowl, and sipped it. The porridge was very thin, and the rice grains in it could almost be counted, but he drank it very slowly and cherished it. Just as he put down the bowl, there was a sudden sound of hurried footsteps outside the door, accompanied by heavy breathing. Sister-in-law of the Jiang family. "It's not good." A dark-skinned teenager stumbled in. It was Zhang Ergu from the health village. His face was pale. "Uncle Jiang." Uncle Jiang fell from the roof. The wooden spoon in Wang's hand fell to the ground. Her face lost color instantly. Her lips trembled, but she couldn't make a sound. Jiang Sun held her up, and her touch was cold. "Let's go." He rushed out with his adoptive mother, his heart beating wildly in his chest, and his ears buzzing. At the east end of the village, a circle of people had already gathered in the yard of Old Man Li's house. Jiang Sun squeezed in and saw Jiang Hanmin lying on the ground at a glance, his right leg twisted unnaturally, his trouser legs soaked in blood and stuck to his skin. His face was as pale as paper, and beads of sweat oozed from his forehead, but he gritted his teeth and said nothing. "Dad!" Jiang Sun knelt down and held his adoptive father's hand. Those hands were rough and cracked, but now they were terribly cold. Village doctor Zhao Sen squatted beside him. He was nearly middle-aged and had a hoarse face. At this time, he was carefully looking at the old man Zhang's legs, frowning. "How is it?" Wang asked with a few wrinkles on her face. Zhao San shook his head. "The leg bone is broken and needs to be set." He paused and lowered his voice. "But the tendons and veins are injured. Ordinary herbs can only relieve pain. If you want to heal, you have to use magic medicine." "Magic medicine?" Wang's voice trembled. "Well," Zhao San sighed. "The spiritual medicine for treating this kind of injury requires at least 5 low-grade spiritual stones. And I don't have many of these spiritual medicines at home. I guess they will be taken away by the immortals stationed near the village soon." 5 low-grade spiritual stones? Alas, this old man Jiang is really unlucky. Who could take out so many low-grade spiritual stones like ordinary people like us? Yes, it's already a good condition to be able to take out 1 or 2, let alone 5. It looks like this leg. Alas, it's too pitiful. The villagers watching were in an uproar. In this world, 10 broken spiritual stones are equal to 1 low-grade spiritual stone. 5 low-grade spiritual stones are enough for an ordinary farmer to chew for a year and a half. Wang staggered, and Jiang Sun quickly supported her. Her lips trembled. We don't have so much. Our family's monthly income is only 6 broken spirit stones." "I have it." Old man Jiang suddenly spoke, his voice weak but firm, under the bed. "That wooden box." Wang was shocked, glanced at the crowd, her face slightly ugly. Do you really want to take it out? Not now. When? Old man Jiang was sweating in pain, but still struggling to say go. Get it. If my leg is broken, who will support this family in the future? Jiang Sun was delighted when he heard this, turned his head to look at his mother Wang, and got a nod in response. He held down his adoptive father and comforted him. Dad, don't worry, I'll get it. Jiang Sun rushed home, rushed into the low-thatched house, knelt in front of the bed, and reached under the bed. His fingertips touched a cold object. He dragged it out, a small wooden box covered with dust, and the lock was rusty. Opening the box, there was a small bag made of coarse cloth inside, which was heavy in his hand. Jiang Sun untied the rope and glanced at the items inside. There were about 20 low-grade spirit stones, each of which was emitting a faint green light, shining brightly in the dim room. Jiang Sun's pupils shrank slightly. Having lived in this world for 10 years, he already knew the value of spirit stones. One low-grade spirit stone was enough for an ordinary family to live comfortably for a few months, and the monthly income of an ordinary family was about 2 or 3 broken spirit stones. And these 20 pieces were a huge sum of money for farmers. It turns out that there are so many low-grade spirit stones at home, Dad. Your leg can definitely be cured. The situation was urgent. He was not familiar with it and was eager to save his father. He ran back with a small bag of coarse cloth on his face. Little did he know how huge this wealth was in the eyes of ordinary people. Back at Old Man Li's house, Jiang Sun walked through the crowd and came to the wooden bed. At this moment, Jiang Hanmin was pale and collapsed on the bed. Although the bleeding had stopped, the severe pain from his thigh still made his whole body tremble slightly. Without hesitation, Jiang Sun took out 3 low-grade spirit stones from the sack and gave them to Zhao San. There are so many low-grade spirit stones. Village Dr. Zhao San took it and was secretly surprised. He caressed the spirit stones in his hand with his fingertips, and a strange color flashed in his eyes, but he quickly concealed it. It's okay. Han Min, you must hold on. Wang held his hand tightly. The scene just now was also seen by the villagers who were watching, and there were many people who were jealous. Suddenly, there were bursts of chattering. Did you see that? That bag is full of low-grade spirit stones. How could Jiang Lao's family have so many conditions? Yes, it must have been obtained by dirty means. Otherwise, it would have been used long ago. I didn't expect that this family looked so honest, but they were actually like this behind the scenes. Maybe they came here by killing, burning, and robbing. Listening to the discussions around them, Jiang Sun and Wang's faces began to look a little ugly. But the most important thing is Jiang Hanmin's leg. Fellow villagers, please go back. I need to prepare medicine for Jiang's injury. He said, turned around and waved to everyone, then left in a hurry. What Jiang Sun didn't notice was that in the crowd, the village chief Lu Fuge, who had pockmarks on his face and was a bit fat, was squinting his eyes and staring at the cloth bag in his hand. Chapter 2. The theft of the spirit stones. The candlelight flickered gently in the breeze, casting a warm, golden glow throughout the dilapidated wooden house, illuminating every corner. That evening, after old man Jiang took the medicine prescribed by Zhao San, he retired to bed as usual, quickly succumbing to a deep slumber. Zhao San had informed Jiang Sun that the medicine required a 3-day regimen to take effect. Jiang Sun sat quietly at the table, gazing at the candlelight, while his mind wandered amidst a multitude of thoughts. Mother, what exactly is the story behind these inferior spirit stones? Jiang Sun finally could not contain his curiosity, his gaze turning towards Wang Shi. With a gentle smile, Wang Shi replied, these were passed down from our ancestors. They were originally intended for you, sinner, to use for your wedding. With these spirit stones, we could buy a beautiful wooden house in town and no longer have to reside in the shabby place. As she spoke, a radiant smile adorned Wang Shi's face, as if she could already envision a future filled with happiness. However, her smile gradually faded, replaced by a hint of concern. But now that everyone has seen these spirit stones, it will undoubtedly arouse the village chief and Ampos as suspicion. When people inquire, you must respond honestly and never conceal anything, Wang Shi advised earnestly. Jiang Sun nodded in understanding. All right, it's getting late now. Go wash up and prepare for bed, Wang Shi said, rising to gently pat Jiang Sun's head. Once in his room, Jiang Sun stood quietly by the window, the wooden bed just beside him. He gazed at the twinkling stars and the bright moon in the night sky, his thoughts drifting far away. The brilliant starry sky and the luminous moon seemed to intertwine, presenting a breathtaking tableau before his eyes. A surge of poetic inspiration welled up within Jiang Sun, and he couldn't help but recall an ancient poem. The light before my bed is shining bright. I suspect it is frost upon the ground. I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon and lower it to think of my hometown. Hometown, Jiang Sun murmured softly. The image of the orphanage he once called home surfacing in his mind. It was a place where he had lived, albeit under harsh conditions. yet filled with many warm memories. However, in comparison to his hometown, he found a greater affinity for his current surroundings. This was the realm of cultivators, a place defined by the law of the jungle, teeming with competition and challenges. Yet, it was precisely this environment that imbued Jiang-sun with a sense of vitality and the potential for growth. I prefer this place over my hometown. Jiang-sun mused to himself. Even though I am of the mortal lineage and unable to cultivate, living this life is quite satisfactory. With this thought, Jiang-sun's heart gradually found tranquility. He turned back to his bed, lay down, and closed his eyes. Before long, he drifted into a deep and sweet slumber. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, warming Jiang-sun's face as he slowly opened his eyes and stretched. After rising, he proceeded to the well to fetch water. As was his routine, upon reaching the well, he suddenly overheard a few villagers whispering among themselves. Their voices were hushed, yet in the stillness of the morning, their words reached Jiang-sun and Appos' ears clearly. Have you heard? The spirit stones from the ancestral hall have been stolen. Shh, keep your voice down. I heard it was old man Jiang who stole them. I knew it. With old man Jiang and Appos' circumstances, how could he possibly have such savings? It turns out he stole them. Now that they have caught him red-handed, let us see how he explains himself. Jiang-sun and Appos' fingers clenched tightly around the water bucket, his knuckles turning white. After filling the bucket, he hurried back home. As soon as he entered, he swiftly closed the door behind him and anxiously made his way to the master bedroom, finding his father still lying in bed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Father, where is mother? Jiang-sun casually inquired. Oh, your mother went to the nearby market to buy some things. She should be back shortly, his father replied, struggling to sit up despite the pain in his legs. Jiang-sun's heart tightened at the sight, and he quickly approached the bed, supporting his father with great care, fearful that he might fall. Father, your foot is injured. You should rest and lie down. Once I fill the water tank, I'll go chop some green bamboo from the mountain. I heard a merchant caravan will be passing through our village soon, and we could sell the bamboo for a good price, Jiang-sun said with concern. Looking at his understanding son, Jiang Hansheng and Appos' face softened with a proud smile. He gently patted Jiang-sun's shoulder, saying, Sooner, you have truly grown up. You understand the importance of thinking for the family and earning a living. I am genuinely proud of you. Feeling a bit shy at his father's praise, Jiang-sun smiled and continued, By the way, father, there is something I want to discuss with you. Recently, it has been circulating in the village that our family's inferior spirit stones were stolen from the ancestral hall. I know this is undoubtedly a slander against us, but before Jiang-sun could finish, his father interrupted him sternly. Son, do not pay any mind to this matter. Although our Jiang family is poor, we would never resort to such thievery. Those people are merely envious of our possession of spirit stones. You need not take their words to heart. All right, father, I understand. I will go fill the water tank now, Jiang-sun replied, turning towards the water tank. Go on. If you're tired, take a break. Don't strain yourself. His father admonished from behind. I know, father. I am no longer a child, Jiang-sun responded with a smile, though a hint of helplessness lingered in his heart. He understood his father's constant concern, yet he wished to prove that he had matured and could handle some responsibilities independently. Feeling the warmth of his father's care, Jiang-sun stepped out of the bedroom with a light heart. He first poured the previously fetched water into the tank before picking up the empty bucket to fetch more. Just as his hand was about to touch the wooden door, a cacophony of noise erupted outside, as if a group was quarreling or fighting. Bang! With a deafening crash, the door was suddenly flung open with immense force, colliding violently with Jiang-sun. Completely unprepared for such an occurrence, he was startled, his body jolting involuntarily. Unable to react in time, the door slammed against him, sending him hurtling backward like a kite with its string cut. In midair, he lost his balance, spinning uncontrollably before crashing heavily to the ground. Jiang-sun let out a piercing scream, his body rolling over a meter on the hard floor before finally coming to a halt. The excruciating pain was nearly unbearable, as if his entire being had been torn apart. At that moment, Lu Fuguei stormed into the room, flanked by two burly men. Lu Fuguei and Appos' face glistened with an oily sheen, his expression twisted into a grotesque mask of rage. Jiang brat. Lu Fuguei glared at Jiang-sun, his eyes brimming with fury and contempt. In a harsh tone, he bellowed, Your father dares to steal from the ancestral hall. Those spirit stones were meant for the celestial beings of Songnan Mountain. Your Jiang family is truly audacious, daring to steal from the celestial spirits. Now that you have been caught red-handed, let's see how you deny it. Chapter 3 The visit Jiang-sun was utterly disoriented by the sudden upheaval. He was completely unaware of the events that had transpired. Before he could gather his thoughts, he found himself firmly seized by the village chief and Appos' two burly men, who grasped his arms with the tenacity of a hawk snatching a chick, dragging him out of the door as if he were a lifeless animal. In the courtyard, Jiang-sun was forcefully kicked to his knees, his arms held down by the two men, rendering him completely immobile. That spirit stone rightfully belongs to our ancestors. Release me. You beasts. You appear human, yet you are less than dogs. Jiang-sun's eyes widened in fury, his face flushed as his voice trembled with rage. However, his defiance bore no fruit. Instead, It provoked even harsher retribution. Erbe, Nyoli, silence him, Lu Fugui commanded. And the two muscular giants beside him brought their hands down with brutal efficiency. The sharp sound of slaps echoed as several heavy blows struck Jiang Sun's face. The sudden agony robbed him of any resistance, his body collapsing onto the bench as if his very soul had been extracted. Pain surged through him. Accompanied by a wave of dizziness, the world spun around him, and the scenery blurred into obscurity. He strained to comprehend his surroundings. But his vision clouded until he could barely discern a figure struggling to emerge from the doorway. "Father, your leg is still injured. Why are you coming out?" Jiang Sun hoarsely shouted, expending all his strength. Jiang Hansheng limped toward his son, anguish etched across his face as he beheld his son pressed to the ground. Blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. "This is unjust. That spirit stone truly belongs to our family. I beg you, do not harm my son." He trembled, his voice laden with grievance. Lu Fugui smirked coldly at this scene, mocking ancestral treasures. "With your pitiful state, where would you find such heirlooms? Jiang, he witnessed you sneaking into the ancestral hall just days ago." "Utter nonsense." Jiang Sun's fury ignited anew at those words, and he struggled to rise. "That belongs to my family. You bandits will surely face retribution." Yet, before he could finish, another resounding slap echoed through the air. The blow struck him with the ferocity of a tempest, leaving his cheeks swollen and marked with the imprints of the hands that had struck him. As though seared by a branding iron, Lu Fugui stood nearby, a malevolent grin plastered across his face as he hissed, "A father lacking wisdom, a son who mirrors him truly. Like father, like son. Since this is the case, Jiang Laohan, allow me to impart a lesson to your son, so he understands the meaning of rules. Lest he grow up to be as foolish as you. According to our village and Oppos, as customs, those who steal from the ancestral hall must endure 30 lashes. With Lu Fugui and Oppos, as command. The two robust men, resembling wolves, pinned Jiang Sun onto a long bench, ruthlessly stripping him of his shirt and revealing his frail form. Crack. The first lash fell like lightning across Jiang Sun's back, instantly tearing flesh and splattering blood. His body convulsed violently, his complexion drained to a ghastly pallor. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, his eyes wide with fury and hatred as they bore into Lu Fugui. Jiang Hansheng, witnessing this horrific scene, felt as though his heart were pierced by 1,000 needles, leaving him breathless. Meanwhile, a crowd of onlookers had gathered in the courtyard. Murmuring in hushed tones, "We have always lived under the protection of the immortals, leading peaceful lives. I cannot fathom what goes through their minds. Daring to steal from the ancestral hall, do they not fear angering the immortals?" One exclaimed indignantly. Indeed, just recently, a tree demon appeared nearby, causing havoc and claiming several lives. Thankfully, the immortals intervened, or we would not know what to do. Another chimed in. Not to mention, there was the time our village was besieged by bandits. If not for the timely arrival of the immortals, we might not be here today, someone else added. Jiang Laohan is truly an ingrate. The immortals safeguard us from malevolent forces, yet he dares to steal from them? What a disgrace. The crowd began to turn against Jiang Hansheng, their earlier camaraderie fading, revealing their true, unsightly faces. This, perhaps, is the nature of humanity. When we exist on equal economic footing, we share laughter and jest. Yet, should one prosper, envy brews, and a desire for their downfall emerges. This is the shadowy side of human nature. At that moment, Jiang Hansheng, witnessing his son being mercilessly lashed and hearing the surrounding murmurs, could no longer contain himself. Ignoring his own injuries, he struggled to charge at Lu Fugui. "Release my son. If you have grievances, face me," he roared, his voice reverberating through the air. However, Lu Fugui remained unfazed. He delivered a powerful kick to Jiang Hansheng's chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. Though the blow nearly knocked the breath from him, Jiang Hansheng, gritting his teeth against the pain, struggled to rise again. His legs trembled from injury, yet he pressed on, lunging once more at Lu Fugui. Yet, without the support of one leg, his movements were laborious, his speed significantly diminished. Lu Fugui, observing this, sneered disdainfully. Sidestepping Jiang Hansheng and Oppos' attack with ease and delivering a crushing kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Upon impact, Jiang Hansheng writhed as if a fish tossed ashore. In a shocking display of cruelty, Lu Fugui raised his foot, stomping down upon Jiang Hansheng and Oppos' already injured leg. The leg, nearly broken, seemed destined to shatter under the weight. The bandage wound bursting open, oozing dark blood. The onlookers understood the implications of the black blood, but remained silent, paralyzed by fear. Jiang Hansheng's anguished cries pierced the air, echoing with a harrowing resonance, sending chills down the spines of those who heard. Yet, Lu Fugui appeared impervious to the suffering, his foot continuing to mercilessly grind into Jiang Hansheng's wound, amplifying his agony. "Are you not a fighter? Come, rise again," Lu Fugui taunted, his voice dripping with contempt. As he continued to torment Jiang Hansheng, each strike piercing deeper into his very being. The excruciating pain surged like a relentless tide, causing Jiang Hansheng's body to tremble uncontrollably. Yet, he did not surrender to despair. Summoning every ounce of strength, he grasped Lu Fugui's foot with a vice-like grip and, without a moment's hesitation, opened his mouth and sank his teeth into it. "Damn it! You dare to bite me? Lu Fugui clearly did not anticipate such a reaction from Jiang Hansheng. He cried out in pain and, in a fit of rage, lifted his foot and delivered a brutal kick to Jiang Hansheng's face. The force of the blow was tremendous, plunging Jiang Hansheng into darkness as a dizzying wave swept over him. It felt as though a heavy hammer had struck his head, and the intense agony blurred his consciousness. At that moment, lying on the ground, Jiang Hansheng was utterly incapable of further resistance. His face and body were marred by bruises, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth and nose, mingling with the dust on the ground to create a ghastly pool of crimson. His breaths grew weaker, as if he were on the brink of losing consciousness at any moment. Meanwhile, Jiang Sun endured similar torment. He had been lashed a total of 15 times, each strike resonating painfully in his heart. His back was already a canvas of blood and welts, the gruesome wounds evoking a sense of horror in any observer. At this moment, Jiang Sun lacked the strength to hold himself upright. He lay limply on the bench like a broken doll, his vacant eyes fixed on his father, who was about to collapse. A low, guttural roar emanated from his throat, a manifestation of his fury towards Lu Fugui and his own helplessness. Yet, no matter how he screamed, he could not alter the cruel reality before him. Chapter 4. Seeds of hatred you seek to end your own life? Then I shall reveal to you the consequences of crossing me. Lu Fugui seethed with uncontainable fury, his face flushed and veins bulging on his forehead. His eyes widened as he fixed his gaze upon the prostrate Jiang Hansheng, as though he could incinerate him with a mere glare. The more he contemplated the situation, the more his rage erupted like a volcano. He could no longer restrain his emotions. He leapt to his feet, resembling a frenzied beast, and charged towards a wooden stick in the yard. Gripping the stick tightly, his hand trembled slightly from the intensity of his anger. He raised the stick high above his head and brought it crashing down upon Jiang Hansheng. The stick whistled through the air, stirring a fierce wind, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving through the night sky. Bang! The stick struck Jiang Hansheng and Amp Appo's injured right foot with a dull thud. The nearly unconscious Jiang Hansheng emitted a piercing scream, his body convulsing as though electrified, and the muscles in his face contorted in agony. Yet, Lu Fugui did not cease his relentless assault. The stick fell upon Jiang Hansheng like a torrential downpour, each blow infused with his wrath. Initially, Jiang Hansheng fought back desperately, his screams piercing the serene morning air. But as time passed, his struggles weakened, and his cries subsided into low groans, ultimately fading into silence. At last, Lu Fugui halted his onslaught, panting heavily as he stood over the motionless form of Jiang Hansheng. A sudden wave of terror surged within him. He slowly lowered the stick, as if it had transformed into a weighty burden. Cautiously, he bent down and extended his index finger towards Jiang Hansheng's nose, wishing to ascertain whether he still drew breath. Upon contact, his body jolted as if struck by lightning. His pupils dilated in horror, as though he had glimpsed the most dreadful sight imaginable. Lu Fugui's complexion turned as pale as a ghost, his lips drained of color, as he stood frozen in shock, utterly bewildered. After a prolonged moment, he regained his senses. Retracting his finger as if burned, he staggered backwards, collapsing onto the ground. No breath. Dead. Dead. Lu Fugui's voice trembled, laden with fear and despair. His wide eyes remained fixed on Jiang Hansheng and Amp Appo's lifeless body, his mind a blank slate, struggling to accept this grim reality. Despite his current terror, he had taken lives before, and his utterance left the onlookers in stunned silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. Only the mournful echoes of his cries lingered in the night air, refusing to dissipate. Father, it was you, Lu Fugui, that beast, who killed my father. Even if he had stolen spirit stones, it was not a crime deserving of death, especially when we did not steal. You are the sinner, and all of you present are complicit. Jiang Sun slowly rose from the bench, while the two burly men beside him stood in shock, their gazes fixated upon the deceased Jiang Laohan. Suddenly, Jiang Sun erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter, his voice reverberating through the empty space, sending chills down spines. Pointing at the crowd, he eventually directed his finger at Lu Fugui, his gaze resolute. When the Justice Hall of Naming Town comes to investigate, Lu Fugui, you shall not escape unscathed. A life for a life. Upon hearing these words, Lu Fugui's eyes widened in terror, momentarily taken aback by Jiang Sun's threat. Yet, in an instant, his expression morphed into one of brazen arrogance, as if he dismissed Jiang Sun's warning entirely. A life for a life? Are you addressing me? Lu Fugui scoffed. Do you truly believe I was frightened just now? He looked at Jiang Sun with a smug grin, continuing, I neglected to mention, my eldest son, Lu Ping, is a celestial being. The ordinary folks at the Justice Hall will bow and scrape before him, fearing to act against me. If need be, I shall simply part with a few inferior spirit stones. His proclamation incited a stir among the gathered crowd. What did the village chief just say? Did I hear correctly? His son is a celestial being? Indeed, you heard right, came the chorus of agreement. Wow, how impressive. If my son were a celestial, I could simply lounge around in retirement. Another enviously remarked. The surrounding villagers erupted into a cacophony, hastily discarding the lifeless body of Jiang Laohan. As Lu Fugui continued to boast, he grew increasingly audacious, once more brandishing the discarded stick and charging at Jiang Sun. Weakened from the earlier beating, Jiang Sun had no time to react as the stick struck him squarely in the abdomen. Without a chance for resistance, he collapsed to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. Erbe, Noli, you too, Hurry and search that house for the spirit stones. Those who steal must return what they have taken. Everyone, quiet down and listen to me. I hereby declare the confiscation of all stolen goods and impose an additional penalty on the Jiang family to compensate the ancestral hall with 10 inferior spirit stones. The added 10 inferior spirit stones were an astronomical sum for ordinary folk. Even if they mortgaged Jiangsun and Apos, dilapidated hut and sold their meager 2 acres of land, it would hardly suffice to repay this debt. Before long, Lu Fugui's 2 henchmen rushed out of the house, a wooden box cradled in their arms. Lu Fugui eagerly approached, snatching the box from them and hastily opening it. Inside lay a filthy burlap sack, swollen with what appeared to be a considerable bounty. Lifting the sack, he felt its weight, the contents clinking together with a delightful sound. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he untied the sack. Peering inside to discover it filled with inferior spirit stones, 1, 2, 3 upon counting, he found a total of 15. Only 15? Lu Fugui glanced at the glimmering ring on his finger, his brow furrowing in dissatisfaction. Turning to the 2 henchmen, he demanded, "Did you search thoroughly? Are you certain there are no other spirit stones?" To answer your question, we truly turned the house upside down, and this is all we found, 15 inferior spirit stones. One of the henchmen replied hastily. Nioli, the taller of the 2, wore a sycophantic expression, while Erbe mirrored his demeanor. "You worthless fools! Where are your eyes? There must be more. Step aside. I shall search myself." Lu Fugui scolded, his irritation palpable. The 2 henchmen quickly complied, bowing low in agreement. After a brief interval, Lu Fugui emerged from the house, his face alight with joy, now clutching another bag of spirit stones. "Indeed, my master possesses keen insight. You have discovered what others could not. I am in awe." Nioli immediately began to flatter. Lu Fugui, basking in his triumph, declared, "Very well. The wicked have been punished. Everyone, disperse. Today, I shall spare the life of this Jiang family and Apos, as child. Killing him would merely cost me a few more spirit stones. And his worthless life is not worth the expense." Chapter 5. Burial. As dusk gradually enveloped the wellness village in a veil of tranquility, the once bustling settlement fell silent. The fragrant tendrils of smoke that had danced in the daylight ceased to rise, and the scattered abodes were cloaked in a silvery hue beneath the moonlight, their outlines blurred. The gentle stream within the village murmured softly, its surface glimmering under the moon's caress, resembling countless tiny silver coins in a graceful dance. The weeping willows by the creek swayed delicately in the breeze, as if tenderly caressing the serene night. In the heart of the village stood an ancient locust tree, its lush branches casting a vast shadow in the lunar glow, resembling a silent guardian. Occasionally, a gust of wind would rustle the leaves, whispering ancient tales. The villagers had long concluded their daily toil, most having succumbed to slumber. Faint candlelight flickered through the windows of a few homes, casting indistinct silhouettes upon the paper, perhaps from the soft sounds of mending garments or quiet conversations. In the tranquil night sky, stars twinkled brightly, and every so often, a shooting star would streak across, leaving a fleeting trail of brilliance. Inside a thatched cottage, the ethereal moonlight filtered through the gaps, forming bright shafts of light that illuminated the swirling dust. Jiangsun lay quietly on a simple bed, his complexion pale as parchment, his forehead dotted with beads of sweat. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, sat up abruptly. Gasping for breath, he had dreamed of his father being brutally slain, though the wounds on his back from the whip had been tended to. This sudden movement felt like fire searing the injury, causing him to wince in pain. Yes, father. Jiangsun and Apos' vacant eyes suddenly regained focus, and he hastily descended from the bed, but his swift actions led him to tumble to the ground. A gentle breeze fluttered the door curtain of the thatched cottage, bringing a rare chill, yet Jiangsun felt none of it, only the sharp sting of his back wound. He gritted his teeth, enduring the discomfort, and attempted to rise again, but the movement tugged at the bandage, sending a wave of excruciating pain through him. Yet, could any pain compare to the anguish for his parents? He bore the agony, trembling as he stood upright, feeling the lingering pain coursing through him. He leaned against the wall and stepped out of his bedroom, only to be met with a sight that made his pupils constrict and his heart skip a beat. Bathed in the faint moonlight, he first beheld the lifeless body of his father, Jiang Hansheng. His father's eyes were wide open, seemingly filled with endless resentment and indignation even in death. The once robust form was now cold and stiff, clad in tattered garments riddled with patches, clinging haphazardly to his frame. The ground around was stained with dark brown patches of blood, whispering of the torment he had endured in life. Jiangsun's body shook violently, still reeling from the horrific sight, when his gaze inadvertently lifted, and he was struck as if by lightning. His mother, Wang Shi, hung from a beam by a thick rope, her body swaying gently in the breeze, her hair disheveled across her face, her feet barely grazing the ground. The familiar old shoes hanging helplessly. Her hands were slightly bent, and a faint smile of release graced her face. Jiangsun stood frozen, his mind blank, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream escaped him as he rushed forward, grasping his mother's legs, desperately attempting to lower her. But her body was already devoid of warmth. Tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes, blurring his vision. This home, once filled with warmth despite its poverty, had crumbled in an instant, leaving him to confront this cruel and frigid world alone. Devastated, Jiangsun felt as if his soul had been wrenched from his body. Teetering on the edge of collapse, his gaze fixed on the now cold bodies of his parents. Abruptly, he seemed to lose all support. His knees buckling as he collapsed to the ground. His eyes were bloodshot, as if they would bleed, his neatly trimmed nails digging deeply into his palms. Blood dripping through his fingers, staining the yellow earth beneath him. Why did this happen? Why did this happen? Jiang Sun and Appo's voice was hoarse and trembling, laden with unbearable sorrow and despair. It was the sun's inadequacy, the sun's unfilial piety, unable to protect you. His tears gushed forth like a dam burst, obscuring his sight, yet he was oblivious, murmuring repeatedly, I will avenge you. I will make Lu Fugue's family pay for your deaths. In a single day, Jiang Sun lost the two closest souls in this world. A reality he could scarcely accept. Yet time did not halt its relentless march for his grief. After an indeterminate period, Jiang Sun gradually rose from the ground. The fury that had once consumed his face had vanished without a trace, replaced by an icy resolve. In that moment, he appeared transformed. With heavy steps, he pushed open the decrepit door of the thatched cottage and stepped into the yard. A cart laden with hay stood in the courtyard. He silently approached it, pulling the cart to the entrance of the cottage. Then, with utmost care, he lifted his parents' bodies from within, as if they were still alive. After completing this somber task, Jiang Sun grasped the cart and slowly left the yard, heading towards the Songnan Mountain behind the village. In the deep of night, Songnan Mountain lay shrouded in a thick darkness, resembling a slumbering giant. The moonlight was faint, casting a dim glow that outlined the contours of the mountains. At the foot of the mountain stood a tranquil bamboo grove. The tall bamboo swayed gently in the night wind, producing a soft rustling sound, as if whispering ancient tales. Through the gaps in the bamboo leaves, the moonlight trickled down, forming mottled patterns on the ground, dreamlike and ethereal. Deep within the bamboo grove, Jiang Sun stood quietly before two freshly mounded graves. The new earth upon the mounds exuded a damp aroma, and a few wildflowers were carelessly placed at the graveside, trembling slightly in the night breeze. In the moonlight, Jiang Sun's figure appeared especially solitary, his face shrouded in shadow, rendering his expression unreadable. Yet the slight tremors of his shoulders betrayed his inner sorrow. He first bowed several times, then slowly knelt, caressing the soil on the graves, his voice resolute. Father, mother, you left too abruptly. Now, your son has laid you to rest here, where it is peaceful, and the scenery is beautiful. The surroundings were enveloped in profound silence, with only Jiang Sun's whispers and the rustling of bamboo leaves filling the air. Songnan Mountain stood silently in the night. Witnessing this deep sorrow, memories of his parents' voices and smiles flooded his heart, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks, falling upon the cold earth. Soon, Jiang Sun regained his icy composure, casting aside his longing and weakness into the vast darkness, determined to carry forth with vengeance in his heart. Lu Fugue. He turned to leave, gritting his teeth as he uttered the name, his eyes ablaze with the flames of hatred. Just then, a deafening clap of thunder echoed across the sky, as if the entire world trembled in response. In an instant, a brilliant flash of lightning cleaved through the night, tearing the darkness asunder. Accompanied by the thunder and lightning, a gentle rain began to fall quietly. At first, the raindrops were soft and fine, drifting down like delicate strands of silk. However, it wasn't Appo's long before the deluge intensified, propelled by an unseen force. The raindrops grew larger and more numerous, ultimately converging into a torrential downpour. The rain pelted him like bullets, swiftly soaking his clothes. The icy water seeped through the fabric, meeting his skin with a chilling touch. This coolness not only chilled his body, but also gradually awakened his senses. He stood in the rain, allowing the droplets to wash over him, while thoughts surged within his mind like a relentless tide. I am but an ordinary individual, so utterly mundane. How can I possibly seek revenge? Should I train in martial arts? Yet, Lu Fugue's son is an immortal of Songnan Mountain. Even if I were to master unparalleled martial skills to an immortal, it would merely be a trivial pursuit, incapable of posing any significant threat. Moreover, he continues to grow stronger, his power only increasing. So how could I ever hope to avenge myself? As these thoughts consumed him, Jiang Sun's heart grew heavier, feeling as though he were ensnared in an inescapable predicament. The fear of the immortal intertwined with his yearning for vengeance, leaving him in a state of profound confusion and despair. Nevertheless, despite the overwhelming sense of hopelessness, the hatred within Jiang Sun blazed like a raging fire, compelling him to refuse to surrender so easily. Finally, he exhaled deeply, seemingly having made a resolute decision. He squinted slightly, gazing intently at the towering Songnan Mountain above the bamboo grove. Chapter 6. The Cave in the Bamboo Forest 3 years prior. Several celestial beings from the Tsongming sect of Songnan Mountain descended upon the village of Longevity. Their purpose was to assess the innate qualities of the youth within the village, specifically their bodily meridians. This was a pivotal moment that could alter destinies, as only those possessing exceptional meridians were deemed worthy of embarking on the path of immortality. However, the results of the assessment proved to be profoundly disappointing. Among the numerous youths, only Lu Fuchi's son, Lu Yu, exhibited not merely ordinary meridians but had attained the level of Earth meridians. This revelation brought immense joy to the celestial beings, who promptly took Lu Yu back to Songnan Mountain, marking the commencement of his journey towards ascension. Life embodies the essence of the world, while all things represent its vital energy. The internal meridians of the human body serve as a crucial bridge between spirit and energy, playing an indispensable role. Despite the pervasive presence of rich spiritual energy in this realm, the number of individuals capable of cultivation remains exceedingly scarce, rendering the existence of meridians all the more vital. Ordinary meridians refer to those devoid of any cultivation talent. Although surrounded by abundant spiritual energy, they lack the ability to harness it effectively. Conversely, spiritual meridians represent the initial threshold for cultivation, categorized into 3 tiers: lower, middle, and upper. Individuals possessing spiritual meridians can perceive the spiritual energies of the world, drawing them into their bodies and transforming them into personal spiritual power. However, spiritual meridians do not convert all absorbed energy entirely. Lower-tier meridians convert only 10%, middle-tier 20%, and upper-tier 30%. This limitation significantly constrains the cultivation speed, among other factors. In combat, the automatic conversion of spiritual energy into power by spiritual meridians occurs at a notably slower pace compared to Earth meridians, often resulting in insufficient spiritual power. In contrast, Earth meridians are far superior and are also divided into 3 tiers, with lower-tier conversion at 40% and so forth. This implies that individuals with Earth meridians can utilize spiritual energy more efficiently during cultivation. As for Sky meridians, their conversion rates are even more impressive, with lower-tier conversion reaching 70%, granting their bearers a distinct advantage in cultivation. Those endowed with such meridians are ardently nurtured by various factions, both grand and minor. The rarest of all, the myriad meridians, bestow upon their possessors an extraordinary ability, even without actively absorbing the spiritual energies of the cosmos. Their bodies naturally assimilate the surrounding energy, converting it into personal spiritual power. Astoundingly, the conversion rate of myriad meridians can reach 200%. Those who possess such meridians are undoubtedly considered prodigies among all factions. Should an individual with myriad meridians emerge in a village, they would swiftly be sought after and cultivated as a core asset by various powers. For it would not be long before they ascend as a leader in the realm of immortality. In the deep of night, the obsidian sky loomed like a heavy curtain, pressing down upon the earth. The bamboo grove lay eerily tranquil, broken only by the sound of raindrops. A torrential downpour pelted down, with beads of rain striking the motionless Jiang Sun, sending icy sensations coursing through his body. Even as an ordinary meridian bearer, he vowed to avenge the deep-seated grievances of bloodshed. With a resolute gaze, he regained his focus. In this world, ordinary meridians could indeed be elevated to spiritual ones, albeit requiring rare treasures or the mastery of exceptional techniques. Yet, for the average individual, such opportunities were scarce. As Jiang Sun prepared to leave the rain-drenched bamboo grove, a blinding flash of lightning shattered the night sky, illuminating the world as if it were day. In that fleeting brilliance, he beheld a cave that had seemingly materialized, concealed within the shadows of the bamboo forest. The cave and Apos' entrance was partially obscured by vines and weeds, swaying gently in the storm. Its dark maw resembled the gaping mouth of a colossal beast, emanating an aura of mystery and danger. When had this cave appeared? I have traversed every inch of this azure bamboo grove countless times. In my memory, no cave existed here. Could it be a manifestation from thin air? Impossible. Caves cannot simply relocate. A wave of inexplicable curiosity surged within Jiang Sun, compelling his feet to move toward the cave. Approaching the entrance, he detected a damp atmosphere laced with the faint scent of decaying leaves. Raindrops trickled down his cheeks as he inhaled deeply and cautiously stepped into the cave. The ground beneath his feet felt soft, creaking slightly with each step. As he ventured deeper, the darkness enveloped him more profoundly. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept past him, as if something had rushed by the entrance. Jiang Sun spun around, only to find the bamboo grove shrouded in darkness. His heartbeat quickening, an unsettling sensation spreading through him. A strong urge to retreat surged within him, as if an invisible force were pushing him back. Yet after a tumultuous internal struggle, he ultimately resolved to suppress his fear, driven by an intense curiosity to proceed deeper into the cave. Upon entering, he was astonished to discover that this was not a naturally formed cavern, but rather a passageway clearly hewn by human hands. The stone walls on either side were etched with twisted runes that glimmered faintly with a sanguine light in the darkness, pulsating as if alive, flickering with his breath. Jiang Sun's fingers grazed the wall, and a sticky sensation met him. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was not moss, but rather a layer of congealed blood. This bizarre sight quickened his pulse. Yet, paradoxically, his fear began to dissipate, replaced by an insatiable desire to explore, as if some unseen force were beckoning him forward. As he continued, he noticed the ground was covered with a thick layer of grayish-white powder. Each step he took produced a soft, rustling sound, as if whispering secrets. He crouched down, pinching a handful of the powder, feeling its fine granules between his fingers. Suddenly, it dawned on him that this powder was, in fact, ashes. To his horror, he discovered that among these ashes were dark red, fungal-like entities. When his fingers brushed against these creatures, they recoiled as if startled, oozing a crimson liquid that emitted a nauseating odor. In an instant, a wave of terror surged over him, overwhelming him like a tidal wave. He sprang to his feet, retreating instinctively, But in his panic, he failed to notice his surroundings, stumbling and crashing to the ground in a most undignified manner. Ignoring the pain, he scrambled to his feet, intending to flee this nightmarish place, only to discover that the entrance he had just come through had vanished without a trace. The entrance is gone? How could this be? What manner of place is this? Jiangsun and Apos, his heart felt as if it were clutched tightly by an invisible hand. Fear and unease spreading within him like a plague, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Just as he stood bewildered, a strange sound suddenly echoed in his ears. This voice seemed to emanate from the depths of the underworld, chilling and horrific, sending shivers down his spine. It was an indescribable sound, sometimes resembling the anguished wails of countless souls in despair, at other times akin to a demon's whisper, laced with sweet temptation. Come, come. The voice reverberated in the darkness, omnipresent yet elusive, making it impossible to discern its exact source. As Jiangsun's temples throbbed, a gentle, seductive voice echoed in his mind like a siren's song, gradually overpowering his fear and consuming all his thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, his legs moved involuntarily deeper into the cave, step by step, as if drawn by an unseen force. At last, the passage opened up to reveal a circular cavern before him. Upon entering, Jiangsun's gaze was drawn to a depression at the center of the cave, where a viscous pool of blood lay, resembling a wound in the earth, continuously oozing its crimson essence. The surface of the blood pool bubbled incessantly, akin to boiling water, and as these bubbles burst, the splattered droplets formed grotesque faces in midair, sending chills down his spine. Cautiously, Jiangsun approached the blood pool, eager to discern its contents. As his vision penetrated the scarlet liquid, he discerned the faint outline of dozens of white bones at the bottom, all arranged in a kneeling posture around a blue-white crystal sword embedded in the heart of the pool. This sword emitted a faint glow, seemingly whispering tales of its former glory. Beside the blood pool stood a towering monument, 3 meters high, constructed not of ordinary stone, but of hundreds of skulls stacked upon one another. Each eye socket flickered with tiny, blood-red flames, as if the souls of the deceased were ablaze. As Jiangsun drew near to the monument, the skulls suddenly began to chant in unison, reciting a hoarse incantation, with blood as our guide, with hatred as our fuel. Startled by the unexpected sound, his heart raced as if it might leap from his throat. Just as he was regaining his composure, his gaze was captured by a dense tangle of vines hanging from the cave ceiling. Upon closer inspection, he realized these vines were not plants, but desiccated entrails, each end wrapped around a desiccated corpse, swaying gently like bats suspended by their wings. Witnessing this macabre scene struck Jiangsun's heart with the force of a hammer, causing his world to spin and obliterating all familiar perceptions. His body trembled uncontrollably, his legs weakened as if all strength had been siphoned from him, and he slowly sank to the ground. Clutching his head tightly, he hoped to stave off the onslaught of terrifying memories. Burying his face deep into his knees, he sought to escape reality, yet the painful memories surged forth like a relentless tide. In an instant, the horrific scene of his parents' demise replayed in his mind, each gruesome image accompanied by their desperate cries, echoing like the whispers of demons that haunted his ears. These voices intertwined with the memory of his father and Imp, Apos' screams, slicing through his soul like a razor, leaving him nearly incapacitated by the weight of such anguish. Rather than quelling the hatred within him, these sudden recollections ignited it like a powder keg, exploding with fury. The buried resentment within him magnified infinitely, roaring like a ferocious beast, clawing to break free from its confines. Worse still, false memories emerged like a malevolent force, intertwining with his original recollections. Images of his parents being bludgeoned to death, decapitated by blades, torn apart by horses, and drowned alive in cages flooded his mind, blurring the line between reality and illusion. These memories converged upon a group of figures, led by Lu Fugue, who sneered mockingly at him, disdainfully proclaiming, "I am the one who slaughtered your entire family. What can you do about it? My son is an immortal, while you are but a mundane with no hope of cultivation. Do you still aspire to kill me?" Surrounding him were fellow townsfolk, some jeering, others ridiculing, and a few hurling insults, yet none offered sympathy. "You all shall perish. All of you shall die." Gradually, Jiangsun ceased trembling, rising to his feet with blood-red eyes, a sinister smile curling upon his lips. Chapter 7. Inheritance. Jiangsun stood silently at the edge of the blood pool. Akin to a statue, his gaze magnetically fixed upon a crystalline sword emanating a cold radiance from the depths of the pool. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar erupted, causing the very fabric of the world to tremble. The once steadfast bone steel collapsed as if its support had been abruptly withdrawn. As the steel fell, a dazzling light burst forth from behind it, illuminating the entire space. Upon closer inspection, Jiangsun discovered that the source of this brilliance emanated from a jade wall inscribed with densely packed characters. These characters seemed to possess a life of their own, flowing like a torrent of crimson streams towards him under the radiant light. In the blink of an eye, Jiangsun found himself submerged in this scarlet deluge, which coiled around his body like serpents, enveloping him completely. Then, as if finding an outlet, half of these crimson streams surged into Jiangsun's body, while the other half darted like lightning into his brow. When the last trace of the scarlet flow vanished within him, an unusual and eerie crimson pattern materialized on his forehead, flickering with a faint glow as if engaging in a mysterious communion with his being. Yet, merely seconds later, this pattern vanished as abruptly as it had appeared. At that instant, the blood pool before him ignited, bubbling violently, with the source of this tumult being the crystalline sword at the bottom. The sword emitted a piercing shriek, its sound reverberating through the blood pool, lingering in the air. Jiang Sun felt an undeniable call from the sword, and his body moved forward involuntarily. Drawn toward the blood pool, a subtle smile graced his lips, hinting at his anticipation for the events to unfold. Without a trace of hesitation, he stepped into the blood pool. The pool appeared bottomless, its water a strange dark red, as if formed from an accumulation of countless bloodshed. As soon as Jiang Sun and Appo's feet touched the blood, a fierce chill engulfed him, the liquid quickly soaking through his garments and making direct contact with his skin. Yet, in that very moment, an inexplicable comfort coursed through him, starting from his right foot and rapidly spreading throughout his body. As if the blood water were an extension of his own being, merging with his very essence. Undeterred, Jiang Sun pressed onward, each step drawing him deeper into the pool. As he advanced, the blood water gradually submerged his legs, waist, and chest, ultimately enveloping him entirely. Remarkably, despite being engulfed, he felt no sense of suffocation. On the contrary, he discovered he could breathe freely, as if this blood pool were not mere liquid but a unique substance capable of providing oxygen. At this moment, Jiang Sun seemed oblivious to the abnormalities surrounding him, his focus entirely on the translucent crystalline sword at the pool's center. This sword emitted a faint glow, standing out sharply against the dark red water. Surrounding the sword lay 10 skeletal remains, which appeared to have existed for an eternity. Yet, as Jiang Sun drew closer, these bones began to crumble, disintegrating into ashes that scattered within the blood pool. Eventually, Jiang Sun reached the very center of the blood pool, standing before the crystalline sword. He gazed upon it, a profound and indescribable yearning swelling within him. Through the memories imparted by the shattered steel, he learned that this was a legacy of the demonic path, and the blood crystal sword was forged from the celestial burial demon crystal, the very core of this inheritance. To continue this legacy and cultivate other techniques, he must acquire this blood crystal sword. Jiang Sun's eyes gleamed with unwavering determination as he fixated on the sword. The echoes of the ancient steel and Appo's memories reverberating in his mind. The method to merge with the sword was simple yet perilous. Almost no one dared to attempt it, for it was tantamount to gambling with their own life. According to the memories, one must first draw the sword and then unhesitatingly plunge it into their own heart until it reached the very core. Without a moment and Appo's hesitation, Jiang Sun resolutely extended his hands, gripping the hilt of the blood crystal sword firmly. He inhaled deeply, summoning all his strength, and with a swift motion, he pulled the sword free. The sound of metal ringing echoed as the blood crystal sword was successfully extracted. Jiang Sun stared at the sword in his hands, murmuring, "With the essence of my heart's blood, I shall nurture the blood burial demon crystal, burying heaven, earth, and all spirits." Just as his words trailed off, he raised the sword without a moment's doubt and forcefully slashed it across his left palm. In an instant, blood surged forth from his hand, splattering into the blood pool. Surprisingly, his blood appeared distinctly different within the pool. It neither merged with the water nor floated on the surface but fell straight down, as if possessing a will of its own. Moreover, his garments remained untouched, neither soaked nor stained despite being immersed in the blood pool. Despite the excruciating pain radiating from his palm, Jiang Sun persevered, refusing to retreat. Clenching his teeth, he let his blood drip, drop by drop, onto the blade. Each droplet splashed upon the sword, quickly absorbed, until the blade was thoroughly saturated and could absorb no more. At this juncture, Jiang Sun's complexion had turned ghostly pale, as if all color had drained from him. His spirit began to waver, the world around him blurring. Yet, he did not yield. He summoned every ounce of strength to concentrate, gripping the hilt tightly, directing the sword's tip towards his chest, pinpointing the location of his heart. His gaze was as unyielding as steel, unwavering in resolve. He took a deep breath, then with a sudden force, he plunged the sword into his chest. In that moment, a heart-wrenching agony surged through him, a violent tremor coursing through his body. Yet, this was merely the beginning, for although the sword had pierced his flesh, it was still distant from the heart, which throbbed violently with emotion. Jiang Sun's hand trembled like a leaf in the wind, as if it might fall at any moment. Sweat drenched his forehead and body, pouring down like a torrential summer rain, soaking the ground beneath him. His breath quickened, each inhalation akin to a final struggle against death. With each breath, a searing pain clawed at him like the talons of a demon, pushing him to the brink of endurance. Yet, despite the immense agony coursing through his body, there was no trace of fear in Jiang Sun's eyes. Instead, they sparkled with relentless determination, a tenacious desire for life and a burning thirst for vengeance. He took a deep breath, as if drawing upon the last vestige of strength in his life. Without hesitation, he summoned all his resolve and thrust the sword in his hand straight toward his heart. In an instant, the blade pierced through Jiang Sun's heart with the swiftness of lightning. A violent wave of pain surged through him, rushing to his head like a torrential flood. His consciousness began to blur, and the world around him twisted and distorted, as if everything were drifting away. Yet, just as he was on the verge of losing consciousness, vivid images of his parents suddenly flooded his mind. These scenes flickered before his eyes like a film, their smiles, warm embraces, and concerned words. All of it filled him with an overwhelming sense of anguish and resentment. He had yet to avenge his blood feud. How could he succumb so easily? He could not allow his parents' grievances to remain unaddressed. nor could he let those who had wronged him and his family escape unscathed. Jiangsun understood that once he lost consciousness, death would be inevitable. He had lived a solitary life devoid of familial warmth, and now, having finally experienced the love of parents, it was all too fleeting. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the last ounce of strength within him to resist the encroaching darkness. He must survive. He must seek vengeance. Surprisingly, at the moment the blade pierced his heart, blood did not spurt forth as he had envisioned. Instead, the sword transformed into countless strands of crimson, spreading like a red mist that swiftly infiltrated Jiangsun's heart and veins. Almost instantaneously, the blood crystal sword vanished, accompanied by the healing of his wounds. Yet, the agony persisted. Amid the suffocating pain, Jiangsun faintly heard a light, youthful male voice, seemingly emanating from the void. Eluding his attempts to pinpoint its source. The mortal pulse? This does not belong to my path. But seeing that we are fated, I shall lend you a hand once more. Chapter 8. Sutra, Law, Technique. Jiangsun's complexion was as pale as paper, beads of sweat cascading down like rain. His entire body trembling uncontrollably from excruciating pain. He clenched his teeth, his lower lip already stained with blood, yet he refrained from uttering a single sound of anguish. Within him, his heart seemed to possess a life of its own, sprouting countless tendrils akin to a ravenous beast. These tendrils were cold and unyielding, mercilessly burrowing into his meridians. Wherever they passed, the meridians, fragile as threads, were brutally torn apart. The piercing agony akin to 1,000 steel needles simultaneously stabbing into his flesh, or a fierce blaze raging within his veins. Jiangsun could distinctly feel his meridians being violently ravaged, each second akin to dwelling in the depths of hell. Yet, despite enduring such inhumane torment, his gaze radiated unwavering determination. He understood that this was a trial of life and death. Once he overcame this ordeal, he could embark on the path of demon cultivation. His character had already undergone a profound transformation through the loss of his loved ones and the inheritance of this dark path. He would truly step into the realm of demonic arts. As the tendrils continued their invasive journey, they began to reconstruct the meridians while wreaking havoc. A strange luminescence flickered within him, new meridians gradually taking shape, exuding a mysterious and powerful aura. In a brief moment, tranquility enveloped him. Jiangsun slowly opened his eyes. A brilliant blood-red light igniting within them, having successfully transformed from mundane meridians to spiritual veins, a peculiar force surging within him. At this moment, he could perceive the dense spiritual energy around him pouring in like a tangible entity, akin to countless gentle tendrils softly caressing his body. This spiritual essence carried a refreshing chill, seeping through his pores, making every inch of his skin feel as if it were rejoicing. However, Jiangsun's expression remained calm and stern, as if all of this was anticipated. His sculpted visage bore no trace of joy from his successful transformation. His eyes glowed with an eerie blood red, resembling flames flickering in the dark, radiating a chilling light filled with boundless hatred. Today, the transformation of his spiritual veins was merely the first step in his quest for vengeance. Feeling the abundant spiritual energy surrounding him, Jiangsun clenched his fists, his joints whitening from the strain. He was acutely aware that the path ahead was fraught with thorns, yet his blood-red gaze betrayed his resolve. Regardless of the challenges and dangers, he would tread forward step by step, ensuring that those who had harmed him and his family would pay a devastating price. In that moment, he silently vowed that the seed of hatred had been sown. What followed was merely the waiting for it to blossom and bear fruit, allowing his enemies to taste the bitter consequences in their despair. Suddenly, the liquid within the blood pool stirred once more. The source of this turmoil being Jiangsun at its very center. Jiangsun stood quietly in the midst of the blood pool, surrounded by an eerie silence, with only the liquid of the pool emanating a mysterious aura. Why such calm? Because the inheritance contained such records. The disturbances above the blood pool grew more pronounced, tiny ripples rapidly expanding, as if an invisible force was stirring. Then, the liquid in the blood pool seemed to respond to some mysterious command, all surging forth, forming enormous whirlpools. The crimson blood flowed like a torrential river toward Jiangsun. He remained steadfast, his expression composed, allowing the surging blood to engulf him. As the blood continued to pour into him, a faint crimson glow enveloped his body. His dantian resembled an abyss, continuously absorbing the power from the blood pool. With each drop of blood that merged within him, his heartbeat grew increasingly robust, echoing like the thunder of war drums. Jiangsun tightly shut his eyes, veins on his forehead bulging, as he struggled to endure the impact of this immense power. Within him, the force churned relentlessly, his meridians ablaze with heat. Yet, with unwavering willpower, Jiangsun persisted through the torment. As the liquid in the blood pool diminished, at the moment he had nearly absorbed it all. A spiritual sea emerged at his abdomen. The spiritual sea within Jiangsun resembled a mysterious, profound world, slowly swirling and radiating an unusual light. Unlike the clear or softly glowing spiritual seas of ordinary individuals, Jiangsun's spiritual sea exhibited a chilling blood-red hue. This crimson was intensely rich, akin to a surging sea of blood, seemingly bearing the weight of endless slaughter and sorrow, each ripple infused with a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. Interspersed within this blood-red sea were threads of pale silver. Though the silver light was faint, it was resilient and distinct, akin to stars stubbornly flickering in darkness. They flickered in and out of the crimson waves, intertwining and counterbalancing each other. Whenever the blood-red sea rose to consume the faint silver, The silver light would defiantly burst forth, tenaciously asserting its existence. At this moment, a chilling aura of blood emanated from Jiang Sun as he slowly opened his eyes. A flash of blood light passing through them, as if he possessed the power to obliterate the heavens and the earth. The space around him subtly warped under the weight of his immense aura. Jiang Sun turned his neck and slowly stepped out of the blood pool. Then with a flick of his right hand, bright red blood surged forth from his palm, transforming into a sword, a semi-transparent, blood crystal sword. At this moment, the funeral sky demon crystal had completely fused with his body and mind, as if they were one. With the slightest thought in his heart, the blood crystal sword would instantly manifest in his hand, as if it were part of him. In this world, cultivation was divided into 10 realms. The first to the third realms were collectively referred to as immortals. These so-called immortals had not truly transcended the realm of mortals. They merely possessed a touch of ethereal grace and some peculiar celestial techniques. However, upon breaking through to the fourth to sixth realms, they were deemed half-immortals. Individuals of this realm could be considered half-immortal, capable of effortlessly soaring through the skies. To lesser factions, they represented a formidable force, and to greater factions, they were equally formidable. The seventh to ninth realms were esteemed as true immortals. Individuals of this realm were exceedingly rare, and when they struck, the very heavens would tremble. Annihilation was well within their grasp. Lesser factions were as insignificant as ants before them, easily obliterated with a mere breath. Yet above these 9 realms lay a supreme realm known as Tao Immortal. Regardless of the righteous or demonic path, anyone who attained this realm would be honored as Tao Immortal. According to the guidance of the inheritance memories, Jiang Sun learned that when his cultivation reached the realm of 2 immortals, the funeral sky demon crystal would undergo a momentous transformation. However, the precise nature of this change remained shrouded in mystery to him. Not only that, but hidden within Jiang Sun's mind was a mysterious tome of magical inheritance known as the Funeral Sky Blood Sutra. This sutra encompassed a vast array of domains, including a method to enhance meridian quality. This method required Jiang Sun to wield the blood crystal sword to slay an immortal or mortal, then deeply pierce their heart with the sword, consuming their heart's essence and transforming it into blood evil essence. This blood evil essence could be stored within his heart, and when needed, he could directly propel it to cleanse his meridians like a torrent, thereby enhancing his meridian quality. As for the upper limit, it could only elevate to a higher tier spiritual vein. The effects of this blood evil essence extended beyond mere enhancement of meridian quality. It also facilitated a more rapid increase in cultivation. In addition, when Jiang Xuanling's spiritual energy is nearly depleted, he can draw upon the blood essence within his heart, transforming it into spiritual power for utilization. Consequently, Jiang Sun's maximum spiritual capacity is significantly enhanced, allowing him to engage in prolonged combat without being constrained by the exhaustion of his spiritual energy. Moreover, he can swiftly recover from injuries. However, these are merely the foundational aspects of the blood burial scripture, while the subsequent sections remain shrouded in a veil of mystery, obscuring their true nature and rendering them difficult to discern. Furthermore, within his memory lies a legacy known as the hard inscription of life and death. Though its content is rather perplexing, featuring 4 lines of poetry, "May the hearts of men reflect my being, leaving a mark where dreams have tread." As the body dissipates and blood flows on the path to the yellow springs, thoughts guide the soul back to forge its existence. Should one achieve understanding, their cultivation aptitude would soar, with the effects amplifying as their cultivation level diminishes. Jiang Sun, however, found it somewhat incomprehensible, merely glancing at the thoughts in his mind before setting them aside, intending to explore and understand them gradually later. In contrast to the aforementioned, a fundamental first-tier celestial technique is introduced, known as the blood slaughter sword slash, which is straightforward in its essence. The execution of this technique is rather unique. Requiring a blood crystal sword as a medium, and through a special method of cultivation, it unleashes a crimson sword aura. This sword aura possesses not only astounding power but also an effect that erodes flesh and blood. Upon being struck, the flesh at the wound will rapidly decay, inflicting severe damage. If healing celestial arts are not promptly employed, this corrosive effect may persist for an extended duration, causing immense suffering to the injured party. In addition to the blood slaughter sword slash, the legacy memory contains a body-tempering celestial art known as the blood body technique. The introduction to this technique is remarkably concise, even blunt, entailing the act of taking one's palm and placing it upon a corpse and Apos' head, or driving the blood crystal sword into the skull. Then employing a special method to absorb the blood within the corpse to enhance one and Apos' physical form. Both animal and human corpses serve as viable subjects for this technique. Though the efficacy of animal blood is only 30% that of human blood, the blood body technique is a relatively balanced body-tempering celestial art, capable of enhancing various physical attributes, including strength, speed, and endurance. However, being merely a first-tier celestial art, its enhancement effects are also limited, providing a maximum increase of approximately 3-fold in physical qualities. Furthermore, as the cultivator's realm advances, the effectiveness of this technique will gradually diminish. In this realm, cultivation techniques are distinctly categorized. Aggressive techniques are generally referred to as celestial arts, while healing, mobility, and defensive techniques fall under the classification of arts. Chapter 9. blood battle with the king of the legacy reached its culmination, yet silence prevailed. Jiang Sun's thoughts stirred, and in an instant, the blood crystal sword in his hand transformed into a torrent of crimson liquid, surging like a red flood into his palm. It was time to depart. His expression remained impassive, as if he had grown accustomed to the unfolding events, merely uttering a quiet remark. Cough, cough. He erupted into a fit of violent coughs, gradually raising a hand to press against his chest, where a lingering pain throbbed in his heart. His steps felt laborious, each one akin to treading upon cotton, unsteady yet resolute as he retraced his path without a hint of hesitation. The circumstances differed vastly from when he first entered the cave. The entrance, once obscured, re-emerged before him. Jiang Sun staggered out from the depths of the cavern. His body soaked from the earlier downpour, his clothes clinging uncomfortably to his skin. The blood dripping from the hem of his garment was a harrowing sight. Dark red and viscous, emanating a palpable malevolence. It corroded the earth beneath him, hissing ominously, as if proclaiming its existence to the world. Gasping for air, his breath came in quick bursts, a clear indication of the toll the recent ordeal had taken on his stamina. He gazed outside, where the rain in the bamboo grove had diminished, yet the mist in the mountains thickened, obscuring his vision. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound emanated from the thicket to the left of the cave entrance. Although subtle, the noise stood out starkly against the serene backdrop of the forest. Jiang Sun's senses heightened, his gaze fixed intently on the underbrush. Kangoo. It should reside halfway up the mountain. Why was it at the foot? An ominous premonition surged within him as his pupils constricted, as if witnessing something dreadfully terrifying. It stood as tall as an adult man. Its fur a mottled gray and white, with sharp bony spikes protruding from its spine. Its fangs jutted outward, drool dripping from the corners of its mouth, creating small craters in the mud below. Most chilling were its eyes, ink black and fixated on Jiang Sun, as though regarding a living meal. The Kangoo. This enigmatic and singular beast dwelled solely within the Songnan Mountains. Unlike ordinary dogs, they preferred solitude over pack living, only seeking companionship during mating season. In these vast woods, while lone wolves existed, so too did gambling dogs. Suddenly, a low growl reverberated. Oh, oh, oh. Roar. The sound came from a Kangoo, its forepaws clawing at the earth. Muscles taut, clearly perceiving Jiang Sun as its prey. His heart raced, threatening to leap from his throat. He instinctively took a step back. But an unfamiliar surge of ferocity welled up within him, overpowering his instinct to flee. With a thought, the blood crystal sword manifested in his right hand. In that moment, he felt the sword quiver slightly, emitting a buzzing sound that craved blood. As Jiang Sun prepared to counter the Kangoo's assault, the beast lunged forward like a bolt of lightning, its speed astonishing. In a flurry, he raised the blood crystal sword, attempting to deflect its attack. However, upon the clash of the sword and the Kangoo's claws, sparks ignited. Despite Jiang Sun's utmost effort, the creature's strength surpassed his expectations. The force of the impact sent him staggering back several steps, slamming violently against the rock wall. The collision rattled his insides, and a mouthful of blood surged to his throat. The Kangoo landed, but did not immediately pursue. Instead, it circled Jiang Sun slowly, emitting a low growl, seemingly assessing the strength of its quarry. Clenching his teeth, Jiang Sun fixed his gaze on the Kangoo. Resolving to strike first, he could no longer afford to be the passive victim. With a fierce swing of his sword, he unleashed a torrent of cutting energy aimed directly at the beast's neck. Yet, the Kangoo's reflexes were astonishingly swift. It sidestepped effortlessly, evading the lethal blow. Seizing the opportunity, it swiped its razor-sharp claws in a lightning-fast arc. A chilling sound pierced the air as a wave of cold washed over Jiang Sun's chest, followed by a searing agony that threatened to consume him. He looked down to find 3 deep claw marks, visible to the bone, stretching from his collarbone to his ribs. Blood pouring forth like a fountain, soaking his garments. With a muffled groan, Jiang Sun stumbled backward, but the Kangoo showed no intent to relent, pouncing at him again like a ravenous tiger. As the beast's claws neared him once more, a crimson light flared in Jiang Sun's eyes. At that moment, the blood crystal sword seemed to resonate with his murderous intent, its veins pulsating as if awakened, writhing with fervor. In the blink of an eye, a tempestuous force surged through Jiang Sun and Appos, arm like a raging torrent. Die! He roared, casting aside all hesitation, charging toward the Kangoo and Appos' onslaught. Channeling every ounce of strength into a piercing thrust, the blood crystal sword, akin to a flash of lightning, pierced the Kangoo's throat with blinding speed. However, just as Jiang Sun believed he had triumphed over the ferocious beast, the Kangoo's claws simultaneously tore into his abdomen. Jiang Sun let out a gut-wrenching scream, the excruciating pain plunging him into darkness, yet his hands clung desperately to the sword's hilt, refusing to release it, summoning the last vestiges of his strength. He twisted the sword within his grasp. A sharp crack echoed as the Kangoo's throat was completely rent asunder, a jet of black blood erupting like a fountain. The beast's windpipe shattered, gushing blood that splattered Jiang Sun's face. The creature convulsed a few times before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Jiang Sun knelt, gasping for breath, blood gushing from his abdominal wound, his intestines partially visible. Trembling, he pressed his hand against the wound, catching his breath before rising to gaze at the Kangoo and Appos' corpse. A sudden, twisted smile breaking upon his lips, maniacal and savage. The first heart, without a moment, and Appos' hesitation, He raised the blood crystal sword and plunged it into the Kangoo and Appo's chest, piercing the heart. The Zongtian demon crystal greedily absorbed the heart and Appo's essence, transforming it into blood essence, while releasing a faint sanguine aura that barely stemmed the tide of his injuries. The blood essence flowed back through the blood crystal sword into Jiang Sun and Appo's palm, coursing through his veins and into his heart, resembling a cascade of blood stars meandering upon the blade. Once the heart's essence was fully absorbed, Jiang Sun sensed the minuscule reservoir of blood essence stored within his heart, merely a single drop. Was this all? He sighed. Subsequently, the Zongtian demon crystal began to consume the Kangoo and Appo's blood, which flowed into the blood crystal sword, transforming into blood energy that entered Jiang Sun and Appo's body. As the blood energy nourished his wounds, they began to heal slowly, yet the crimson hue in his eyes deepened further still. Chapter 10. Love your mother in the deep of night. The Songnan mountain is shrouded in a thick darkness, exuding an air of mystery and eeriness. At the foot of the mountain, the bamboo grove appears as a shadowy expanse, resembling an ocean of ink, gently swaying with the breeze. The rain, which had just been drizzling, has gradually ceased, and the remaining droplets on the bamboo leaves occasionally fall, producing a distinct pattering sound that resonates clearly in the stillness of the night. At the entrance of a cave within the bamboo forest, Jiang Sun bends down, intently attending to the lifeless body of a withered dog. A pungent odor of blood mingles with the damp earthiness after the rain, creating a nauseating scent. Jiang Sun furrows his brow, the blade in his hand glinting with a cold light under the dim moonlight as he carefully slices through the dog's fur. Having performed such tasks before, his movements are both skilled and cautious. The air around him seems to have solidified, with only the soft sound of his breathing and the cutting echoing in the silence. The dog's body presents a ghastly sight, its fur a mottled gray and white, with a massive wound gaping at its neck, from which the blood has long since dried. The reason for skinning the dog is rather simple. It possesses some monetary value. Moreover, aside from the fur, the dog's fangs and claws, as well as its fresh heart, are all highly prized. In this world, there exists a rather unique delicacy known as spicy dog heart. This dish is renowned for its exquisite flavor that melts in the mouth, leaving one yearning for more. However, to savor such a culinary delight, one must first learn the art of preparation. If mishandled, the dish may become overwhelmingly pungent or inedible, resulting in a tragic waste of such a gourmet treat. According to the information I received, a small merchant caravan is expected to arrive at the health village this afternoon. It won't be long before the authorities come to maintain order and prevent any unforeseen incidents. Jiang Sun ponders this in silence. The village's notice indicated that the caravan would likely stay for about 2 days. Consequently, it is certain that I cannot stay in my house. After all, Lu Fuguwei will undoubtedly concoct an excuse to reclaim the property as the village head, as renting it out could yield spirit stones. Although it is not difficult for me to kill a mere mortal with my current strength, facing an opponent with significant skills could lead to an uncertain outcome. After all, I have yet to reach the realm of an immortal, and if surrounded by a group, my chances of survival would be slim. Contemplating this, Jiang Sun couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle, his grip on the dog's fur tightening. But what does it matter? His time is limited. Once the caravan departs, and I achieve the status of an immortal, that will be his end, and everyone will pay the price. As the son of an immortal, once I descend the mountain, there shall be no mercy. After disposing of the body and cleaning up the traces, Jiang Sun stands and gazes at the deep bamboo forest outside the cave. Bathed in moonlight, he notices 2 fresh graves. In childhood, homesickness felt like a small postage stamp, with me on one side and my mother on the other. Growing up, it transformed into a narrow boat ticket, with me on one side and the bride on the other. Eventually, homesickness became a lowly grave, with me outside and my mother within. Jiang Sun stands there quietly for what feels like an eternity, gradually coming back to himself before walking out of the bamboo grove. The health village rests peacefully at the foot of Songnan Mountain. At this moment, all is silent, as if the entire village is enveloped in a delicate veil. The moonlight pours down like water, gently illuminating the thatched rooftops with a silvery sheen. The village paths meander gracefully in the moonlight, resembling a sleeping silver serpent. The trees lining the roads stand tall and serene, casting dappled shadows akin to a natural ink painting. Inside the houses, the villagers have long since succumbed to slumber. Dim lights flicker through the windows, a gentle signal from the guardians of the night. There is no clamor or neon brightness here, only the breath of nature and the tranquility of sleep. Occasionally, a few barks from distant dogs echo into the vast night, quickly fading away, adding to the stillness. Songnan Mountain looms in the night like a steadfast giant, its vegetation shimmering softly in the moonlight, the outlines blurred, as if silently guarding the health village. The moonlight spills across the earth, draping the serene world in a silvery veil. Beneath this moonlight, a figure, slightly forlorn, slowly departs from Songnan Mountain, heading towards the health village. This figure is Jiang Sun, his upper body bare, clutching a blood-stained bundle of cloth, which contains the precious materials of the dog's fur. Jiang Sun does not return home immediately but lingers in the yard for a moment. He retrieves a burlap sack from a corner, carefully placing the dog's materials inside before concealing the sack in the nearby thicket, covering it with branches and leaves. Having completed these tasks, Jiang Sun finally feels secure enough to push open the door and enter the house. Upon entering, the first thing he does is toss the bloodied cloth into the fireplace, watching the flames consume it, allowing his heart to settle slightly. He then hastens to the large vat, washing himself thoroughly with the cold water inside, especially focusing on areas that might retain the scent of blood, rinsing repeatedly to leave no trace. Jiang-sun is not concerned about the strong blood aura stemming from his lineage, as he can easily conceal it, rendering it undetectable to others. Once everything is in order, he dons a patched-up hemp garment. Just as he prepares to return to his bedroom to attempt his first meditation, he suddenly hesitates, his gaze drawn to a piece of bamboo paper on the floor of the living room. Jiang-sun slowly bends down and reaches for the bamboo paper, his movements appearing sluggish, as if the paper bore an immense weight. He brings it closer to his eyes, scrutinizing the characters inscribed upon it. Each word is clear yet seems blurred by tears. "Sooner, your father has died, and your mother does not wish to live alone," Jiang-sun reads softly, his voice trembling slightly. His gaze lingers on the word mother, unwilling to shift away. "I know this is selfish, leaving you all alone. Mother is sorry," Jiang-sun continues to read, the tumult in his heart growing ever more intense. He imagines the anguish and despair his mother must have felt while writing these words. "There is a bag of spirit stones buried behind the courtyard, left by your great-grandfather, totaling 30. Take these spirit stones and leave the village to live well." Upon reaching this line, Jiang-sun's eyes begin to moisten. He understands that these 30 spirit stones are his mother's final gift to him, the last thread of her concern for him. "I love you, Sooner." After completing the last sentence, Jiang-sun slowly closes his eyes. He takes a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions. Nonetheless, the turmoil within him surges like tumultuous waves, refusing to settle. After a considerable time, Jiang-sun gradually opens his eyes. His expression remains largely unchanged, yet the slight redness around his eyes betrays his true feelings. "I love you too, mother," Jiang-sun whispers, his voice soft and low, as if only he could hear it. His gaze rests upon the bamboo paper, as if his mother stands before him, smiling gently at him. A torrent of indescribable emotion surged within Jiang-sun, and he suddenly felt that even in this unfamiliar world, he was no longer alone, for he had a mother who loved him dearly, yet she ultimately departed. Offering flowers to others may elicit indifference, often discarded without a second thought. However, presenting flowers to a mother would surely bring her joy that lasts throughout the day. Such is the profound nature of maternal love. Jiang-sun concealed his feelings deep within, restoring his icy demeanor and the depths of his eyes akin to a tranquil abyss. With a sweep of his right hand, the bamboo paper gracefully floated into the fireplace, akin to a moth drawn to a flame, gradually vanishing into the inferno. Chapter 11. The Spiritual Sea. On this tranquil night, the moonlight, like water, cascaded over the courtyard of Jiang-sun's home. He moved silently, akin to a specter, traversing the yard and making his way directly to the old tree behind the thatched cottage. The moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows, reminiscent of nature's tattoos. Standing amidst this interplay of light and shadow, Jiang-sun resembled a solitary wanderer. Grasped tightly in his hands was an iron shovel, glinting coldly in the moonlight, starkly contrasting with his impassive visage. Positioned beneath the tree, Jiang-sun inhaled deeply, then swung the shovel with unwavering resolve, commencing his excavation. Each strike of the shovel against the earth resonated with a dull thud, reverberating through the stillness of the night, echoing the cries of his heart. As the opening gradually widened, clods of earth were unearthed, forming a small mound. Jiang-sun and Appos' movements quickened, his breaths grew shallow, yet his gaze remained steadfast, devoid of hesitation. At last, the shovel struck something solid. A surge of tension coursed through him, prompting him to set aside the tool and gently clear the surrounding soil with his hands. Soon, a tightly wrapped burlap sack and a scroll emerged before him. His hands trembled slightly as he carefully lifted out the sack containing spirit stones. The moment he opened it, a radiant brilliance poured forth, illuminating his face with a soft glow from the low-grade spirit stones. Although the light stung his eyes, he did not avert his gaze, instead regarding them as treasures of immense value. Next, he picked up the ancient-looking scroll, feeling its weight, as if it concealed boundless secrets. Jiang-sun cautiously unfurled the scroll, treating it as a priceless artifact. As he did, the characters began to materialize, the surface appearing weathered. Yet the inscriptions within were remarkably clear, faintly radiating a glow, as if imbued with latent power. With an expressionless face, he scanned the contents of the scroll. Suddenly, his heart raced, as if it might leap from his throat. For this was a record of a first-tier celestial technique, specifically concerning body movement. He swiftly skimmed through the technique's details, his excitement becoming increasingly difficult to contain. However, he did not allow joy to cloud his judgment. Instead, he quickly folded the scroll and carefully concealed it within the fabric of his clothing. Then, Jiang-sun retrieved 2 spirit stones from his bosom, placing them in his mouth without hesitation. These stones were essential for his cultivation that night. He could not afford any negligence. After securing the stones, he meticulously hid the remaining ones within a large burlap sack amidst the underbrush, alongside some other materials. Once satisfied with his arrangements, he let out a slight sigh of relief. With everything in place, Jiang-sun returned to his modest bedroom with light footsteps. He understood that within the foundational teachings of cultivation, there would undoubtedly be detailed records on how to practice. Thus, he eagerly sat cross-legged upon the hard bed, poised to embark on his journey of cultivation. Outside, the moonlight, gentle as a gossamer veil, streamed through the window, casting a soft glow upon Jiang Sun. The tender radiance seemed to outline him with a silver sheen, rendering him almost ethereal, transcending the mundane. At this moment, the night deepened, enveloping everything in silence, devoid of any clamor. Such an environment was undoubtedly the prime opportunity for cultivation. Jiang Sun inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air as it flowed through him, then gradually regulated his breathing, ensuring each inhale and exhale was steady and elongated. He carefully adjusted his posture, crossing his legs into a lotus position, soles facing upward, resembling a blooming lotus. This position not only stabilized his body but also facilitated concentration and the guidance of spiritual energy flow. Finally, Jiang Sun formed a seal with his hands before his dantian, his thumb and index finger interlocking to create a small circle. His spine straightened like a pine tree. His chin slightly retracted, bestowing him with an air of solemnity. Once everything was prepared, he resolutely closed his eyes, entering a state of ethereal tranquility. In this serene darkness, Jiang Sun began to withdraw his spirit, casting aside all distractions. His consciousness gradually immersed in the surrounding environment, attuning to the spiritual energy concealed within the air. Within his perception, countless azure specks of light floated and danced, reminiscent of summer fireflies, yet more pure and vibrant. This was spiritual energy, a mysterious and formidable essence, pervading the atmosphere, elusive yet omnipresent. Sensing the dense spiritual energy nearby, a profound longing surged within Jiang Sun. He took a deep breath, centering his mind, then attempted to activate his spiritual sea, drawing those luminous energy points toward himself. For a novice, this was no simple task. It required considerable focus and skill. Jiang Sun continuously adjusted his breathing and mindset, gradually attuning to the flow of spiritual energy. At last, he succeeded. Surrounding him, the spiritual energy appeared to be drawn by an invisible force, akin to a swarm of famished bees discovering nectar, rushing towards him fervently. In the blink of an eye, he found himself encircled by a sea of spiritual energy, the shimmering lights twinkling like stars in the night sky. The previously sealed channels of spiritual energy in his body opened completely at this moment. The energy flowed into him like a crystalline spring, ceaselessly pouring in through the channels. As the spiritual energy made contact with his skin, it penetrated through his pores into his being, akin to a magnet attracting iron. Upon entering, Jiang Sun shuddered, a strange sensation washing over him. This feeling was somewhat disconcerting, yet it was swiftly followed by an indescribable comfort, as if a warm current coursed through his meridians, filling him with an unutterable ease. As the spiritual energy continued to flow into his body, it began to navigate through Jiang Sun and Apos' spiritual meridians, ultimately converging within the Dantian and Apos' spiritual sea. Refined by the meridians, this energy gradually transformed into a pale white spiritual force, purer and more potent than the original spiritual energy. The spiritual sea manifested as a circular reservoir, storing the spiritual force, much like a vast reservoir filled with the energy Jiang Sun absorbed and transformed. Typically, the color of the spiritual wall is deep blue. However, when a cultivator breaks through to the semi-immortal spiritual sea, the wall gradually shifts to a light golden hue. In contrast, a true immortal spiritual sea is colorless, for at this stage, the spiritual sea has expanded throughout the body, rendering the cultivator akin to an expansive ocean, with spiritual force seemingly inexhaustible. Yet, as Jiang Sun sensed the flow of spiritual power within him, he abruptly discerned an anomaly. The spiritual sea and Apos' wall within him was crimson, entirely unlike others. Having ventured into the path of the demonic, there was no turning back. Jiang Sun tightly shut his eyes, wholly concentrating on the flow of spiritual energy within. He could distinctly feel the spiritual energy continuously converging towards the spiritual sea along the meridians, as if drawn by an unseen force. These energies gradually coalesced within the spiritual sea, liquefying and merging into that scarlet expanse. Viewed from a distance, it resembled a white ocean cascading into a crimson basin, creating a peculiar yet magnificent spectacle. Everyone, upon birth, destined not to possess mortal veins, is fated to have a spiritual sea. The spiritual sea resembles a vessel for storing spiritual energy. As the body instinctively absorbs spiritual essence, this essence transforms into spiritual power within the spiritual sea, gradually filling it to the brim. However, Jiang Sun and Apos' situation is rather peculiar. His spiritual veins are of a lower grade, and his spiritual sea has only recently come into existence a few hours prior. This implies that his body will require a more extended duration to naturally replenish its spiritual power and fill the spiritual sea. Under normal circumstances, it would take his body a full 10 hours to completely restore its spiritual energy. Yet, Jiang Sun is unwilling to await such a protracted period. Therefore, he resolves to actively channel spiritual essence to expedite his recovery. He is acutely aware that the better the quality of the meridians, the swifter the body's natural recovery rate. Thus, by guiding the essence himself, he can significantly reduce the recovery time by as much as 80%. Furthermore, this principle applies to other meridians as well. Their natural recovery period is already shorter than that of spiritual veins, and by actively absorbing spiritual energy to hasten the process, their recovery speed reaches astonishing levels. After 2 hours of relentless effort, Jiang Sun successfully restored the vibrant spiritual power within his crimson spiritual sea to its full capacity. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling the abundant energy coursing through him, and took a deep breath of the somewhat humid air. Now, he could commence the engraving of the mystical body technique. Chapter 12. The engraving of the spirit wheel. Jiang Sun cautiously extracted the enigmatic scroll from within his robe. Treating it as though it were a rare treasure, he gently unfurled it, and the contents of the scroll were instantly revealed, clear and distinct. Swift Gale Step. A first-tier movement technique of celestial arts, Jiang Sun murmured expressionlessly, a flicker of excitement momentarily crossing his eyes. This was a technique capable of instantaneously enhancing one and Oppo's speed. Crucial for maneuverability in combat. When employed, the body would become as light as a swallow, achieving a significant increase in speed within a mere 3 seconds. As Jiang Sun continued to peruse the scroll's descriptions, he pondered silently, recognizing that this was precisely the kind of advancing technique he required. With it, he could navigate battles with greater agility, undoubtedly enhancing his prowess considerably. Glancing out the window, he noted that time was slipping away. Resolving not to delay further, he promptly commenced the engraving of this celestial art. He swiftly settled into a meditative posture on his bed, regulating his breath and mindset. Positioning the scroll before him at an optimal angle. Following the teachings passed down to him, he extended his right hand, adopting a sword finger posture, while his left hand gently pressed against his right wrist. As his thoughts and spiritual energy flowed like a gentle stream into his right hand, Jiang Sun suddenly felt an invisible force guiding his fingers, as if the characters on the scroll were resonating with his spiritual power. He focused intently, using his thoughts and energy as a conduit to forge a profound connection with the scroll. In this realm imbued with mystery, mastering celestial arts was no simple feat. Even with the incantations and records at hand, grasping their essence was not guaranteed. Only scrolls and texts containing the principles of the heavenly Tao could truly be comprehended and internalized by the enlightened. These scrolls and texts did not inherently possess the Taoist principles. They could be concealed in the most unexpected forms, a uniquely shaped stone, an unassuming piece of wood or twig, or even within the human body or any other entity. Discovering such materials would signify the unlocking of the secrets to celestial arts. Subsequently, one would need to apply a special method to transfer the principles of heaven and earth contained within the scrolls or texts for the purpose of spiritual engraving. The process of engraving involves gradually erasing the characters on the scroll, formed by the principles of heaven and earth, until they vanish completely. This endeavor demands a considerable investment of time and energy, yet it is the only means by which these principles can be indelibly inscribed in one's mind. Once all principles are fully engraved, they will merge, forming a unique imprint of law. Only upon reaching this stage can one truly claim to have mastered the essence of the celestial art, achieving a significant level of accomplishment. It is essential to note that the so-called realms are merely vessels for these principles. The true essence lies within the principles themselves, which are the real instruments of power. True immortals are indeed formidable, possessing exceptionally pure spiritual energy. However, despite their immense reserves, if they cannot find any trace of the principles of heaven and earth within themselves, they are not fundamentally different from ordinary mortals. If this were the case, the only advantage of true immortals might simply be longevity. This situation is akin to a person wielding a fully loaded handgun, an ostensibly powerful weapon, yet lacking a barrel renders it utterly useless. It is undoubtedly a lamentable circumstance. As time swiftly elapsed, what felt like mere moments to Jiang Sun transformed into a quarter of an hour. He remained seated on his dilapidated bed, gazing intently at the scroll, his brow slightly furrowed. The reason for his concern lay in the fact that, after such an extended period of engraving, only 30% of the characters had faded away. This pace was exceedingly slow, and Jiang Sun could not help but feel a twinge of impatience. It's too slow. The sun is almost up, and I've only managed to engrave 30%, expending 40% of my spiritual energy. There is no method to accelerate the process in the teachings. Some things simply cannot be rushed. It seems I must proceed slowly, step by step. Jiang Sun sighed inwardly, feeling a sense of helplessness regarding the sluggish progress. Nevertheless, without any better alternatives, he concentrated his energy, resolutely continuing the engraving. Just as he commenced the engraving once more, an unusual sensation surged within him. His heart began to race violently, reminiscent of intense physical exertion, and soon, a torrent of crimson energy erupted from his fingertips. In that instant, his spiritual energy was entirely drained. The blood energy rushed forth, enveloping the scroll in a dense crimson mist. Within moments, the characters formed by the principles of heaven and earth gradually transformed into a deep red hue. Remarkably, after only a brief incense stick and Oppo's worth of time, the once tumultuous blood mist appeared to be drawn back by an unseen force, swiftly returning to him as if a swarm of bees was returning to their hive. However, to Jiang Sun and Oppo's astonishment, the characters that had once been distinctly visible on the scroll had vanished entirely. Simultaneously, with a mere thought, Jiang Sun activated his consciousness to inspect his internal state. As his gaze fell upon his heart, he was taken aback to discover an exceedingly tiny black mark hovering just above it. This revelation rendered Jiang Sun's breath heavy with astonishment. According to the foundational knowledge he had inherited, the imprint formed through complete spiritual engraving should reside within the sea of doubt loss. These imprints would remain there, continuously absorbing spiritual energy like an unceasing tide whenever an immortal employed celestial arts, subsequently releasing corresponding formidable power through the body. Yet, the imprint he had acquired appeared in the critical location of his heart, an utterly unexpected occurrence. Despite the shock within, Jiangsun and Apos' expression remained impassive. His brow merely knitting slightly. The heart is darkened. But that is to be expected. After all, the heart of a demonic cultivator is inherently dark. Whether it is the killing of one person or two, what difference does it make? He muttered, a wry smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His tone tinged with resignation. Having successfully engraved the mark, Jiangsun probed its essence with his consciousness, only to be momentarily stunned by the information it contained. Bloodwind step? How has it transformed into Bloodwind step? Wasn't it supposed to be Swiftgale step? Even in his calmness, he couldn't help but voice his surprise. Regaining his composure, Jiangsun focused his thoughts to review the description of this celestial art. Bloodfist step. A first-tier celestial art enables the body to become as light as a swallow, achieving a significant speed increase within 3 seconds. The greater the speed enhancement during this process, the more blood energy accumulates. Upon completion, the power of the subsequent punch will be considerably amplified. Upon reading the introduction, his eyes brightened, and a hypothesis echoed in his mind. Could it be that this transformation is due to the presence of the burial sky demon crystal within me? Its essence must have altered this celestial art. This possibility seemed highly plausible, though not entirely certain. Overall, it was a favorable development. As dawn broke, gentle light bathed the tranquil wellness village. The thatched cottages, arranged in pleasing disarray, and the swaying flowers and grasses were adorned with a golden veil by the rising sun. In the distance, rolling mountains merged softly with the horizon, resembling a serene inkwash painting. In Jiangsun and Apos' bedroom, the thin curtains fluttered gently in the breeze. Sunlight streaming through the gaps, casting a warm glow upon his meditative figure seated upon the bed. He donned a loose linen robe, his legs crossed in a meditative posture, hands resting naturally upon his knees, and his spine erect like a pine tree. Jiangsun slightly tilted his head back, his gaze piercing through the window to behold the sun, which had just begun to rise. At that moment, the sun resembled a tender yolk, its hue gentle and warm, emanating a soft radiance devoid of the afternoon's scorching heat, yet brimming with the promise of new beginnings. That light cascaded upon his face, delineating his resolute and serene features, while his eyes mirrored the dawn, exuding clarity. In this tranquil moment, Jiangsun seemed to merge seamlessly with the rising sun and the serene wellness village surrounding him. Time was of the essence. He needed to quickly replenish his spiritual energy with the spirit stones and engage in further cultivation, for the pace of his spiritual vein training was far from satisfactory. Chapter 13. The butler phone Buck and Jiangsun took a deep breath, carefully retrieving 2 inferior spirit stones from his pocket, cradling one in each hand. He adjusted his state of mind, focusing his thoughts as he began to absorb the rich spiritual energy contained within the stones, guided by his intent. As time ticked away, a stick of incense burned down in the blink of an eye. Immersed in the restoration of his spiritual power, Jiangsun remained oblivious to the outside world. Finally, he slowly opened his eyes, sensing the changes within his spiritual sea. After this period of cultivation, his spiritual sea had fully recovered, while the spirit stones in his hands had dimmed slightly, indicating he had successfully drawn some spiritual energy to replenish his own. He surmised that it would not be long before Butler Phone would arrive, prompting him to continue his training without delay. With determination, Jiangsun closed his eyes once more, channeling his intent and spirit to guide the spiritual energy within him, letting it flow like a gentle stream into his meridians. In this world, cultivation was not an instantaneous achievement but required the sequential connection of the refined spiritual energy through the 9 major meridians: Naiwen, Xuanji, Shanzhong, Shikai, Qihai, Mimin, Weilu, Lingdai, and Yongguan. Each successful passage through a meridian allowed the spiritual energy to be further transformed into sublimated energy, which would ultimately cycle back into the spiritual sea. However, this was not the endpoint of cultivation. When the sublimated energy returned to the spiritual sea, it would not merge as before but would forge for spiritual symbols outside of the sea. 1 symbol signified the initial stage, 2 represented the mid-stage, 3 indicated the late stage, and 4 denoted great perfection. Cultivating these 4 spiritual symbols implied a breakthrough to the next realm. The process of transcending to a higher realm was the most arduous, requiring the 4 symbols to merge into one before integrating into the outer wall of the spiritual sea. Upon success, the spiritual power would undergo a significant transformation, marking the cultivator's ascendance from the first realm to the second. At this moment, Jiangsun was not even at the first realm but rather on the verge of ascension. Individuals with superior meridian aptitude cultivated at an astonishing pace, akin to a rocket soaring through the sky. For instance, if a practitioner with a lower-tier meridian utilized 10% of their spiritual power to transform sublimated energy, they would ultimately only yield a mere 10% of that. In contrast, a lower-tier celestial meridian could achieve an astounding 70% conversion rate. The difference was monumental. not to mention the legendary Myriad Aspect Meridian, which could realize 100% conversion, an existence that defied comparison. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away quietly. And soon the morning hour had arrived. Jiangsun gradually opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of crimson flashing within. Rising gracefully from his bed, he approached the window and gazed outside. The sky was already tinged with dawn and Oppos's light, the sun having risen significantly, casting the shadows of night away. A new day had dawned. Returning to his bedside, Jiangsun's gaze fell upon the spirit stone that had once been a deep blue but was now a dull gray. He stared at the stone as if he could see the faint spiritual energy contained within. Subsequently, he picked up a stone hammer with care and placed the spirit stone on the ground. Taking a deep breath, he swung the hammer, striking the stone with precision. With a resounding crack, the spirit stone shattered into a pile of ashes. Jiangsun controlled his force perfectly, avoiding excessive noise and leaving minimal remnants. Deprived of spiritual nourishment, the stone had become exceedingly fragile, resembling ordinary rubble, and under Jiangsun's hammer, it rapidly crumbled into ashes. To prevent detection, he swiftly grabbed a shovel and swept the ashes into the fireplace, which was already filled with black coal, rendering it indistinguishable from the rest. Even if an immortal were to arrive, they would find it difficult to discern that two spirit stones had once existed here. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks resounded at the door, startling in the quiet morning. Jiangsun had just resolved the matter of the two spirit stones and was preparing to rest when the unexpected knocking tightened his chest. "Jiangsun, please open the door. I have matters to discuss with you," came the deep voice of a middle-aged man from outside. A cold smile crept across Jiangsun's lips as he murmured, "Ah, how early they come." His gaze turned frigid, as if he could see through the worn wooden door to the figure standing outside. Upon closer inspection, he noticed three individuals at the door. The leader was a middle-aged man named Feng Buchan, the butler of the village chief. He appeared frail, like a candle flickering in the wind, dressed in a patterned cloth robe that, while somewhat worn, still bore traces of elegance. Most striking were his black-framed glasses, which lent a scholarly air to his sickly countenance, yet his overall demeanor exuded a sly and untrustworthy aura. Behind him stood two burly men, one tall and one short, who were Lu Fuqiang and Oppos's servants, Bei and Yoli. Both men were clad in coarse clothing, their muscular physiques starkly contrasting with their frail leader. However, Jiangsun did not immediately open the door. Instead, he remained seated, his expression blank as he bellowed, "Get lost. What do you scoundrels want? My parents are dead. Is that not enough for you?" His voice echoed through the tranquil morning, laden with boundless grief and despair. The men outside seemed momentarily taken aback by Jiangsun's outburst, but quickly regained their composure. "I am Feng Buchan, the chief's butler. I understand you are struggling to accept your parents' death. But who can you blame for this? Your father stole the spirit stones from the ancestral hall and was killed for his actions. He has no one to blame but himself. Furthermore, this matter is not over. As a son, you must bear the consequences of his sins. This thatched house will also be taken by the chief due to your father's actions." Feng Buchan's tone was decidedly unfriendly, his aggressive demeanor unmistakable. Having served faithfully under Lu Fuqiang for 6 years, he had been loyal and was well regarded, often rewarded with precious spirit stones and beautiful women. Yet today, Lu Fuqiang unexpectedly demanded Jiangsun relinquish the house left behind by his parents. "This is my parents' house. By what right do you claim it? Even if I were to tear it down and let dogs live in it, I would never give it to you." Jiangsun stood at the door, his expression impassive, yet his tone radiated fury and defiance. Seeing this, Feng Buchan and Oppos's face darkened as he declared, "I will give you 5 breaths to open the door. If you do not comply, I will have to force my way in." Jiangsun snickered, defiantly responding, "Come on. If you have the guts, then enter." A smirk played at the corners of his mouth, dismissing Lu Fuqiang's threats entirely. Infuriated, Feng Buchan shouted, "You ungrateful wretch. Bei, Yoli, break down the door." "Understood, butler," Bei and Yoli replied in low, powerful voices, their gazes fixed on the slightly worn door as if they were preparing for a standoff. Immediately, Yoli of Bei, without a trace of hesitation, swung his right arm with taut muscles, reminiscent of a ferocious beast poised to pounce. In an instant, he surged towards the door like an arrow released from its bow, his speed astonishing. A thunderous crash resounded as the weathered wooden door trembled violently under the force of his impact, splinters flying as if it were on the verge of disintegration. Yet, this door did not yield easily, though the iron lock within remained steadfast. The aged wooden door began to sway precariously, creaking ominously as if it might collapse at any moment. "Since you are so eager to see me, then let yourselves in." Jiangsun mused silently. He astutely perceived the brief opening created by the two assailants and, like a wraith, silently maneuvered to the door, swiftly unlocking it. After executing the series of actions, Jiangsun deftly stepped aside, maintaining a safe distance from the door to avoid being struck by its potential fall. Meanwhile, the tall Neo heir deftly intercepted Yoli, a confident smile gracing his face, seemingly brimming with self-assurance. "I can handle this alone," Neo heir proclaimed, his voice reverberating through the air with an undeniable authority. No sooner had the words left his lips than he abruptly rolled up his sleeves, revealing his robust muscles, adopting a charging stance akin to a mighty lion ready to launch a final assault. As he stepped forward, Dust swirled around him like a disturbed swarm of bees. And Yoer's figure darted forth like a flash of lightning, propelled by an unmatched vigor straight toward the now precariously teetering door. "Open for me," Yoer bellowed. And in that moment of contact, his expression shifted dramatically as he found no obstruction before him. The door swung open in response. The immense momentum rendered him unable to halt, causing his feet to trip over the threshold. With a grimace, Yoer tumbled head over heels into the room, landing squarely on his back. Chapter 14. Forbearance, what do you want? You have driven my parents to their deaths. Is that not enough? Jiangsun and Apos' voice was filled with rage and terror. His face contorted by overwhelming emotion, veins bulging on his forehead, and his eyes wide open, as if they could shoot fire. The sudden scene startled who had fallen before Jiangsun. He had not anticipated Jiangsun's sudden arrival, let alone his fervent agitation. For a moment, he was dazed, his body still aching from the fall, but upon hearing Jiangsun and Apos' words, the flames of anger ignited within him. Damn it, this brat actually unlocked the door, causing me to fall. Cursed inwardly, feeling deeply insulted. He gritted his teeth against the pain, struggling to rise. Standing defiantly despite his numerous bruises and the sharp pain radiating, particularly from the 3 deep scratches marring his cheek, rendering him quite a mess. Yet, to preserve his dignity, he forced himself to feign calm, pretending as if nothing had happened. Brother is magnificent. Yoli, standing behind, immediately praised as he stood up. His voice laced with flattery, clearly attempting to curry favor. You are somewhat useful. I want to have wasted my efforts raising you. I shall speak well of you before the village chief later. Feng Buqing, with his rat-like features, smiled, clearly pleased with Niuli's performance, nodding in approval. Upon hearing Feng Buqing and Apos' words, and Apos' heart swelled with joy, feeling immensely proud of having gained his recognition. Thus, he unhesitatingly approached the wall-leaning Jiangsun, whose face was a mask of panic and fury. What do you intend to do? Take another step forward, and I shall strike. Jiangsun and Apos' voice trembled with fear and helplessness, his body quivering slightly, seemingly paralyzed by terror. However, in stark contrast to his outward display, his inner self was remarkably tranquil, like a still pond, devoid of any ripples. Did I hear wrong? You claim you will strike? With your physique, who could you possibly defeat? Clearly dismissive of Jiangsun's threat, smirked contemptuously, continuing to advance without any intention of halting. Jiangsun's complexion paled further, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He widened his eyes, fixating on gripping tightly a wooden stick he had hastily seized from the wall amidst his panic. This stick, as thick as his wrist, appeared rather heavy. If wielded against someone, it could inflict considerable harm. You intend to use that stick against me? I wonder how many punches you can endure. Taunted, showing no sign of retreat, instead escalating his provocation, as though he did not regard the wooden stick in Jiangsun and Apos' hand as a threat. Why are you still wasting words with him? Those who do not behave must be taught a lesson. And remember, do not incapacitate him. Feng Buqing, standing aside, urged impatiently, his tone revealing dissatisfaction with All right. Responded, then without hesitation lunged towards Jiangsun, moving with the swiftness of a ravenous tiger. I will fight you. Jiangsun, consumed by fury, roared so loudly it seemed he could shatter the roof. He gripped the stick tightly, charging forward with an intensity akin to a starving beast. Yet, this seemingly ferocious assault was merely a fade, for Jiangsun's true aim lay elsewhere. As Jiangsun charged, smirked, revealing a disdainful smile. He had evidently seen through Jiangsun and Apos' ploy and regarded such amateurish antics with utter contempt. Just as Jiangsun was about to close the distance, suddenly shifted, evading with ghostly speed. In an instant, he kicked out with lightning speed, striking Jiangsun and Apos' back with tremendous force. The impact felt as if a heavy hammer had struck him, leaving Jiangsun in excruciating pain. Yet, he did not collapse. Instead, he used that momentum to sprint towards the door like an arrow released from a bow. Upon reaching the threshold, Jiangsun deliberately stumbled, losing his balance and crashing to the ground. The wooden stick in his hand seemed to gain a life of its own, flying outwards with force. A dull thud echoed as the stick struck Feng Buqing squarely on the forehead. You bastard! What are you doing? You can't even stop one person. Oh my head! Feng Buqing cried out in agony, clutching his forehead while cursing vehemently. When he lowered his hand, a chilling sensation surged through him, as he felt something wet. Upon inspection, his pupils dilated in horror. His hand was smeared with blood. Feng Buqing, seething with rage, bellowed, his voice echoing ominously in the air. Damn it! Beat him! Just don't maim him. Punish him severely. His trembling finger pointed at Jiangsun, who was attempting to rise. Jiangsun suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter, the sound reverberating through the air, as though he had lost his sanity. You deserve this. This is your just reward. His voice was shrill and piercing, filled with venom and rage. However, before he could fully rise, dashed out like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, he was before Jiangsun, delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen. The force was overwhelming. Jiangsun felt as if he had been struck by a freight train, a wave of pain surging through him. His body flew backward like a kite with its string cut, rolling several times before landing heavily on the ground. You insolent fool! You dare strike the village chief steward? Urbe roared in fury. Nioli, let us teach him a lesson together. Before his words had fully left his lips, Urbe unleashed a flurry of blows, each punch accompanied by a whistle of wind, brimming with power. Nioli, witnessing the steward bleeding profusely, momentarily froze, seemingly still in shock. However, upon catching sight of the steward's displeased gaze directed towards him, he snapped back to reality, quickly replying, Oh. Now fully aware, Nioli did not hold back, swiftly unleashing a barrage of fists upon the prostrate Jiang Sun. Though Jiang Sun had not reached the realm of a first-level immortal and had never cultivated any technique to enhance his physical prowess, his body was significantly weaker compared to these two hulking figures, resembling that of an ordinary mortal. Nonetheless, this did not imply that Jiang Sun was devoid of any means of resistance. Should he truly harbor murderous intent, he merely needed to concentrate, and the blood-red crystal sword would appear at his behest. At that moment, if he forcibly activated the first-level immortal technique, Blood Fiend Sword Slash, the resulting sword light would indiscriminately sever even the mightiest of foes. Yet, given Jiang Sun's current nascent stage in the Ascension realm, forcibly employing such immortal techniques would come at a great cost. A single strike would deplete his internal energy by a significant margin, and he might even suffer backlash from the technique, potentially resulting in severe injury. In such a scenario, he could kill one adversary while sustaining grievous wounds himself, left unable to escape or defend, facing only death. At present, the most prudent course of action was to endure. However, this forbearance must be executed with care, especially since his parents had just fallen victim to a treacherous plot, and now their enemies were at his doorstep, attempting to seize their inheritance. Such a deep-seated enmity, if displayed with excessive calmness, would instead arouse suspicion. Thus, Jiang and Appo's current demeanor of seemingly frenzied rage serves as the most fitting guise. The seething hatred reflected in his crimson eyes and the suppressed murderous intent trembling within his hands perfectly embody the visage of a youth who has suddenly lost a beloved kin. To possess confidence without capability, yet still strive forward recklessly, is an act befitting only a fool. Chapter 15. The caravan as the morning sun poured into the courtyard. A moment that should have brimmed with vitality was instead shrouded in a veil of violent clouds. Jiang Sun curled up before the entrance of the thatched cottage, resembling a wounded beast trapped in despair. The two burly men, Erbe and Yoli, wore menacing expressions as they relentlessly struck Jiang Sun with their fists. Each blow resonated with a dull thud, echoing like a hammer upon the heart. Jiang Sun attempted to evade their assault, yet the excruciating pain rendered him powerless, forcing him into a vicious cycle of enduring the relentless barrage. Before long, his body was adorned with bruises, his once fair skin now marred with shades of blue and purple, akin to a chaotic canvas. His face swelled, leaving only a narrow slit for his eyes, from which blood trickled at the corners of his mouth. His body trembled slightly, a symphony of agony manifesting itself. It should have been a matter easily resolved with a signature, yet you insist on tasting my fists. Erbe panted, his voice laced with venom, while his fist showed no sign of mercy. Nioli echoed his sentiment, declaring, You must learn a profound lesson today. Otherwise, you will remain ignorant of your place. Jiang Sun gritted his teeth in silence, his visage a tapestry of fury and defiance. As his consciousness began to blur, he stubbornly refused to succumb, as if his last vestige of tenacity could withstand the weight of this injustice. With a final, forceful punch landing upon his cheek, blood gushed from his mouth, and his gaze shifted to the courtyard and Appo's entrance. In his fading vision, he discerned a figure standing outside. It was a girl of similar age to Jiang Sun, a maid named Ji Huanyan, whom the village chief Lu Fugue had taken in last month. She held a bucket of freshly laundered clothes, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, catching the morning light like pearls. The droplets traced along her radiant skin, revealing a translucent glow beneath. Dressed in simple linen that clung to her budding form, her dark hair was loosely tied with a wooden hairpin, wisps framing her peach-colored cheeks. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with the light of day, yet the corners bore a hint of crimson, as if caressed by the spring breeze. Her coarse sleeves revealed delicate wrists, each joint reminiscent of a plum branch in winter, embodying a wild rose that blossomed amid stones, adorned with dewdrops and thorns. At that moment, she stood with the damp wooden basin, having just returned from the river, her sleeves still dripping with water, her fingertips slightly reddened, as she passed by Jiang Sun and Appo's courtyard. The muffled sounds of fists striking flesh and suppressed groans broke through the half-open gate. She saw Jiang Sun curled on the ground, his arms shielding his head, while the boots of the two hulks ruthlessly assaulted his midsection, each impact forcing him into a tighter ball. Witnessing this, Ji Huanyan's breath hitched, her fingers gripping the basin and Appo's edge with knuckles turning white. She longed to scream, yet her voice felt stifled. She wished to rush in, yet her legs remained rooted in place. She could faintly hear her heart pounding violently in her chest, its rhythm echoing in her ears, as if yearning to break free. Nonetheless, she bit down on her soft lower lip, standing silently, a mere bystander. After what felt like an eternity, her gaze met that of one of the assailants, jolting her awake as she abruptly looked down and hurriedly walked away. It was only after some time that she realized her palm had been pierced by a splinter from the basin, blood trickling forth. Yet this pain paled in comparison to the bitterness swelling within her heart. This pain is nothing compared to the suffering of the one in the courtyard, she murmured softly. her voice barely audible to herself. Ji Huanyan had only recently arrived in this village, still unfamiliar with many of its inhabitants, but she certainly recognized Jiang Sun. She had been present on the day his father was brutally murdered, witnessing the horrific scene unfold before her eyes. Perhaps her empathy for Jiang Sun stemmed from her own shared experience of loss. Once, she too had known the warmth of a loving family, only to have it shattered by Lu Fuguei. Her heart brimmed with resentment, yet deep within lay a weakness akin to an insurmountable mountain that ultimately buried her hatred. Inside the courtyard, Jiang Sun and Amp, Apos, body trembled with each blow, his consciousness gradually fading amidst the agony. Finally, after a final crushing strike, he collapsed to the ground like a marionette with severed strings, slipping into unconsciousness. Steward Feng, it seems he has passed out. Bei and Yoli halted their assault. Glancing at Jiang Sun's lifeless form, a wave of unease washing over them. They had no desire to take a life. The village chief's wrath would be unbearable. All right. Just teach him a lesson. If he's incapacitated, we won't fetch a decent price. Steward Feng approached, his anger still simmering, yet aware of the need to contain the situation. He turned to Bei and Yoli, instructing, carry him to the stable, let him tend to the horses for a while. The two men nodded hastily. Lifting Jiang Sun and Apos' limp body, blood trickled down Feng and Apos' face from a wound atop his head, and he wiped it away. The crimson streak adding a sinister air to his expression. He gazed at Jiang Sun, whose plight had reduced him to this state, and his fury flared anew. What a wretched creature, he spat, releasing a glob of saliva onto Jiang Sun and Apos' face, as if this act could quell his rage. Having completed this, he clutched his injury and hurriedly exited the courtyard. Come on, lift him up, and toss him into the stable, Bei signaled to Nyoli, who nodded in agreement. Together, they hoisted Jiang Sun and made their way to the stable. As dusk approached, the sun sank low, painting the horizon with strokes of orange and red. On the dirt road leading to the village of Yangxing, a small caravan gradually entered, the wheels crunching on the soft earth, producing a dull creaking sound. The caravan was modest yet bustling with energy. 5 horse-drawn carts brimmed with goods, their canvas covering swollen, revealing outlines of wooden crates and burlap sacks. A dozen merchants, discovered and weary, urged their beasts onward, their faces betraying both exhaustion and excitement for the business ahead. Among them, 9 swordsmen clad in black stood out, strategically positioned on either side of the caravan, swords at their waists, their steps steady, vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings beneath their wide-brimmed hats. The black garb exuded an aura of deadly seriousness in the encroaching twilight, the occasional clink of sword sheaths producing a soft metallic sound. Upon halting in the clearing at the village entrance, the merchants swiftly unloaded their cargo and began erecting tents. Some set up simple wooden frames, unfurling the oilcloth to display a variety of goods, while several vendors hawked their wares. Hey, everyone passing by, don't miss out. I have an array of new medicines here, sprains and bruises ointments, rheumatism bombs, and hair growth pills, all the latest. Come quickly, take a look. This world is brimming with fascinating and novel items. Would you like to see the entire world right from your home? Then don't miss out on the books I have for sale. They're the compendium of herbs, detailing the effects and uses of various medicinal plants, and beasts of the unknown, to familiarize you with the enigmatic world of mythical creatures. Come, gaze here. If you're considering a small gift for your parents or your wife, you'll find everything you need right here. A variety of exquisite garments, whether fashionable or traditional, can cater to your desires, and now they are all available at an enticing half-price sale, an absolute bargain. The leader of the merchant caravan is a slender middle-aged man named Fu Yuyang, who sports a pair of twirled mustaches and has eyes that dart about with keen curiosity. With a beaming smile, he strides briskly towards Lu Fuguei, the village chief, who has come to greet him, and with a respectful bow, he warmly exclaims, "Ah, old Lu. It has indeed been a long time. Have you missed your old friend?" Lu Fuguei, upon witnessing this, quickly approaches, his face adorned with a broad grin, and replies heartily, "Haha, of course. Your visit to our humble village truly brings us great honor." Fu Yuyang, hearing this, beams even brighter, then shifts his tone slightly, revealing a mischievous grin as he quietly inquires, "By the way, old Lu, given the passage of time, surely your village has accumulated plenty of treasures?" Lu Fuguei, catching the underlying implication in Fu Yuyang's words, refrains from a direct answer and instead laughs heartily, saying, "Ha ha ha. There are indeed fine things to be had. But there is no need to rush. Come, let us first enjoy a couple of drinks and converse leisurely." With that, Lu Fuguei leads Fu Yuyang towards a large wooden house with a courtyard situated within the village. As they walk, Fu Yuyang suddenly recalls something and inquires, "By the way, old Lu, where is Dr. Zhao San? ISN and Amp, Apos, he usually with you? Why is he absent today? Has something delayed him?" Lu Fuguei explains, "Ah, you know well that maintaining those creatures incurs considerable expense. He has gone to purchase some fertilizer." Fu Yuyang nods in understanding, responding, "Oh, in that case, let us first enjoy a drink or two, and when he returns, we shall gather properly and discuss the happenings of recent days." Chapter 16, The Stable as Nightfall Descended. The caravan and Apos' bonfire blazed brightly, illuminating the bustling figures around it. The flickering flames cast lively shadows upon the ground, creating vivid scenes. The cloaked swordsmen stood silently outside the tents, their silhouettes stark against the firelight. They took turns keeping watch, each one enveloped in silence. Resembling 9 dark phantoms merging with the deepening night. Though they were not celestial beings, their prowess far exceeded that of ordinary men. To the southeast of the Health Village, there was a stable. Beside it stood a modest thatched dormitory, designated for the slaves responsible for the stable. The moonlight, like silver, streamed through the stable and Appos' roof, illuminating a young boy lying motionless amidst a pile of weeds in the corner. His body was marred by bruises and abrasions, and as his eyes slowly opened, a flicker of crimson light briefly flashed within them. He attempted to move, but even this slight motion sent waves of sharp pain coursing through him, akin to being devoured by 1,000 ants, rendering him nearly insufferable. His brow furrowed tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet his face remained largely expressionless, as though he had grown accustomed to such torment. "You hit me hard," he muttered, his voice tinged with resignation and resentment. Nonetheless, he refused to let these emotions affect him, quickly adjusting his mindset to contemplate his next steps. "I can only hope that in due time, you will still possess the courage to confront me," he resolved inwardly, brimming with confidence. Soon, a slave caravan would pass through this area, and it was highly likely he would be sold. Time was of the essence. He needed to cultivate diligently to reach the first realm of celestial beings as swiftly as possible. With clarity of purpose, Jiangsun endured the searing pain coursing through his body and slowly sat up, taking a deep breath to steady himself. He closed his eyes and entered a state of cultivation. Within his spiritual sea, the spiritual energy surged like tumultuous waves, continuously flooding into his meridians. This energy surged relentlessly, as if it sought to break through all barriers. It then traversed through the 9 major meridian gates: Naiwen, Xianzhou, Danzhong, Shinkei, Qihai, Mingmen, Tailing, Lingtai, and Yongquan, undergoing a remarkable transformation. Each time the energy penetrated a meridian gate, it would be further transformed into sublimated qi. However, Jiangsun's spiritual meridian was merely at the lower tier, allowing only a tenth of the energy to be transformed, rendering his cultivation speed dishearteningly slow. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, and in the brief span of a few incense sticks, it vanished in an instant. With his eyes tightly shut, Jiangsun immersed himself in his spiritual sea. To his dismay, he discovered that the spiritual energy within him had dwindled to a mere trickle. He then focused inwardly, hoping to glimpse some progress. Sure enough, there, a faint glimmer of spiritual essence appeared, shrouded as if by a thin veil, making it difficult to discern its true form. "This pace of cultivation is far too sluggish," Jiangsun lamented inwardly. He understood well that the quality of one's spiritual meridian determined the speed of cultivation, and his meridian was simply ordinary, a stark contrast to the superior earth and heavenly meridians. To enhance his cultivation speed, he could think of only 2 methods. First, the use of spiritual stones, he mused aloud. "Spiritual stones are rich in spiritual energy and can significantly shorten the time it takes for me to recover my energy, thus accelerating my cultivation progress. Second, the acquisition of heart essence through bloodshed, which could then be transformed into blood essence using a blood crystal sword. This blood essence not only purifies the meridians but also indirectly boosts my cultivation speed." However, as he considered the second method, he shook his head and quickly dismissed the thought. "Murder for blood is utterly unfeasible at my current level of power. Not only does it contravene moral ethics, though as a demonic cultivator, I am not particularly concerned with such matters, but it could also invite perilous consequences upon myself." Jiangsun was acutely aware of the stakes involved. He did not wish to plunge himself into an irretrievable abyss due to a moment of impulsive folly. Thus, the only viable option for now was to utilize spiritual stones to hasten his cultivation. Though it would deplete some stones, it was far preferable to the risks of bloodshed. "Once I attain the first realm of celestial beings, perhaps I can consider the second method." Resolutely, Jiangsun decided to proceed methodically with his cultivation, planning to explore other avenues only once he had amassed sufficient strength. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside the stable. The sound of boots crunching on gravel approaching, interspersed with low murmurs. Jiangsun and Appos' ears perked up, and the once languid figure slumped against the haystack suddenly stiffened, resembling a startled bird. As the footsteps halted at the door, Jiangsun expertly crafted an expression of terror. He hastily buried his swollen face in the crook of his arm, his tattered sleeve still stained with blood from the previous day's beating. The wooden door creaked open, revealing 2 figures backlit by the fire. Leading the way was Feng Buqing, the village chief, and Appos' trusted aide, his once sleek hair now bound in bandages, resembling a poorly wrapped rice dumpling. Following him was a young man with a square face and a wide mouth, dressed in rough cloth. With straw clinging to his attire, a servant named Feng Guan, tasked with overseeing the stable. "Please, Don and Appos, hit me. I know I was wrong." Jiangsun suddenly erupted in a wail, curling into a ball and retreating into the corner, his worn-out straw sandals leaving chaotic marks in the mud. Feng Buqing, wincing as he touched his throbbing forehead, retorted sarcastically, "Now you know how to play the fool? Weren't and Appos, you quite audacious yesterday?" He kicked over an empty dung bucket, which clattered to Jiangsun's feet. "From now on, clean up the dung properly, if you perform well." As he spoke, he produced a fragment of spiritual stone from his sleeve, tossing it in his palm, I might just reward you with a little treat. Jiang Sun's eyes widened at the glint of the spiritual stone, but he dared not lift his head, burying it deeper into his knees as his frail shoulders trembled like withered leaves in an autumn breeze. All of this was a deliberate act on his part. Seeing this, Feng Buqing scoffed and turned to the man behind him. Feng Guang, give him the tools. Lowering his voice, he added, keep a close eye on him. If this slippery character dares to pull any tricks. Before he could finish, Feng Guang, nodding eagerly, stepped forward, rest assured. Not even a grasshopper will escape this stable. Very well, do as you see fit. Feng Buqing clapped him on the shoulder before turning to leave. Once Feng Guang saw him depart, he hefted a broken dung fork and threw it heavily in front of Jiang Sun. You should know what to do now, right? I know. Jiang Sun trembled as he quickly rose, incessantly repeating those words, then grasped the fork to begin cleaning the stable. Make it thorough. If I'm not satisfied when I return, this whip of mine won't be gentle. Leaving this parting remark, Feng Guang swaggered away, although his tormentor had departed. Jiang Sun did not cease his labor. Instead, he began to tend to the dung in each stall. An hour passed, and drenched in sweat, he finally cleared all the excrement. Once finished, he sat atop a pile of hay within the stable. After an hour and Appos' exertion, he felt his spiritual energy had recovered by a tenth. Without hesitation, Jiang Sun immediately sat down to cultivate. However, a mere tenth of energy was woefully insufficient. And within the time it took to brew a cup of tea, he had exhausted it all. As he focused his thoughts inward, he discerned the once indistinct outline of the spiritual symbols becoming increasingly vivid. Now, all that remained was to await the arrival of the deep night. Jiang Sun reclined on the pile of grass, gazing at the ceiling. Before long, footsteps echoed once more. Without needing to look, he knew that the visitor was Feng Guang. Chapter 17. Freda, you seem to have handled that rather efficiently, yet. Feng Guang elongated his tone, a smirk lingering at the corners of his lips as he leisurely sauntered towards Jiang Sun. Jiang Sun had anticipated the footsteps and swiftly stood, tense as a drawn bowstring. The slender figure of the youth leaned slightly forward, his neck bending in a submissive arc, revealing a pale patch of skin between the filthy collar of his rough hemp garment. He fixated on the worn tips of his straw sandals, barely allowing himself to breathe. Still lacking a certain essence, Feng Guang's voice abruptly rose, the whip at his waist slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh. The tip of the whip arced like a serpent, landing squarely upon Jiang Sun and Appos' back. The youth, foreseeing this, flinched towards the corner. His shoulder blades pressed against the damp stone wall. The strike was not excessively forceful, yet the coarse whip still tore through his thin clothing, leaving a swollen stripe in its wake. He bit down on the soft flesh inside his cheek, swallowing back a muffled groan. If one does not perform their duties adeptly, they ought to learn a lesson. Feng Guang sneered, flicking the whip with disdain before suddenly producing a rusty iron bowl from his pocket, tossing it into the corner where the grass had begun to rot with a clang. The bowl contained a viscous substance of dubious hue, with a few uncrushed grains floating atop, emitting a scent reminiscent of spoiled pig feed. This meal was specially prepared for you by Steward Feng, who insisted I ensure you consume every last bite. Feng Guang jabbed at the muck with the whip as handle, the sticky strand stretching out, and inquired mockingly, what? You don't wish to savor the steward's good intentions? He leaned down, his breath foul and warm against Jiang Sun's ear. Or perhaps, you prefer the taste of the whip? Jiang Sun stared into the bowl at the thick, yellowish substance, his stomach instinctively churning with nausea. The odor was acrid, a repulsive mixture of spoiled grains and moldy chaff, with a layer of froth floating on top. He shut his eyes, digging his nails into his palms, using the pain to suppress the bile rising in his throat. What? Are you disgusted? Feng Guang scoffed, the whip's tip intentionally grazing Jiang Sun's earlobe. The meal bestowed by the steward is far more precious than what a wretch like you deserves. Jiang Sun remained silent, slowly crouching down, his fingers brushing against the cold rim of the iron bowl. He lifted it, the viscous substance stretching into murky strands, a few drops splattering onto the back of his hand, resembling some form of decayed slime. Feng Guang squinted, watching him with keen interest, as if observing a splendid performance. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Sun abruptly pressed the bowl to his lips, tilting his head back to gulp it down. The moment the substance entered his mouth, the putrid stench assaulted his nostrils, akin to rotting grains mixed with dirt, the coarse particles scraping against his throat, nearly choking him. He fought against the urge to vomit, forcing down the first mouthful, his throat constricting, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Now, that's more like it. Feng Guang grinned widely, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. The steward instructed that you must finish every drop without leaving a single morsel behind. Jiang Sun and Appos' fingers trembled slightly, yet he clutched the iron bowl tightly, compelling himself to continue swallowing. Each mouthful felt like swallowing shards of glass, scraping painfully against his esophagus. His eyes reddened, yet within them lay a chilling emptiness. He mechanically repeated the act of swallowing until the bowl was entirely empty. With a soft clatter, he set the bowl down, remnants still smudging the corners of his mouth. His chest heaving violently, yet he clenched his jaw to suppress the urge to cough. Feng Guang, satisfied, patted Jiang Sun's face, neither too light nor too heavy, yet laden with humiliation. Not bad, you're quite perceptive. He withdrew his hand, wiping it on his clothing as if he had touched something filthy. If you continue like this tomorrow, it will not end so simply. And remember, you are merely a servant. Do not even think about escaping under the cover of night. Someone will be watching you. With that, he turned and left, his boots squelching against the damp ground. It was only after his footsteps faded into silence that Jiang Sun doubled over, retching violently, yet his stomach was already empty, leaving only a lingering, acrid taste burning in his throat. He raised his hand to wipe his mouth furiously, glaring at the rusty iron bowl on the ground. A glint of icy resolve flashing in his eyes. The moonlight cast a gentle glow upon the courtyard walls of Lu Fugue and Appo's residence, where two figures stood outside. Feng Guang rubbed his rough hands together, hunched over to speak conspiratorially to Feng Buching. Steward Feng. Do you think that boy might attempt to flee under the cover of darkness? Flee? Feng Buching scoffed, his fingers fiddling with the tassel of a jade pendant at his waist. Did you not threaten him just the other day? Besides, he is merely a callow youth. After these last 2 days of lessons, does he dare to run? He narrowed his slanted eyes, glancing towards the stables. Feng Guang, upon hearing this, immediately donned a sycophantic grin, the creases on his face bunching together. Indeed, you are most astute. He spoke while diligently brushing non-existent dust off Feng Buching and Appo's sleeves. At that moment, warm candlelight spilled from the intricately carved windows of the main house. Lu Fugue, holding a gilded wine jug, was pouring for Fu Yuyang. The fine pearwood furniture gleamed with a soft luster, and the corner display case showcased a few pieces of porcelain procured from the county. Standing out vividly in this remote village, 300 low-grade spirit stones. Fu Yuyang stroked the vine pattern on his wine cup, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. You are aware of the quality of this batch of blood spirit grass. The stalks are as thin as hemp rope. Lu Fugue and Appo's jowls quivered, the gold ring on his finger glinting ominously in the candlelight. Brother Fu, this year the righteous immortals are investigating quite rigorously. It is already a feat to cultivate these. He suddenly lowered his voice, adding, moreover, we must share some proceeds with Zhao San. The two exchanged glances, the tension palpable. Before Fu Yuyang suddenly burst into laughter. Very well. 300 it is. As he spoke, he retrieved a silk pouch from his robe, which appeared small yet contained 300 low-grade spirit stones, the clinking sound resonating as they landed on the redwood table. After several rounds of drinking, Fu Yuyang suddenly sighed. Brother Lu, your cultivation level is still stagnating? Lu Fugue paused, the murky wine reflecting his suddenly darkened expression. In the past, I was a peak first realm immortal, with a boundless future, but fate is unpredictable. I was injured by that beast in Sanxiong village. He downed a shot of strong liquor, his throat convulsing violently. To still hold on to this life is already a stroke of luck. Ah. Fu Yuyang clapped him on the shoulder. Look at this house. Who in the village wouldn't envy you? Wouldn't you agree? He glanced outside at the dimming sky, adjusting his satin collar as he stood. Brother, it is getting late. You should rest early. I shall return to the caravan first. Lu Fugue unsteadily rose. I will see you off. There is no need for that, Brother Lu. Fu Yuyang smiled and quickly declined, turning to leave. The moment he stepped outside, he instantly masked his smile. Lu Fugue, oh Lu Fugue, how could you utter 300 low-grade spirit stones? It appears you ought to convey some messages to those righteous immortals. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation had already been overheard by a maid trimming flowers next door. Time passed. Nearing the witching hour, all the lights in the village extinguished, and the tents of the caravan were securely closed. At this moment, Jiang Sun, seated amidst the hay in the stable, slowly opened his eyes. After several hours of cultivation, the first trace of spiritual essence had clarified significantly, nearing 30%. Meanwhile, the spiritual energy within him had been nearly depleted. Time was not abundant. It was time to retrieve that bag of spirit stones. Chapter 18. Seeking an audience with Fu Yuyang. The night was thick with darkness, the stable suffused with the scent of hay and livestock, mingling with the dampness of the night dew. Jiang Sun sat cross-legged on a pile of weeds in the corner, his eyes gently closed, breathing long and steady, a faint current of air circulating around him. His clothing was tattered and thin, his body marred with swelling and bruises. Yet it could not conceal the straightness of his spine, reminiscent of a sword not yet drawn from its sheath, silent yet sharp. As his practice came to an end, he slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, opening his eyes, a flicker of cold light passing through, only to quickly return to silence. Just as he intended to rise, the tip of his ear twitched suddenly. A faint creak of the wooden door echoed. Someone was cautiously pushing it open. Jiang Sun's gaze sharpened, his form instantly lowering, silently collapsing onto the pile of weeds, his breathing becoming even and prolonged, as if he had long been asleep. A sliver of moonlight seeped through the door crack, outlining a slender silhouette. It was a young girl, around 16 or 17 years of age, the maid Ji Huanyan from the Lu family. Her features were exquisite. Skin fairer than snow, and even clad in coarse fabric, her beauty could not be obscured. She walked barefoot, her steps nearly soundless, cradling a rough porcelain bowl filled with lukewarm gruel, atop which rested 2 coarse wheat cakes. Approaching Jiang Sun, she knelt down, gently placing the bowl beside him on the mound of grass. From her pocket, she retrieved a piece of bamboo paper and a small vial of ointment, setting them on the ground, her movements delicate, as if afraid of disturbing him. Moonlight illuminated her profile, casting fine shadows from her eyelashes. She gazed at Jiang Sun for a moment, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes, both compassion and hesitation. Ultimately, she merely sighed silently. rising to leave. Yet, at that very moment, an articulate hand suddenly grasped her wrist. Jiangsun had opened his eyes unbeknownst to her, his dark gaze sharp as a blade, fixated on her. Why? He rasped, his voice low and hoarse, as if it had not been used for ages, yet carrying an undeniable weight of inquiry. The girl stiffened but did not struggle, merely biting her lower lip, whispering, "You have been hungry all day, and your injuries." Jiangsun continued to stare at her, his fingers tightening slightly, yet he refrained from further action. The two faced each other in the dim stable, the air seeming to stagnate. After a long silence, he finally released her, coldly stating, "I do not require your pity." The girl withdrew her wrist, a faint red mark left behind. After a brief silence, she softly replied, "This is not pity." With that, she turned to leave, her figure swiftly blending into the night. Jiangsun's gaze fell upon the bowl of gruel and wheat cakes, his expression indifferent, unmoved. By now, he had grown accustomed to hunger, unwilling to accept anyone and Appos, as charity, save for the steward and Appos, as threats. However, just as he prepared to push the food away, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a yellowed piece of bamboo paper beneath the bowl, alongside a small green porcelain vial. Furrowing his brow, he reached for the bamboo paper, using the moonlight filtering through the wooden window to discern the crooked handwriting. "I know you are suffering. I am aware of what happened to your parents. They were wronged by Lu Fuguwei, as were my own. I also know that Lu Fuguwei is trading a plant called blood spirit grass with the caravan leader." Their conversation did not seem pleasant. As he finished reading, Jiangsun's fingers tightened slightly, the paper rustling softly in his grasp. His eyes remained cold, yet there was an almost imperceptible pause in his breath. He picked up the green porcelain vial, uncorking it to release a faint medicinal aroma. It was a quality wound ointment, far beyond what an ordinary servant could procure. "Ha!" He chuckled softly, his voice hoarse, tinged with irony. "What does this amount to? Pity? Sympathy? Or perhaps something more ulterior?" He gripped the vial tightly, his knuckles whitening. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps reached his ears from outside the stable, as if someone was lingering nearby. Jiangsun's expression hardened. Swiftly crumpling the bamboo paper, tucking the vial into his bosom, and resuming his position on the grass, feigning sleep, the wooden door creaked open again. Moonlight outlining the slender figure of the maid as she cautiously peered in, her gaze falling upon the untouched food, a flicker of disappointment crossing her features. She hesitated for a moment, finally sighing softly and turning to leave. "Stop." Jiangsun's voice pierced the darkness, cold and deep. The girl froze, her footsteps halting. "Who sent you?" Jiangsun slowly sat up, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixed firmly upon her. The girl bit her pink lip, not turning back, merely murmuring, "No one sent me." "Then what of the medicine and the note?" I just..." Her voice trailed off, growing quieter. "Didn't he want to see you die?" Jiangsun scrutinized her back, silent for a moment, then suddenly scoffed. "Do you believe that such trifling kindness can elicit my gratitude?" The girl finally turned around, the moonlight casting her face in soft illumination, her clear eyes meeting his with a mix of fear and defiance. "I do not need your gratitude," she replied softly. "I simply feel you should not rot away here." Jiangsun narrowed his eyes, as if assessing the authenticity of her words. After a prolonged silence, he coldly commanded, "Leave." Without further words, the girl turned and departed, her silhouette swiftly vanishing into the night. Jiangsun's gaze lingered on her retreating form, his expression inscrutable. After a long while, he looked down at the vial in his hand, his fingertips gently caressing its cool porcelain surface, ultimately clutching it tightly. "Survive? I shall certainly survive. But not for anyone's pity, rather, to ensure that those who caused my parents' demise pay in blood." Jiangsun gazed at the bowl of gruel and wheat cakes, his eyes deepening in intensity, and at last, he lifted the bowl, consuming the contents slowly, mouthful by mouthful. The night was as dark as ink. Not far from the stable, Feng Guang staggered out, adjusting his trousers. He belched drunkenly, suddenly squinting under the moonlight. A slender figure was hastily departing from the direction of the stable. "Ji Huanyan?" Feng Guang and Appos' drunkenness evaporated significantly, the flesh on his face twitching. He fixed his gaze on the girl's departing figure until her hem vanished around the corner. "Bah!" He spat a mouthful of phlegm onto the ground, jealousy igniting in his eyes. "When I sought to speak with you, you acted aloof, yet at midnight, you sneak off to meet this bastard." He cast a venomous glance towards the stable, his nails digging deep into his palm. "Tomorrow, I shall inform Steward Feng. Let us see how you meet your end." As for Jiangsun, he suddenly grinned, revealing a jagged set of yellow teeth, perfect timing to test out the newly acquired poison tongue grass. At that moment, the wind rustled through the treetops, producing a mournful sound. Jiangsun confirmed the surroundings were clear before dragging a bulging burlap sack from the depths of the thicket. The sack, damp with night dew, glimmered malevolently in the moonlight. He raised his gaze towards the direction of the merchant caravan. There, the bonfire had extinguished, leaving only the silhouettes of a few tents resembling a beast lurking in the darkness. The sack made a soft rustling sound as he dragged it along. As he approached the central luxury tent adorned with golden embroidery, a sudden symphony of swords being drawn resonated around him. 9 shadowy figures emerged from various directions, encircling him. "Halt!" The youngest of the guards lunged forward, his sword sheath blocking Jiangsun's chest. The iron-crafted sheath struck the boy's frail chest with a dull thud. Yet, Jiangsun remained unmoved, slowly lifting his eyelids. The moonlight shone into his pupils, reflecting not a glimmer of light, resembling two dry wells. I seek an audience with Master Fu in the dead of night. Jiangsun's voice was colder than the night breeze. The guard felt a shiver from Jiangsun's gaze, forcing himself to remain composed. The master does not receive guests during his resting hours. He deliberately drew his sword 3 inches, the cold light flashing across Jiangsun's neck. One more step, and it would be a matter of life and death. What if I insist on advancing? Jiangsun suddenly raised his voice, startling the night owl perched in the nearby tree. Seeking death, the black-clad guard shouted angrily, ready to draw his sword when the ornate curtain of the tent was suddenly lifted. A blend of sandalwood and mint wafted through the air, revealing Fu Yuyang. Draped in a pale moon-white nightgown, standing in the shadow of the lamp, a jade heart-protecting mirror gleaming softly against his chest. What commotion is this in the dead of night? He smiled warmly, though a flicker of surprise crossed his gaze as it swept over Jiangsun's tattered linen garment. Upon recognizing the writhing sack in the youth and Appo's hand, his eyebrows barely lifted. The black-clad guard quickly clasped his fists. My lord, this beggar. No matter. Fu Yuyang waved his hand dismissively, wearing a knowing smile. I share a fateful connection with this young brother. As the curtain was drawn back, a warm glow spilled forth like water. Inside the tent, the furnishings were opulent, a Persian carpet adorned with intricate vine patterns. Low tables with gilded incense burners emitting wisps of fragrant smoke. Most striking was the heavy black iron sword displayed on the west side's weapon rack. Its tassel strung with 7 skulls glimmering eerily in the candlelight. Please. Fu Yuyang casually seated himself on the white tiger skin cushion, plucking a candied fruit from the tea tray and popping it into his mouth, while the black-clad guard stood beside him. He absently wiped his fingers with a handkerchief. Young brother, might I have the pleasure of seeing what you carry in that sack? Jiangsun remained silent as he untied the sack. As the opening loosened, a strong scent of blood instantly permeated the entire tent. Chapter 19. A life for dead. As the burlap sack was unfastened, a pungent stench instantly permeated the tent. Fu Yuyang frowned slightly, his gaze falling upon the contents of the bag. Inside lay a few matted pelts of a wolf, several sharp claws, and a few bloodstained fangs. Materials from a wolf? Fu Yuyang chuckled lightly, his tone tinged with amusement. These are worth at most 3 inferior spirit stones. Little brother, you did not come to visit me in the dead of night merely for these trifles, did you? Jiangsun and Appo's expression remained impassive as he dropped the sack onto the ground, his voice low. I did not come solely to sell goods. Fu Yuyang and Appo's eyebrows arched slightly, a glimmer of interest flickering in his eyes. Oh, then what is your purpose? To borrow spirit stones, Jiangsun replied, locking eyes with him. 50 inferior spirit stones. Within 2 months, I will kill Lu Fuguwei, and we shall split the spoils evenly. Fu Yuyang was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. Kill Lu Fuguwei? You. He scrutinized Jiangsun, skepticism etched across his face. Although Lu Fuguwei was merely a mid-stage immortal, he was not a common mortal to be trifled with, especially with his household guards. What makes you think you can accomplish this? Jiangsun did not respond but slowly raised his hand, palm up. In the next moment, a faint white spiritual energy swirled around his fingertips, weak, yet undeniably present. Fu Yuyang and Appo's expression shifted, his smile fading. You possess a spiritual vein? Jiangsun nodded. Yes. Fu Yuyang narrowed his eyes, contemplating for a moment before suddenly grasping Jiangsun and Appo's wrist, his fingertip pressing against his pulse. A surge of spiritual energy flowed into Jiangsun and Appo's pulse but did not penetrate deep into his spiritual sea. After a brief moment, he released Jiangsun. A frown etched on his brow. Indeed, it is a spiritual vein, but of mediocre quality. Your cultivation speed is far too slow. Within 2 months, you may not even break through to a mid-stage immortal. How do you intend to kill Lu Fuguwei? Jiangsun withdrew his hand, his expression remaining calm, though a glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes. The speed of cultivation does not rely on talent but on resolve. Fu Yuyang stared at him before breaking into a grin. Interesting. He rose and strolled over to the bookshelf within the tent, casually pulling out a bamboo scroll, nonchalantly stating, 50 inferior spirit stones are not too much for me, but I am not a philanthropist. He turned to face Jiangsun, his gaze sharp. If you cannot kill Lu Fuguwei within 2 months, how do you plan to repay this debt? Without hesitation, Jiangsun replied, with my life. Fu Yuyang regarded him for a long while before suddenly bursting into laughter. Good. Quite ruthless. He returned to the table, retrieving a larger silk pouch from his sleeve and tossing it to Jiangsun. 60 inferior spirit stones. I will give you 10 more, adding the 2 from your materials. That totals 62. Should you succeed within the stipulated time, feel free to find me in Naming Town. If you fail, I shall come to claim your life or make you my servant. Jiangsun caught the pouch, its heavy weight causing his fingers to tighten momentarily. He met Fu Yuyang's gaze, his voice low. You will see the result. With that, he turned and lifted the tent flap, his figure swiftly disappearing into the night. Fu Yuyang watched him depart, the smile fading from his face, replaced by a deep contemplation. My lord, do you truly believe he can achieve this? Asked a black-clad guard nearby. Fu Yuyang rubbed the jade heart-protecting mirror in his hand, replying calmly, whether I believe it or not is inconsequential. What matters is, I saw confidence in his eyes, an unwavering confidence. The night deepened, and the stable was permeated with the damp scent of hay and earth. Jiang-sun sat cross-legged atop a pile of weeds, 15 inferior spirit stones neatly arranged beside him, faintly glowing in the dim light. He lightly tapped his fingertips, counting them with calm concentration. Excluding these 15, along with the savings left by his parents and the spirit stones borrowed from Fu Yuyang, he had 73 remaining. He murmured to himself, his voice as cold as steel. He bent down to push aside the weeds beneath his feet, revealing a pit that had long been dug. The bottom was lined with dry straw, and resting atop it was a bag containing spirit stones. As for the pouch given by Fu Yuyang, he had hidden it away, intending to return it later. Jiang-sun placed the stones inside, his movements cautious yet swift, as if burying some unspeakable secret. After covering it with soil, he restored the weeds, ensuring no trace was left. Time was of the essence. He settled back down, closed his eyes, and gradually regulated his breathing to become long and even. His aura grew dense, and the faint spiritual energy within his veins began to circulate, converging like a stream toward the spiritual sea in his abdomen. 5 hours passed quietly, as the first rays of morning light pierced through the stable's gaps. 14 pieces of dark, discarded stones lay scattered beside Jiang-sun, the final piece gripped tightly in his palm, its luster visibly dimming. Only 2 more were needed for the first spiritual talisman to take form. He opened his eyes, a flash of crimson glinting within them. This pace was not particularly fast. Compared to the scions of illustrious families, it was still worlds apart. Those individuals needed not rely on spirit stones, progressing to the first stage of immortality within a day. Not fast enough, he murmured coldly, retrieving 3 more spirit stones from the sack. With a flick of his fingers, the surface of the stones cracked, pure spiritual energy escaping like mist, which he inhaled completely. Within the spiritual sea, the energy surged continuously, coalescing toward the spiritual talisman suspended in the center. The initial patterns were as nebulous as fog, but as the spiritual energy poured in, they gradually solidified, ultimately transforming into a clear golden line that shimmered above the spiritual sea. It is done. Jiang-sun's eyes shot open, his pupils glowing with a fierce crimson. The power of early-stage ascension surged through his veins, sharpening his senses. He could hear the sound of dew dropping from leaves several paces away, smell the smoke mingling in the wind, and feel every inch of flesh within him greedily devouring the essence of heaven and earth. He glanced down at the last grayish-white discarded stone in his hand, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Rising, he walked toward the riverbank, casting the discarded stones into the water. The stones shattered the morning mist, creating ripples on the surface, which were quickly swallowed by the current. In the eastern sky, the fiery red sun began to tear through the clouds. Jiang-sun stood by the riverside, allowing the morning light to elongate and distort his shadow. Father, mother. He spoke softly to the void, his fingertips digging deep into his palm. It will be soon. The river wind tugged at his tattered sleeves, a hint of crimson spreading silently in his gaze. Returning to the stable, Jiang-sun dozed lightly atop the hay for just over an hour. As dawn broke, the sounds of footsteps from the servants reached his ears. He opened his eyes, the bloodshot veins still evident, yet his demeanor had returned to normal, as if the fierce resolve from the previous night had never existed. When Ma Yuanshan and Zhui Yuan entered, Jiang-sun was already awake, silently arranging the fodder. The two exchanged glances, saying little, each engrossed in their tasks. They were all too aware of Jiang-sun's predicament. Feng Guang kept a close eye on him, and anyone who got too close would inevitably face the whip. The trio worked swiftly, soon cleaning the stable, arranging the fodder neatly, and scrubbing the water trough until it gleamed. However, when Feng Guang sauntered in with his hands behind his back, his eyes scoured the corners like knives. "Why is there horse dung here?" he asked, kicking at a non-existent stain in the corner with his boot. Suddenly, he raised his whip and struck Jiang-sun's back. "Slacking off, are we?" The whip sliced through the air with a sharp whistle as Jiang-sun stumbled back a step, the old wound on his back reopening. He lowered his head, shoulders hunched, letting out a perfectly timed groan of pain. Seeing this, Feng Guang grew even more animated, striking him 3 more times until Ma Yuanshan, summoning his courage, offered a warm towel. "Manager Feng, perhaps you should wipe your hands. Humph, consider yourself lucky today." As Feng Guang coiled the whip back around his waist, he deliberately brushed past Jiang-sun and Appo's bleeding wound, making a throat-slitting gesture. "Tonight, I will inspect the saddle. If there is a missing copper nail." Jiang-sun nodded hurriedly, remaining silent, his lowered eyelashes concealing the fleeting crimson in his eyes. The air in Lu Fugui's sandalwood house was filled with a calming incense. Ji Huanyan knelt upon the brocade carpet, a loose strand of hair cascading beside her ear. She fixated on her tightly clenched fingers, hearing the sound of the teacup crashing heavily onto the table. Feng Guang remarked that he saw her running to the stable in the dead of night. Lu Fugui lifted her delicate chin with his smoking rod, questioning, "What? Have you taken a liking to that harbinger of death? Previously, when I summoned you to my chamber, you resisted fiercely. Had it not been for your modest beauty, I would have ended your life long ago." The jade ornament at Ji Huanyan and Appo's waist trembled lightly. She bit her lip, tasting the metallic tang of blood, yet remained silent. Suddenly, the smoking rod struck her face with a sharp crack. Ji Huanyan fell to the ground, her left cheek swiftly swelling with a red mark. Lu Fugui seized her collar, lifting her with surprising gentleness, his tone softening. "Should I catch you again?" He caressed the pulsing vein on her neck with his thumb, suggesting that the consequences would be far graver. Outside, the sound of shattered dishes echoed as the maidservant delivering tea dropped her tray in fright. Lu Fugui flung Ji Huanyan aside as one would discard a worn wreck. As the sunset painted the haystack crimson, Jiang Sun crouched by the riverbank, scrubbing the saddle. He mechanically repeated the motion, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the water and Appos' surface, where the reflection of a figure approaching from behind was cast. A medicinal vial rolled to his side. Jiang Sun did not lift his head, but the reflection in the water revealed Ji Huanyan's swollen right cheek, her lips stained with dried blood. Suddenly, Feng Guang's voice rang out from afar. Ji Huanyan hurriedly rose, only to hear Jiang Sun speak for the first time. "Thank you." She paused, a faint smile gracing her face before she hurriedly departed from the scene. Chapter 20. Ji Huanyan. The night was as dark as ink, thick enough to seem as if it could drip with moisture. The village had long succumbed to silence, even the guard dogs curled up in their nests, dozing. In the stable, Jiang Sun sat cross-legged atop a pile of hay, his stomach grumbling with hunger. Tonight he had only consumed a bowl of watery porridge, barely enough to reflect a shadow. Yet, it was certainly an improvement over yesterday and Appos' stinking pig slop. He exhaled slowly, closing his eyes in introspection. Above the sea of consciousness, the outline of the second spiritual symbol had become discernible, like runes gradually emerging from a fog, emanating a faint crimson glow. This achievement was hard-won, a result of his dedication to cultivation today, consuming 18 spirit stones in the process. However, he was still far from reaching the first realm of immortality. In the palm of his hand lay a pitch-black crystal, shimmering with an eerie light. This was a beast crystal extracted from the head of its song dog, its surface etched with intricate blood-red veins, pulsating as if alive. This afternoon, he had seized the opportunity while cleaning the saddle to discreetly inquire about its origins from Fu Yuyang. Beast crystal? Fu Yuyang and Appos' eyes narrowed, the emerald heart-protecting mirror glinting coldly in the sunlight. Little brother has quite the appetite for danger. This item is lethal. The answer weighed heavily on Jiang Sun's mind. Although it contained the essence of a beast, the risks of absorption were immense. Lightly, it could shorten one's lifespan. Severely, it could lead to explosive death, or even result in a soul backlash, transforming one into a half-beast monstrosity. For low-level immortals, the failure rate soared to 95%. Only those who walked the path of beasts could absorb it. If successful, one's meridians and potential would be significantly enhanced, but it would only last for 3 hours, and one's lifespan would still be compromised. Thus, unless in extraordinary circumstances necessitating a rapid boost in cultivation, most immortals utilized it as a material. Lost in thought, Jiang Sun and Appos' fingers suddenly clenched. The brittle sound of the crystal shattering echoed sharply in the silent stable, and the wild beast essence surged into his meridians like a flood breaking through a dam. His muscles tensed instantly, veins bulging, as if thousands of heated needles were coursing through his bloodstream. Within his inner vision, the beast essence transformed into phantoms of song dogs, snarling and rampaging through his meridians. Jiang Sun quickly mobilized his spiritual power to suppress them, attempting to drive them towards the 9 meridians gate. Initially, he could barely maintain control, but as the beast's souls adapted to the spiritual pressure, the situation spiraled out of control. One phantom suddenly reversed direction, lunging towards his heart. The excruciating pain caused Jiang Sun to see stars, a metallic taste flooding his throat. More phantoms began to scatter, some tearing at his liver, others gnawing at his lungs. He bit his tongue to stay conscious, yet despair washed over him as he realized his spiritual power was child's play against these beast souls. Is this how it ends? In a daze, he glimpsed the horrific scenes of his parents' demise. Suddenly, his heart thudded violently, akin to a slumbering beast awakening. The heart fused with the burial sky demon crystal pulsed with a vibrant red light, sending waves of crimson ripples through his body. The previously arrogant song dog phantom shrieked in terror, retreating as if confronted by a natural enemy. What is this? Jiang Sun was momentarily taken aback. Then a deep, resonant laughter erupted from him. The laughter grew louder, evolving into near-manic joy. Come on, Arin and Appos, do you here to kill me? Under the oppressive force of the burial sky demon crystal, the beast souls were driven to the 9 meridians gate, ultimately surging in like a tidal wave. In that instant, Jiang Sun's entire meridian network felt as though it had been seared by a branding iron. Beads of blood oozed from his skin, trickling from his orifices. He gripped the hay tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain, letting out a primal roar. After half an incense stick's time, the storm finally subsided. Jiang Sun slowly opened his eyes, the crimson hue in his gaze still present. Internally, his previously mediocre spiritual meridians had now thickened several folds, and the 9 major gates radiated a deep brown, with spiritual energy flowing like a surging river. He had reached the lower tier of the earth meridian. At that moment, Jiang Sun hesitated not a moment longer, seizing the nearby spirit stones and immediately commencing his cultivation. He wasted not a second, ravenously devouring the spiritual energy within. 1 stone, 2 stones, 3 stones. The pale blue spirit stones turned to ash in his palm, torrents of spiritual energy rushing into his meridians. For an ordinary cultivator, such a frenzied rate of absorption would shatter their meridians. Yet, at this moment, his meridians, having been temporarily elevated by the beast crystal, withstood the assault. 3 hours passed. And as the 14th spirit stone crumbled to dust, a shockwave erupted from Jiangsun's body, scattering the surrounding hay. Mid-stage of ascension, he slowly opened his eyes. The blood-red patterns in his pupils resembling a spider and Appos, web. Feeling the spiritual energy surging within him. A cold smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. The cultivation speed of the earth meridian quality was indeed extraordinary. However, his expression darkened almost instantly. This quality was merely temporary. It would dissipate in 3 hours. Furthermore, he glanced down at his pale hands, now covered with fine blood trails. This was the price of forcefully absorbing the beast crystal, costing him 5 years of lifespan. Outside the stable, a figure lurked furtively in the shadow beneath the eaves. Ma Yuanshan rubbed his sore eyes, muttering incessantly, "That scoundrel Feng Guang is sound asleep, leaving me here to feed the mosquitoes." The night breeze swept by, bringing a hint of chill. He looked up at the sky. The moon was already setting in the west. It was past the hour of the rat, surely. There would be no. Before he could finish his thought, his pupils constricted in alarm. In the moonlight, a slender figure cautiously approached the stable, holding a coarse earthen bowl filled with porridge and a piece of flatbread mixed with a bit of minced meat. It was Ji Huanyan. Ma Yuanshan's drowsiness vanished instantly. He had intended to report to Feng Guang immediately, but then reconsidered. Disturbing that fellow and Appos' dreams at this hour would surely earn him a scolding. Besides, he stifled a yawn and ultimately decided to report tomorrow. After all, Feng Guang had not specified a precise time. Inside the stable, Jiangsun suddenly opened his eyes. Despite his extreme weakness, his keen senses detected the familiar footstep. "What brings you here in the dead of night?" He forced himself to sit upright, his voice cold. Yet it could not mask his frailty. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating his blood-soaked face, rendering it particularly ghastly. The large pool of fresh blood on the hay was even more shocking. Ji Huanyan and Appos' steps faltered momentarily, but she soon resolutely advanced. "Leave," Jiangsun commanded sharply, triggering a violent fit of coughing that brought forth fresh blood. Blood seeped through his fingers, dripping onto the hay with a faint patter. "You're hurt." Her voice was as gentle as water, striking a stark contrast amidst the bloody atmosphere of the stable. "Do I need to repeat myself?" Jiangsun raised his head, the crimson tint in his gaze unyielding. When Ji Huanyan finally stood before him, the moonlight clearly revealed his grievous injuries. Blood trickled from his orifices. His complexion as pale as parchment, and his shirt soaked in blood. Heavens! She covered her mouth, her eyes instantly welling with tears. Ignoring Jiangsun and Appos' warnings, she hurriedly set down the food, intent on examining his wounds. "Don't touch me." Jiangsun swept his hand violently, but the force caused him to agitate his injuries. And another spurt of blood erupted. Ji Huanyan recoiled in surprise, but quickly gathered her courage to step forward. "You'll die like this." "What does that have to do with you?" Jiangsun's eyes glimmered with murderous intent, yet suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and his killing intent gradually faded. He spoke coldly. "Last night's incident has been discovered. Do you dare to come here? Do you want to die?" This statement fell upon Ji Huanyan like a bucket of cold water. She bit her lip and ultimately turned away in silence. Once she confirmed Ji Huanyan and Appos' departure, Jiangsun mustered the strength to deal with the scene. He cast the discarded spirit stones into the river and attempted to clean the bloodstains. But his energy was ultimately depleted, and he collapsed onto a pile of grass, darkness enveloping him. In a daze, he felt a gentle touch upon his face. As he opened his heavy eyelids, a delicate visage came into view, mere inches away. Ji Huanyan was softly wiping the blood from his face with a damp cloth, while a small wooden bucket nearby had already turned a pale shade of red from the water. "You." Jiangsun began to speak, but a slender jade finger pressed against his lips. "Do not move," Ji Huanyan whispered, her voice as soft as a feather. "Your wound may reopen." Her movements were incredibly gentle, as if fearing to inflict pain upon him. When her hand brushed the corner of his eye, their gazes inadvertently met. "Does it hurt?" she asked softly, her eyes brimming with concern. Jiangsun did not respond, only fixing her with a cold stare. This gaze made Ji Huanyan's cheeks flush, prompting her to quickly avert her eyes. After a prolonged silence, Jiangsun finally spoke. "Why do you help me?" Ji Huanyan paused, her hand momentarily stilled, and replied softly. "Because your plight resembles my own." Her voice trembled as she continued. "I once had a happy home. My father was the village teacher, and my mother excelled in embroidery. Until one day, my father went to the county town to buy books and never returned." Her fingers unconsciously twisted the cloth as she recounted. "Then Lu Fuguwei began to harass my mother. At this point, her voice caught in her throat. When she refused him, he sent people to forcibly take her away. My mother." A tear finally fell, landing on Jiangsun and Appos' cheek, warm and burning. She was about to jump into the river. Chapter 21. Opportunity. Jiangsun's fingers hesitated slightly, and the icy demeanor in his eyes softened a fraction. He gazed at Ji Huanyan and Appos' reddened eyes. The tears cascading onto his face seemed to carry a searing warmth, creating a fissure in his ironclad heart. After a moment of silence, he slowly raised his hand and gently wiped away the tear stains on her face. "Do not cry." His voice remained deep yet lacked the usual harshness. Tears could save no one. Ji Huanyan was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for his sudden gesture. She blinked, tiny droplets clinging to her eyelashes, shimmering softly in the moonlight. She opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words. Jiangsun withdrew his hand, only to have her gently grasp it. Your hand. Ji Huanyan looked at the wound on his palm caused by the demonic beast, her brows furrowing in concern. Do not move. The wound will reopen. She picked up a damp cloth nearby and carefully tended to his injury, her movements tender as if handling a fragile treasure. Jiangsun did not refuse but quietly observed her focused profile. Moonlight streamed through the gaps in the roof, casting delicate shadows on her long eyelashes. You should eat something. Ji Huanyan lifted the bowl of congee that had grown cold, hesitating before reaching for a meat pie. Shall I feed you? Jiangsun initially intended to decline, but upon seeing her anxious expression, he imperceptibly nodded. Ji Huanyan's eyes brightened, and she quickly tore off a small piece of the meat pie, bringing it to his lips. Jiangsun lowered his head to take it, their fingertips brushing against each other before swiftly parting. Is it good? She asked softly, her eyes filled with anticipation. Jiangsun chewed the bland food, nodding again, his voice low. Such a simple response elicited a genuine smile from Ji Huanyan. As night deepened, the two lay side by side on the haystack, gazing at the multitude of stars visible through the worn roof. When I was young, my father often took me to the river to watch the stars. Ji Huanyan reminisced softly, her tone laced with nostalgia. He said each star is a story, and the brightest one is my mother's eyes. Jiangsun turned his head, observing her profile adorned with starlight. Once, I sneaked off to play by the river and fell in, Ji Huanyan continued, a faint smile gracing her lips. My father was so anxious that he lost his shoes, and after he jumped in to rescue me, he caught a cold for half a month. The night breeze brushed past, bringing a hint of chill. Ji Huanyan unconsciously leaned closer to Jiangsun, their arms gently touching. Jiangsun did not withdraw. What about you? She turned her head, her curiosity piqued. When you were young. Before she could finish, she regretted her words. Under the moonlight, Jiangsun's gaze darkened instantly. I'm sorry, I shouldn't. It's fine. Jiangsun interrupted her, his voice calm. My father was a hunter. He often took me into the mountains to hunt. He paused before continuing. Once, we encountered a pack of wolves, and he hid me in a tree hollow while he led the wolves away. Ji Huanyan held her breath, gently grasping his hand. In that moment, Jiangsun also allowed his spiritual energy to flow into her meridians. Later he returned, covered in blood, yet he smiled and said he was fine. Jiangsun's voice grew softer. That was the first time I realized that people can lie with a smile. The night wind wailed, as if lamenting this past. Ji Huanyan's eyes reddened again, but she suppressed her tears, gripping Jiangsun's hand tighter, as if sharing in his pain. They lay there quietly, allowing the starlight to cascade over them. After a long while, Jiangsun abruptly spoke in a cold tone. Do not come here again. Ji Huanyan's body stiffened, disappointment clear on her face. Before long, I will take you away from here, he added, his voice resolute, leaving no room for refusal. Under the starlight, their gazes met, and Ji Huanyan bit her lip, replying softly, Just as Ji Huanyan was about to step out the door, she suddenly turned her head, feigning nonchalance. What is your name? Jiangsun, he replied coldly. I am Ji Huanyan. Knowing you has been the happiest thing for me during this time. With that, she walked away slowly. Jiangsun stood by the stable door, watching her retreating figure, the only hint of tenderness in his eyes reflecting the fleeting warmth of the past days. Since you are of celestial lineage, you should not remain in this small place. Nor should you accompany someone like me, a demonic cultivator. In the health preservation village, the morning mist had yet to dissipate, enveloping the entire village like a delicate veil, imparting an ethereal and mysterious aura. In this tranquil atmosphere, the merchant caravan that had lingered for 2 days had already packed their belongings and departed silently, leaving behind an empty campsite. Jiangsun slowly rose from the thicket, his figure appearing faint in the morning fog. He quietly stared at the bloodstains in the stable. The dark red marks seemed to narrate the brutality of the previous night. With an expressionless face, Jiangsun picked up a bucket and brush, meticulously cleaning the bloodstains in the stable. His movements were swift and practiced, as if he had long grown accustomed to such tasks. After clearing the blood, Jiangsun entered the room and changed into another set of worn linen clothes. The bloodied garments he had disposed of the previous night left no trace behind. His actions were quick and decisive. However, the chill in his eyes was darker than ever, concealing an infinite coldness. At that moment, a coarse voice suddenly shattered the morning tranquility from outside the courtyard. Jiangsun, Ma Yuan Shan, Zhui Yuan, get out here. It was Feng Guang's voice, brimming with his usual arrogance and domineering presence. Jiangsun expressionlessly set down the pitchfork in his hand and slowly walked out of the stable. In the morning light, Feng Guang stood with hands on his hips, wielding a whip that cracked sharply in the air, emitting a crisp sound. His eyes glimmered with a sinister light, evidently harboring animosity towards Jiangsun and the others. Behind Feng Guang stood Ma Yuanshan and Zhui Yuan, their heads bowed, afraid to meet Jiangsun's gaze. Clearly intimidated by Feng Guang's command, Feng Guang narrowed his eyes, a cold smile tugging at his lips as he said, the ryegrass in the stable is finished. You three, go to Songnan Mountain and fetch some back immediately. His tone left no room for discussion, clearly issuing an order. Jiangsun's gaze flickered slightly, his heart instantly comprehending the situation before him. He realized this was likely a trap aimed at him, and the informant was certainly among them. Yet, everything aligned with his intentions. Finally, this opportunity has arrived, Jiangsun inwardly smirked, having anticipated this day. Songnan Mountain lay shrouded in mist, the rugged paths hinting at countless secrets and dangers. Jiang Sun walked unflinchingly at the forefront, his step steady and resolute. Following him were Ma Yuanshan and Zhui Yuan, both appearing somewhat uneasy. Meanwhile, Feng Guang, with his whip in hand, leisurely trailed behind, a cunning glimmer in his eyes, clearly plotting something. Move faster. What are you dawdling for? Feng Guang suddenly barked, his whip striking Jiang Sun's back with a sharp crack, leaving a vivid scarlet mark. Jiang Sun's step faltered. He slowly turned around, his gaze as frigid as ice, locking onto Feng Guang. Feng Guang felt a tremor in his heart under Jiang Sun's stare, but quickly regained his composure, sneering as he said, "What? Are you not satisfied?" With that, he swung his arm violently, ordering Ma Yuanshan and Zhui Yuan, attack. Ma Yuanshan and Zhui Yuan exchanged a glance, a trace of hesitation flickering across their faces. However, under the pressure exerted by Feng Guang, they slowly advanced, preparing to confront Jiang Sun. Jiang Sun, you brought this upon yourself by getting involved with others. You cannot blame me for what is to come. A sinister smile crept across Ma Yuanshan's face, as if he reveled in the impending confrontation. In contrast, Zhui Yuan appeared somewhat meek, his hands trembling slightly, betraying his anxiety about the actions he was about to undertake. He stammered, "Jiang. Brother Jiang, I'm sorry." Meanwhile, Zhui Yuan had already raised his fist without hesitation, poised to strike Jiang Sun fiercely. Yet, in stark contrast, Zhui Yuan hesitated, unable to bring his fist down, as if bound by some unseen force. "Zhui Yuan, what are you doing? Get in there and hit him." Feng Guang, witnessing the scene, erupted in fury, bellowing at Zhui Yuan. With that, Feng Guang drew from his pocket a sinister-looking plant, entirely black and ominous. The edges of its leaves were lined with sharp barbs, rendering it exceptionally menacing and fearsome. Chapter 22, Carnage Jiang Sun. Soon you shall taste its flavor. Feng Guang spat venomously, his eyes brimming with malice and hatred. He steadily followed behind Zhui Yuan and Zhui Yuan, inching closer to Jiang Sun, standing resolutely. Jiang Sun's obsidian eyes fixated on the trio approaching him. His expression betrayed no fear. Instead, a chilling, bone-deep smile graced his lips. "In the village, I may endure you." Jiang Sun and Apos' voice was low and frigid, echoing as though from the depths of hell, but on the mountain. Before he could finish, Jiang Sun's right hand shot up, blood energy surging from his palm like boiling magma. In an instant, the sanguine essence coalesced into a blood-red sword, forged from the fabled burial heaven demon crystal. "What are you?" A flash of sword light erupted, and the first to charge, Ma Yuanshan, had his head severed from his body. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering across Zhui Yuan's face. He stood frozen, pupils dilating in shock, yet before he could comprehend, the blood crystal sword had pierced his throat. With a sickening squelch as the blade withdrew, Zhui Yuan clutched his gushing neck, collapsing to the ground. Disbelief etched across his features. Immortal. Immortal. Feng Guang, paralyzed with terror, gazed at Jiang Sun, his legs giving way as he knelt. The poisonous herb he clutched falling from his trembling hands. His body, devoid of control, turned to flee like a frightened rabbit. But the overwhelming fear had left him utterly soaked, an acrid stench permeating the air. Jiang Sun, observing this, allowed a cold smile to play upon his lips. A powerful surge of blood energy erupted beneath him, enveloping his form like a raging torrent. Instantly, he darted forth, a specter of speed. Blood fist step. With a commanding shout, his velocity surged, his right hand coiling with blood energy, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving the night sky. In mere moments, he had flanked his opponent, delivering a devastating blow. Crack. The sound of bones fracturing echoed as Feng Guang, an ordinary man, felt his right arm twist grotesquely under Jiang Sun's overwhelming strength, bones piercing through flesh, blood spraying in all directions. His screams reverberated through the forest, a chilling wail that sent shivers down the spine. "Ah, spare me. Immortal, spare me." Feng Guang writhed on the ground, tears and snot mingling in his anguish. "I was wrong. I truly know my mistake. I shall never dare again." Emotionless, Jiang Sun regarded Feng Guang, slowly lifting his foot to rest upon his chest. The blood crystal sword, like a venomous serpent, poised its icy tip against Feng Guang and Apos' throat. With the slightest pressure, it would puncture through. Regarding Ji Huanyan, "It was you who leaked the secret, wasn't it?" Jiang Sun's voice was cold and merciless, reminiscent of a demon from the abyss. "Yes, it was I." Feng Guang trembled like a leaf, his pallor resembling that of parchment. "I am a beast, not human. I shall never dare again. Please, spare my life. I swear. I will never reveal you are an immortal. Please." Before he could finish, a flash of crimson cold light severed his head as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. Brain matter and blood erupted like a fountain, splattering the ground in a horrific display of gore. Jiang Sun observed this scene with an expressionless visage, as though it were merely an everyday occurrence. The tip of his sword dripped with fresh blood, glinting ominously in the sunlight. "What user oaths? I trust the dead more." Jiang Sun and Apos' voice was devoid of warmth, a chilling echo of a malevolent spirit. Without hesitation, he plunged the sword tip into Feng Guang and Apos' heart. A soft squelch followed as it effortlessly pierced his chest. As the blade withdrew, a dark red mist erupted from the wound, Feng Guang and Apos' lifeblood. Jiang Sun skillfully channeled this essence onto his sword, converting it into blood fiend essence. This energy flowed down the blade and into Jiang Sun, ultimately stored within his heart. Having completed this, Jiang Sun did not pause. He swiftly rifled through Feng Guang and Apos' possessions, unearthing 2 low-grade spirit stones and 3 shards of spirit stones, though of inferior quality. They constituted a significant treasure for Jiang Sun. Next, he employed the same method on Ma Yuanshan and Zhui Yuan's remains, transforming their lifeblood into blood fiend essence and extracting 6 shards of spirit stones from their bodies. Indeed, forcibly utilizing first-tier immortal techniques drains my essence significantly, Jiang Sun mused. Glancing at the spirit stones in his hand, merely employing blood fist step consumed nearly half of my spiritual energy. Nonetheless, he paid little mind to this. His gaze shifting to the 3 lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground, his expression growing ever colder. It is time to erase all traces, Jiang Sun muttered to himself. His tone as casual as if discussing the weather, utterly oblivious to the brutality of his impending actions. He first dismembered the corpses in a grotesque manner, then, without hesitation or pause, he sped towards the mountainside. By the stream halfway up the mountain, a wild dog was leisurely drinking. Suddenly, it sensed a faint rustle and raised its head warily. Yet, before it could discern the situation, a jagged stone struck its nose with the swiftness of lightning. A woo! The wild dog yelped in pain, its eyes turning crimson with rage and hostility. Snarling, it lunged at Jiang Sun without hesitation. Seeing this, Jiang Sun turned to flee. Though swift, he could not match the wild dog's speed. During the pursuit, he deliberately slowed his pace, allowing the beast to inflict nearly 10 deep gashes upon him. This was not without reason. He understood that returning to the village unscathed would arouse suspicion. Thus, he opted for this method to mask his true state. Before long, Jiang Sun successfully lured the wild dog to Feng Guang and Apos' corpse, the headless body lying on the ground, reeking of blood. The sin ignited the dog and Apos' primal instincts, and it pounced upon the corpse, ravenously tearing into it. Jiang Sun stood by, observing coldly. He meticulously scanned the scene until the 3 corpses were utterly unrecognizable, leaving no trace behind, before quietly departing. The morning mountain breeze wept as it swept by, lifting his hair, as if mourning for this silent slaughter. Chapter 23. The Southern Ming sect. Not long after Jiang Sun's figure vanished into the depths of the dense forest, a young man clad in azure robes, seated in meditation on a stone platform in the midsection of Songnan Mountain, suddenly opened his eyes. He furrowed his brow, straining to listen. The piercing scream he had just heard, though fleeting, had not escaped his keen senses. The scent of blood. His nostrils quivered slightly, and a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. The man appeared to be around 19 years old, with a handsome visage that radiated a sharp brilliance. Dressed in a long robe of deep azure, the collar embroidered with the cloud pattern emblem of the Songming sect, he bore a 3-foot-long sword on his back, its sheath ancient, with a subtle glow of spiritual light circulating around it. With a swift movement, he darted forth like a gentle breeze, treading lightly on the branches and leaves, quickly arriving at the scene. What greeted his eyes was a large, malevolent dog. Its head bowed as it tore into the scattered remains of flesh strewn across the ground. The stench of blood was overwhelming, having already stained the earth a dark crimson. The creature sensed the approach of another and lifted its head abruptly, shards of meat clinging to its fangs, its blood-red eyes glinting with savage ferocity. Vile beast. The young man scoffed coldly, his hands forming rapid seals, the tips of his fingers shimmering with spiritual energy. Azure wind spike. Whoosh. A deep white spiritual energy spike coalesced from thin air, hurtling towards the canine's head. The beast reacted swiftly, its body twisting to evade, the spike grazing past its ear and piercing a tree trunk behind it. Roar. Enraged, the creature, having just feasted, was now filled with ferocity. It lunged, limbs propelling it like an arrow straight at the azure-clad youth. Overestimating oneself, the man smirked disdainfully, raising his right hand. With a clear ringing sound, the long sword at his back was drawn forth. Azure windsword dance. The sword hovered before him, vibrating lightly, its spiritual light surging. In an instant, the blade multiplied into 15, creating illusory sword shadows that whirled around him, forming a fierce whirlwind of blades. Thud, thud, thud. The beast leapt into the air, unable to evade in time, and was instantly shredded by the blades. Flesh and blood flew, the creature's howls abruptly silenced. When the sword shadows dissipated, all that remained was a heap of mangled flesh, not a single whole bone to be found. Too weak, the young man sheathed his sword, shaking his head as if he had merely crushed an ant. He approached the disfigured corpse, crouching to examine it closely. He raised an eyebrow, brushing aside a piece of flesh to reveal a clean cut beneath this wound and a shriveled heart. His gaze sharpened as he inspected several more areas, his expression darkening. This was deliberate. He chuckled coldly, a glint of ice flashing in his eyes. Such audacity to commit murder beneath the Songming sect's mountain. Could it be the malevolent spirits of the Earth Demon Tree? He stood up, dusting off non-existent dirt from his hands, casting his gaze toward the village shrouded in morning mist at the foot of the mountain. No need to rush. It seems I must first inquire at the Yangsheng village. With that, he moved with the swiftness of a gentle breeze toward another direction down the mountain. When Jiang Sun returned to Yangsheng village, his body bore countless wounds. The daylight nearing dusk, he deliberately let the dog's claw marks mar his entire form, blood soaking through his tattered hemp robe, leaving dark red footprints in the muddy ground with each step. His breathing was labored, his complexion pale as a ghost, yet deep within his eyes lay a chilling calm. Phone. Steward phone. He stumbled into the front yard of Lu Fugue's home, his voice weak to the point of being nearly inaudible. Something has happened. Feng Buqing, who had been reprimanding a servant, turned in surprise. The sight of Jiang Sun, drenched in blood, caused his brows to knit together. Though suspicion weighed heavier in his mind. Behind the steward, Ji Huanyan and Appos, as heart seemed to skip a beat, the teacup clattering to the ground. Upon seeing the shredded hemp robe on Jiang Sun's back, a gash from his right shoulder diagonally down to his waist oozing blood, an inexplicable ache gripped her heart. Yet, as a mere servant, she felt powerless to act. What is going on? Feng Buqing inquired coldly. Manager Feng and the others. Jiang Sun coughed violently, spitting blood. In Songnan Mountain, we encountered the Song dog. Ma Yuanshan and Zhui Yuan were bitten to death on the spot. Manager Feng tried to save me, but his voice cracked as if overwhelmed with grief, yet beneath his lowered eyelids. His gaze remained as icy as steel. Feng Buqing squinted, scrutinizing Jiang Sun from head to toe, though this usually taciturn horse servant was now covered in wounds. Something felt amiss. He stepped closer, suddenly pressing his hand against Jiang Sun and Appos, a shoulder wound. Ah! Jiang Sun cried out in pain. His body trembling violently as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Feng Buqing's gaze bore into his eyes, his fingers pressing down firmly, causing even more blood to flow from the wound, dripping along his fingers. But Jiang Sun merely gritted his teeth in endurance, his eyes revealing nothing but agony. Humph. Consider yourself fortunate. Feng Buqing finally released him, wiping the blood from his garments. With Feng Guang dead and the village chief lacking manpower, you will temporarily oversee the stables. Thank you, steward. I will do my best. Jiang Sun forced a smile. Ji Huanyan, standing behind Feng Buqing, clutched her clothing tightly, her nails digging into her palm. Watching Jiang Sun and Appos, as pallid face, her heart ached, but she dared not show it, biting her lip until the metallic taste of blood filled her mouth. The following morning, a figure clad in azure, Yi Xiao, stepped into Yangxing village. His movements were light yet exuded an invisible pressure, the Songming sect's token at his waist glinting coldly in the sunlight. It's a celestial being from Songnan Mountain. Why have they come to our village? Is something significant about to unfold? Yet, even so, there was no cause for alarm. The celestial beings would surely protect them. The villagers parted ways, whispering among themselves. The arrival of the Songming sect in their humble village was indeed a moment of great concern. Lu Fugue, with a beaming smile, approached, the jade pendant on his golden belt jingling. Yi Xiao gave him a fleeting glance. Lu Daoyu, 3 corpses have been discovered at the foot of Songnan Mountain. Are they from your village? Lu Fugue's heart skipped, cold sweat dripping down his back. Though the other referred to him as an equal, the power backing him was immense, compelling Lu to respond with a smile. His immediate thought was of the collusion with Fu Yuyang and the illicit sale of blood spirit grass, his legs trembling slightly. Corpses? He feigned calmness, turning to Feng Buqing beside him. Did anyone go up the mountain today? Feng Buqing quickly stepped forward, bowing. Indeed, esteemed immortal. We dispatched 4 individuals yesterday to gather black ryegrass, but only one returned alive, claiming to have encountered its Song dog. Oh? Yi Xiao's gaze sharpened. Where is that individual? Inside the stable, Jiang Sun, having spent the night recovering with healing medicine, found his injuries less severe. As dawn broke, he was bent over, tending to the fodder. He had sensed the unfamiliar aura approaching, yet his actions remained unchanged, intentionally making his breathing seem weak and erratic. You are the sole survivor? A chilling voice resonated from behind. Jiang Sun slowly turned, encountering a young man in azure robes, standing with his hands clasped behind him, his handsome features framed by sharp, piercing eyes. Yes, I am Jiang Sun, honored immortal. He hunched slightly, his voice hoarse. Yi Xiao did not miss the unnatural tremor in Jiang Sun's arm as he bowed, a sign that his weakness was not merely due to injury. That Song dog? Yi Xiao suddenly smiled coldly. What kind of Song dog could kill 3 robust men yet allow a severely wounded individual to escape? Jiang Sun lowered his head, his expression subtly shifting. He did not anticipate that the other party would become suspicious so swiftly, yet his voice remained filled with trepidation at that moment. We scattered and escaped, and I, a mere wretch, was fortunate enough to. He raised his gaze. Yi Xiao and Appos' voice was not loud, yet it emanated an irresistible authority. As Jiang Sun slowly lifted his head, the instant their eyes met, Yi Xiao was taken aback to find no signs of anomaly within Jiang Sun's gaze. Extend your right hand. I wish to ascertain the condition within you. Should you refuse, I shall take your life. Yi Xiao regarded Jiang Sun with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor devoid of menace. Chapter 24, Blood Essence. Jiang Sun and Appos' heart was engulfed in trepidation, his right hand trembling slightly as though burdened by an insurmountable weight. After a tumultuous internal struggle, he resolved to extend his hand slowly. Observing this, Yi Xiao smiled faintly, extending 2 fingers to gently press against Jiang Sun's pulse. Instantly, a stream of deep white spiritual energy flowed from his fingertips into Jiang Sun and Appos' body. However, as the energy permeated deeper, Yi Xiao and Appos' brow furrowed in growing disappointment. He had anticipated detecting some anomaly within Jiang Sun, yet the reality left him disillusioned. In his perceptive probing, Jiang Sun revealed no trace of spiritual veins. He appeared to be nothing more than an utterly ordinary mortal. Could it be that I misjudged? Yi Qixiao pondered silently, questioning whether the perpetrator had ever set foot in the health village. With this thought, Yi Qixiao's expression relaxed slightly, the corners of his mouth lifting into a gentle smile as he addressed Jiang Sun. I apologize. It seems I have misunderstood you. However, I still wish to inquire if you noticed any suspicious individuals during your escape. Jiang Sun and Appo's heart tightened momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure, adopting a contemplative demeanor. He took a while before slowly responding. Let me think. Oh, right. Initially, I separated from them to gather black barley grass. And when I found them again, they had been dismembered. I think I saw a figure. Yes, that figure resembled Dr. Zhao San from our village. Zhao San. Dr. Zhao, thank you for your information. Yi Qixiao murmured the name, his brows slightly knitting in contemplation. He then bowed respectfully and took his leave. Jiang Sun stood at the stable and Appo's entrance, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Qixiao and Appo's receding silhouette. The facade he had crafted began to peel away like a mask, eventually replaced by a chilling smile. He mused to himself. So it is. Zhao San has been absent from the village these past few days, venturing out to seek the blood spirit grass and Appo's nourishment, which consists of the flesh and blood of mortals, with younger blood being more potent. With this realization, a cruel smile crept upon Jiang Sun's lips. Once the disciple from the southern Ming discovers Zhao San's absence from the village, suspicion will surely arise. Let him investigate. Once he uncovers the truth about the blood spirit grass, a fierce battle is inevitable. As for me, I need only to bide my time and reap the benefits. While Jiang Sun reveled in his cunning plans, Yi Qixiao's figure had vanished entirely. Only then did Jiang Sun lower his gaze, focusing on the location of his heart. He stared intently, as if he could see through his clothing to the burial sky demon crystal that fused with his heart. This crystal was key to deceiving Yi Qixiao successfully. A couple of days prior, upon reaching the mid-stage of ascension, a vague memory from his inheritance had sharpened just enough, revealing details related to the burial sky demon crystal. By utilizing a small amount of spiritual energy to activate the crystal, combined with a special mental technique, he could maintain the hidden essence technique. This technique, derived from the crystal, allowed him to conceal all traces of his presence, including his spiritual sea and veins. This explained why the results of Yi Qixiao's tests indicated he was merely a mortal. Zhao San, do not disappoint me, Jiang Sun murmured, a cold curvature forming at the corners of his mouth. He turned and retreated to the dim corner of the stable, where the weeds lay thick. Sitting cross-legged, he concentrated his thoughts, meticulously sensing the blood essence stored within his heart. Upon investigation, he was astounded to discover that the blood essence transformed from the slaughtered Song Go and the 3 others amounted to a total of 10 drops. This quantity should suffice for me to experiment with its effects, Jiang Sun mused. According to the information he had received from his inheritance, the blood essence served multiple purposes. It could enhance meridian quality, aid in improving cultivation, and rapidly restore both spiritual energy and injuries. Indeed, it was a remarkable elixir. With this in mind, Jiang Sun hesitated not for a moment, promptly mobilizing the blood essence stored in his heart. As he focused his mind, a drop of blood essence surged forth like a crimson bolt of lightning, swiftly merging into the indistinct third spiritual symbol hovering above his spiritual sea. In an instant, a sweet metallic taste flooded Jiang Sun and Appo's mouth, as though his entire being were drenched in blood. Simultaneously, a searing sensation erupted from his abdomen, akin to a blazing inferno spreading throughout his body. Jiang Sun could not suppress a muffled groan, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Though the demonic inheritance was immensely powerful, each training session felt akin to walking on the edge of a blade, where the slightest misstep could lead to utter destruction. Yet, Jiang Sun did not falter in the face of this excruciating pain. Gritting his teeth, he bore the suffering, persisting with determination. As seconds ticked by, the third spiritual symbol began to tremble violently, its original golden hue gradually tinged with a faint crimson. At that moment, the once indistinct and indecipherable spiritual symbol began to solidify at an observable pace. It appeared as if an unseen force was at work, refining the blurred outline into clarity, as though an invisible hand meticulously sculpted this treasure. However, such miraculous transformation came at a cost. As the spiritual symbol rapidly formed, Jiang Sun was suddenly seized by an unbearable wave of agony and burning sensations. This torment felt as though a multitude of ants were gnawing at his flesh, or as if he were engulfed in flames, nearly intolerable. Nevertheless, Jiang Sun did not relent. Clenching his jaw, he endured the excruciating pain, compelling the spiritual symbol to continue its formation. Finally, through sheer effort, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and the relentless pain and burning sensation began to recede like the ebbing tide. Slightly relieved, Jiang Sun wiped the blood from his lips, contemplating. This speed is acceptable, but such a method of absorption indeed inflicts considerable harm on the body. Moreover, the crux lies in the fact that this approach cannot be employed frequently. Otherwise, it could lead to irreparable damage. As these thoughts occupied his mind, a sudden inspiration struck him. What if I were to infuse the blood essence into a spirit stone? What effects might that yield? Once this notion took root, it ignited a fervent blaze within his heart. Jiang Sun was a person of action, and without hesitation, he resolved to explore this new idea. He selected 10 from the 41 remaining spirit stones, concentrating his energy to channel the blood essence within him. A drop of black blood essence, drawn by an irresistible force, ascended from his heart, ultimately gathering in the palm of his right hand. Jiang Sun gazed at the drop, determination flickering in his eyes. Drawing a deep breath, he swiftly grasped a pale blue low-grade spirit stone with his left hand, his gaze resolute. With palms facing inward, he tightly held the spirit stone and blood essence together, commencing his attempt to fuse them. Chapter 25, The Resurgence of Malice in the Darkness. Jiang Sun and Apos' hands trembled slightly, a strange red glow seeping from the palms pressed together. The drop of blood essence moved across the surface of the spirit stone like a living creature, gradually staining the originally pale blue stone with dark red patterns that spread through the crystal-like veins. An astonishing metamorphosis was occurring within that stone. The once murky crystal became as translucent as blood jade, with dark light swirling within. Even more astonishing was that when Jiang Sun attempted to absorb it, the surging spiritual energy was intertwined with a bloodthirsty aura, accelerating his absorption nearly threefold compared to merely drawing energy from the spirit stone. Yet, with this surge came a sudden explosion of brutal killing intent in his mind. Countless bloody images flashed through his mind. Feng Guang's severed head, Zhui Yuan's pierced throat, the torn flesh of the wolf. Each scene intensified his desire for slaughter. Ultimately, this overwhelming bloodlust was suppressed deep within, manifesting as a fleeting crimson glint in his eyes. Indeed, this method not only allowed his body to endure but also significantly enhanced his cultivation speed. Now, with 8 more drops of blood essence remaining, he had ample enough to merge with 8 spirit stones. However, suppressing this intense desire for massacre was not a sustainable solution. He needed to find an opportunity to unleash it. A cold smile graced Jiang Sun and Apos' face as he began to merge the remaining 8 drops of blood essence. In the afternoon at the Health Preservation Village, sunlight slanted through the window of the village chief Lu Fugui's wooden house. Yet it could not dispel the chilling and oppressive atmosphere within. Ji Huanyan stood below, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her hemp garment, her lowered eyelashes obscuring the emotions in her eyes. Lu Fugui sat in his grand chair, his plump fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest, his gaze fixed on her with a sinister glare. After a long pause, he let out a cold laugh and said slowly, "I heard you went to the stable to see that boy again the night before last?" Ji Huanyan stiffened but remained silent, pressing her lips together. Seeing this, Lu Fugui's facial flesh trembled, his voice suddenly darkening. "What's wrong? Gone mute? Or do you think my temper is so good that I can tolerate your repeated defiance of my orders?" She continued to remain silent, her fingertips trembling slightly. Lu Fugui narrowed his eyes, a sudden grin revealing his yellowed teeth. "Very well, since you care so much for that boy, I shall offer you 2 choices." He slowly rose, pacing to stand before her, his foul breath wafting over her face, reeking nauseatingly. Either, his coarse fingers pinched her chin, forcing her to look up. "Come to my room tonight and serve me well. If you make me comfortable, I shall not only allow you to deliver food to him daily, without missing a single meal, but I might even reward him with a few shards of spirit stones, so he can avoid some beatings." Ji Huanyan and Apos' pupils constricted, her face turning ashen. Or, Lu Fugui leaned close to her ear, lowering his voice like a venomous snake. "I can have Bei and Yoli drag Jiang Sun out right now and beat him to death. Then I will tell you that it was because of you that he died, because you were ungrateful, because you disobeyed my orders." As the words fell, Ji Huanyan trembled, her eyes brimming with tears. She bit down hard on her lip, her delicate hands clenched until blood seeped from her palms. Finally, she closed her eyes, her voice barely audible. "All right. I agree." Lu Fugui laughed heartily, patting her face with satisfaction. "That's more like it. Those who recognize the times are the true heroes." Soon after dinner, in the bedroom, Lu Fugui lay naked on the bed, gazing at Ji Huanyan, who had just washed up and stood by the bed, clutching a white cloth. A lascivious grin spread across his corpulent face. Ji Huanyan remained silent, quietly unraveling the white cloth, revealing her snow-white body as the fabric fell. Lu Fugui and Apos' eyes glinted greedily, his throat bobbing as he swallowed hard. The bed curtains fell, obscuring the scene within, leaving only the vague outlines of 2 figures. Half an hour later, Ji Huanyan lay on the bed, her eyes wide open, staring blankly at the ceiling. Silent tears streamed down her face, pooling on the bed. That night, the snow fell silently. As night descended, the stable was filled with the scent of hay. Jiang Sun lay on a pile of weeds, expressionless, eyes half closed, his chest rising and falling slowly, resembling a cold corpse. Outside the window, the sparse starlight shone, and the distant mountain silhouettes loomed like colossal beasts, silent and oppressive. After a day of secret cultivation and the consumption of 9 drops of blood essence, the third spiritual symbol above Jiang Sun's spiritual sea had taken form. Having broken through to the late stage of the ascension realm, his speed was still considered slow compared to those favored by the heavens. After all, this stage was not yet fully the path of cultivation. However, he was left with only 26 spirit stones, which weighed heavily on his mind. Having just concluded his cultivation, dark red lines faintly appeared beneath his skin, coiling around his arms like venomous serpents. He slowly raised his hand, gazing at those patterns. a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. At that moment, the sound of footsteps approached, shattering the night and Amp, Appo's, tranquility. Jiangsun and Amp, Appo's, gaze sharpened, and he instantly concealed his presence. Rolling to his feet, he moved with the swiftness of a leopard but, upon standing still, slightly hunched his back, adopting a respectful and humble demeanor. As if the previous intensity had never existed, the wooden door of the stable was gently pushed open, moonlight pouring in like water, outlining two figures. Ji Huanyan walked in front, holding a coarse porcelain bowl filled with steaming rice, topped with a few slices of vegetables and 2 chunks of fat meat. Her fingertips trembled slightly, and the bowl and Appo's rim was smeared with oil, evidently hastily brought. Behind her, Feng Buqing stood with his hands clasped behind his back. A meaningful smile on his lips, his gaze slithering between Jiangsun and Ji Huanyan like a venomous snake. Jiangsun, this is your dinner, Ji Huanyan said softly. Her voice as light as willow fluff in the wind, nearly inaudible. She lowered her head, unable to meet Jiangsun's eyes, merely extending the bowl toward him. Jiangsun reached out to take it, the tips of his fingers brushing against hers, cold as if she were a corpse. Seeing this, Feng Buqing sneered. His voice dripping with mockery yet laced with a threat. This bowl of rice is not easy to come by. Ji Huanyan sacrificed her purity for you. These words struck Jiangsun and Amp, Appo's heart like a dagger. Ji Huanyan and Amp, Appo's body trembled violently, her face turning pale. She bit her lip hard, her eyes reddening. Yet she stubbornly held back her tears. Jiangsun and Appo's fingers tightened abruptly, the porcelain bowl creaking under the pressure of his grip. His pupils constricted, the bloodlust in his gaze nearly breaking through his facade. The bloodthirsty aura within him surged violently, the dark red lines beneath his skin writhing like living creatures, as if on the verge of bursting forth. But ultimately, he slowly relaxed his grip, emotionless as he accepted the bowl. His voice cold as ice. I do not require your assistance. After a pause, he added, this is the last time. Ji Huanyan and Amp, Appo's shoulders trembled slightly, the light in her eyes dimming bit by bit. She opened her mouth as if to say something but ultimately turned and walked away in silence. Feng Buqing chuckled with satisfaction, patting Jiangsun on the shoulder, saying meaningfully, enjoy this precious meal. With that, he followed Ji Huanyan out, their footsteps gradually fading. Once more, silence enveloped the stable. Jiangsun gazed down at the bowl in his hands, the aroma of the food wafting to his nose, yet it churned his stomach. His fingers turned white as he clenched them tightly, the coldness in his eyes slowly replaced by fury. Lu Fugue, he whispered, the suppressed killing intent in his voice nearly palpable. Outside the window, a cold wind swept through, stirring a few fallen leaves. Jiangsun slowly raised his head, looking up at the starry sky, the bloodlust in his eyes intensifying. You all must die. Chapter 26. The demonic cultivator Zhao San as night descended. The tranquil village of Yangsheng was enveloped in a serene stillness. At the village and Amp, Appo's edge stood a solitary wooden cottage, resembling a lone golden rooster standing tall. This little abode was distant significantly from the other thatched huts, as if its owner reveled in solitude, cherishing this isolation from the world. However, near this humble dwelling, a figure lurked quietly in the shadows. This specter was as elusive as a wraith. Without careful observation, one could hardly discern his presence. The person concealed in darkness was Yi Qingxiao of the Songming sect. As moments ticked by, Zhao San approached slowly from a distance. His steps appeared heavy, as if burdened by some profound concern. Upon reaching the cottage, he abruptly halted, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Zhao San's gaze swept across the area, detecting no anomalies. He let out a quiet sigh of relief, then silently removed a blood-red ring from his finger, tucking it into his garment. The ring glimmered faintly under the moonlight. Just as Zhao San prepared to enter the cottage, Yi Qingxiao observed this action. Blood-flesh ring, Yi Qingxiao murmured inwardly, his pupils contracting sharply, his expression turning cold. Clear wind stab. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Qingxiao swiftly formed hand seals, exclaiming softly, and a streak of azure light shot forth like lightning, aimed directly at Zhao San. Simultaneously, with a flick of his wrist, the sword at his back flew into his hand as if animated by life itself. Grasping the sword, he launched himself towards Zhao San with the swiftness of an arrow, his momentum formidable. Zhao San's pace faltered slightly. He immediately sensed the intense threat. Without time for contemplation, he swiftly sidestepped to evade. However, the speed of the clear wind stab was astonishing, pursuing him relentlessly. Zhao San barely managed to roll to escape this lethal strike. Who goes there? He bellowed, his voice echoing through the night, tinged with fear and anger. His eyes widened as he sought to discern the identity of the figure charging towards him. Upon recognizing Yi Qingxiao's attire, his complexion soured further. A member of the Songming sect? How could he know my identity? A foreboding sense washed over him, as though danger loomed ever closer. His brow furrowed, eyes sharp. He quickly deduced that this might escalate into a life-and-death confrontation. Without hesitation, Zhao San summoned the poison-based celestial arts within him, bracing for the impending attack. He inhaled deeply, muttering incantations, his hands forming a complex seal before his chest. Corrupted bone poison mist. With a fierce shout, a torrent of thick black poison mist erupted from his sleeves. This noxious cloud swirled like a dark tempest, rapidly enveloping an 8-zhang radius. Within the mist, distorted ghostly faces flickered, remnants of souls poisoned to death. These apparitions traversed the fog, emitting chilling wails that sent shivers down one's spine. Zhao San's figure became indistinct within the toxic haze, cleverly using it as a cover, awaiting his adversary's next move. On the other hand, Yuqi Xiao regarded the encroaching poison mist with a hint of disdainful amusement. He clearly felt no fear of the toxins, perhaps even underestimating them. Rather than plunging directly into the fog as Zhao San anticipated, he opted for a more cautious approach. He circled the mist, employing the wind listening technique to amplify his hearing to its utmost, listening intently for any movement within the toxic shroud. Before long, Yuqi Xiao successfully pinpointed Zhao San's exact location within the poison mist. A confident smile graced his lips as he prepared to strike. Furious wind slashes, he shouted, and his sword gleamed with a vibrant azure light as he unleashed a flurry of dozens of strikes, sending forth 10 arcs of verdant sword energy towards Zhao San's position with astonishing speed. Zhao San felt a flicker of surprise upon realizing that his opponent could accurately locate him even in such a treacherous environment. Yet, this astonishment was fleeting, quickly replaced by a cold smile. Enveloped in the green poison mist, his vision remained sharp as an eagle's, fixating on the incoming sword energy. Undaunted, Zhao San activated the 1,000 spider poisonous hands technique, transforming his hands into claws as dark as ink, oozing with a purple-black toxin. This venom was no ordinary substance. Once it touched the skin, it would swiftly spread in a web-like pattern, inflicting excruciating pain. Instead of retreating, Zhao San charged towards the sword energy, wildly slashing with his claws. In an instant, claw shadows intertwined, colliding fiercely with the green sword energy. The clang of metal rang out, sparks flying. Remarkably, Zhao San managed to withstand the majority of the sword energy and Appo's assault, successfully neutralizing 9 of the strikes with his claws. However, one blade slipped through, grazing Zhao San and Appo's shoulder and leaving a deep wound. Blood gushed forth, mingling with the purple-black toxin, creating a grotesque spectacle. Heh, you possess some skill. Zhao San sneered, observing the figure of his opponent wavering in the mist, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. At the moment Yi Qingxiao's foot landed on solid ground, Zhao San suddenly roared, "Blood plague insect, explode." In that heartbeat, a tremendous explosion erupted beneath Yi Qingxiao's feet, as if the ground had been detonated. Accompanied by this heart-stopping blast, countless shattered blood-colored insect eggs scattered like raindrops, unleashing a swarm of blood plague insects. These creatures surged forth like a torrent, overwhelming Yi Qingxiao. It turned out that Zhao San had preemptively buried these blood plague insects long ago, just in case. Although taken aback by the sudden onslaught, Yi Qingxiao's reaction was swift. He vanished in a flash, employing his celestial technique, Clear Wind Steps. This technique allowed him to dart through the swarm like a gust of wind, narrowly evading the ferocious attacks of the blood plague insects. Yet, despite his skilled maneuvering, some cunning insects managed to latch onto him, burrowing into his flesh. In an instant, Yi Qingxiao felt a searing pain, as if 1,000 needles pierced his body simultaneously. To make matters worse, an unbearable itch emanated from the points of entry, rendering him nearly incapacitated. Even more alarming was the realization that the spiritual energy within him was being voraciously siphoned by these insects, compounding his predicament. Yi Qingxiao's expression darkened considerably, gritting his teeth. He waved his right hand, and a medicinal pill shot forth from his ring like a meteor, landing directly in his mouth. This pill, evidently potent, transformed into a cooling medicinal force upon entering, barely staving off the insects and Appo's assault on his body. However, Yi Qingxiao was acutely aware that this was merely a temporary measure. Should he fail to eradicate these blood plague pests in the near term, their harm would escalate, ultimately plunging him into an irretrievable abyss. After much contemplation, Yi Qingxiao resolved to confront the issue head-on rather than retreat. He charged directly into the swarm, seeking a decisive confrontation with these detestable blood plague creatures. These insects were remarkably fragile. Had it not been for the element of surprise, he would not have suffered any injury. Now, in a direct assault, he swiftly cleared them away in mere moments. Emboldened by his initial success, he boldly stepped into the noxious miasma. Although his vision was obscured, his keen auditory skills, coupled with his exceptional ability to discern sound, allowed him to quickly pinpoint Zhao San's silhouette. The two figures crossed paths, their swords and claws clashing incessantly, sending sparks flying and resonating with a metallic clang. Zhao San, who was not particularly adept in close combat, began to falter as the battle progressed. In stark contrast, Yi Qingxiao grew increasingly fierce, his sword strikes becoming ever more rapid. The reason for this was his invocation of a celestial technique known as the sword activation method. This technique empowered the sword cultivator to become more valiant with each engagement. The more grievous the wounds sustained, the sharper the attacks became, and the longer the battle endured, the more formidable his combat prowess grew. The two figures danced within the toxic haze, one pursuing, the other retreating. Given the limited expanse of the green miasma, Zhao San found himself unable to maneuver effectively and was compelled to withdraw from its confines. Damn it, this is truly maddening. Zhao San and Appo's expression darkened further. He had not anticipated such an aggressive fighting style from his opponent, charging through his own poison to strike back, truly the mark of a reckless brute. Chapter 27, The Poison Puppet. After creating some distance, Zhao San's fingertips flickered as he swiftly unleashed his celestial magic, the bomb worm. A series of pale green lights shot forth from his fingers, resembling miniature bombs, hurtling towards the pursuing enemies behind him. However, Yuqi and Appo's agility was extraordinary, like a wraith. He darted through the air, effortlessly evading Zhao San and Appo's onslaught. Those once formidable bomb worms now flitted aimlessly in the air, ultimately exploding and raising a cloud of dust. Witnessing this, Zhao San felt a weight in his heart. He hadn't anticipated that his ranged attack would be evaded so easily. And he realized that over half of his spiritual energy had been depleted in this exchange. This adversary was formidable, clearly a mid-stage celestial being. Yet his energy consumption was alarmingly swift. If this continued, he would inevitably be worn down. Zhao San pondered to himself. Yet he suspected that his opponent had also succumbed to a potent poison and could not endure for long. It seemed that the outcome of this confrontation would hinge on who could withstand the test of endurance. At that moment, Yuqi suddenly let out a cold laugh. Ah. So you practitioners of the demonic path can only flee. What a disappointment. Hearing this, a surge of fury welled up within Zhao San. He gritted his teeth, muttering curses under his breath. Nevertheless, despite his anger, he did not halt his flight. Instead, he continued to flee while resolutely producing 3 flesh and blood puppets from his cloak. These 3 grotesque figures, upon being cast to the ground, began to swell and expand. In the blink of an eye, they had grown to the size of young men. Their bodies radiating a sinister blood-green hue, reminiscent of creatures emerging from a mire, instilling terror in those who beheld them. Their forms were entirely decayed, exuding a nauseating stench. Their visages horrific, with claws glinting ominously. They charged like lightning, pouncing towards Yuqi, effectively blocking his path. These poison puppets were Zhao San and Appo's trump card. A secret weapon forged from immense time and effort. Seizing the moment as Yuqi was obstructed, Zhao San swiftly distanced himself and came to a halt. Controlling the poison puppets required immense focus and concentration. Any lapse could result in losing control over them. Thus, Zhao San was entirely engrossed in maneuvering the 3 puppets. Launching a ferocious assault on Yuqi. Caught off guard by the sudden onslaught of the 3 puppets, Yuqi found himself retreating repeatedly, utterly helpless against their ferocity. Clearly at a disadvantage. A moment's carelessness could lead to his demise. Yet, Zhao San remained vigilant, tightly gripping a green token, his full concentration directed towards it. This token was the key to commanding the puppets. Losing control over it would spell disaster. At this critical juncture, a figure emanating a crimson aura appeared silently behind Zhao San, like a specter. Before Zhao San could react, a blood-red crystalline sword pierced through his back, accurately striking his heart. His pupils dilated in horror, as if confronted with an unspeakable terror. His body trembled involuntarily, unable to fathom the reality before him. Slowly, he turned his gaze to the person behind him. The figure was clad in the humble garb of a servant, with an unremarkable appearance, indeed, rather ordinary. His expression was devoid of emotion, resembling a stagnant pool, yet his blood-red eyes glimmered like a demon risen from a sea of corpses, sending chills down Zhao San's spine. It's you. Zhao San's voice quivered with shock and confusion. Why? Before he could finish, Jiang Sun mercilessly wielded the blood crystal sword, converting Zhao San's vital essence into blood energy. In an instant, Zhao San's heart felt as though it had been drained of life, rapidly withering. The once beating organ now lay lifeless. With his heart and Appo's vitality sapped, Zhao San and Appo's body crumpled to the ground, life swiftly ebbing away, and he passed into silence. Zhao San's demise did not mark the end of the battle. On the contrary, the 3 poison puppets, bereft of their master's control, erupted into a frenzied state. They attacked Yuqi with the fury of wild beasts. Under the relentless assault of the puppets, Yuqi appeared increasingly beleaguered, suffering more wounds as blood gushed from his injuries. Moreover, the potent poison from the puppets exacerbated his condition, rendering him weak and feeble. Yuqi understood full well that, given his current state, overcoming the 3 puppets was nearly impossible. He realized he might not escape this ordeal, yet he refused to resign himself to fate. Instead, he resolved to unleash his final technique, Clear Wind Sword Whirl. Drawing a deep breath, Yuqi summoned all his inner strength, channeling it into the sword in his hand. In that instant, the sword seemed to come alive, hovering before him, the blade shimmering with a brilliant emerald light. With a fierce cry, the sword split into 15 identical shadowy blades, swirling around him and forming an impenetrable vortex of cutting edges. At that moment, 2 of the puppets, driven by madness, charged recklessly forward, disregarding their own safety in their relentless advance. Yet, despite their fervor, they could only withstand for a brief moment before being cleaved into countless pieces, debris scattering everywhere. However, Yuqi and Appo's situation was equally dire. The poison and Appo's insidious effects began to manifest visibly. Blood seeped from his facial features, and his once pale skin turned a sickly green, a horrifying sight. Additionally, something seemed to writhe beneath his skin, with occasional blood vessels bursting forth. A clear indication of the blood plague worms at work, compounding his distress. The Clear Wind Sword Whirl he had previously summoned began to show signs of dissipating after the fierce clash with the puppets. Just as Yuqi grappled with the gravity of his predicament, a more astonishing transformation occurred. The 2 shattered puppets began to move eerily, their fragments seemingly animated. slowly converging towards the remaining intact puppet. In a blink, these fragments melded seamlessly with the surviving puppet. The newly fused puppet grew larger and stronger, its emerald eyes glowing with renewed vigor, as if imbued with fresh power. It's him. He is indeed a practitioner of the demonic path. Yi Xiao shouted in fury while encircled by the sword whirl. His face was as pale as death, a mix of bewilderment and rage flooding his expression. For he had finally recognized Jiang Sun, the one who had slain Zhao San, now standing nearby, coldly observing the unfolding chaos. Jiang Sun's expression was impassive as he rested his sword beside him, a drop of blood falling from the tip onto the ground. The realm of celestial beings was indeed extraordinary. Either of these two adversaries was beyond his capacity to contend with. Yet, in this moment, what could they do against him? He merely watched as Yi Xiao was besieged by the newly empowered puppet, a spectator to the unfolding carnage. The clashing sounds echoed with relentless intensity, reminiscent of an epic symphony. In the midst of the relentless clashing sounds, the 15 swords of the sword's spin dissipated as swiftly as meteors, leaving behind but a scant few. In this heart-stopping moment, Yu Qingxiu momentarily lost his focus. Yet, this fleeting lapse proved to be his fatal error. The green venomous puppet astutely detected this flaw, and without hesitation, its menacing claws tore through Yu Qingxiu's serene sword whirl, arriving behind him with the swiftness of lightning. A sharp crack echoed as Yu Qingxiu's head burst like a crushed watermelon, blood and brain matter erupting in a gruesome fountain, painting a scene of chilling horror. Before the splattered remnants could settle, the puppet's suddenly elongated tongue snatched them up with the ferocity of a hungry tiger. Evidently, the puppet relished this delicacy, emitting a series of gluttonous gurgles from its throat. Having dispatched Yi Qingxiu, the puppet and Apos, S attention swiftly shifted to Jiang Sun, who lingered not far away. Chapter 28. Surviving the peril, her emerald eyes glimmered with a covetous light, arms stretched wide as if to embrace Jiang Sun tightly. With a piercing roar, the venomous puppet charged toward Jiang Sun like a frenzied beast. Yet, in the face of this ferocious adversary, Jiang Sun remained remarkably composed. With a leisurely flick of his sword, he deftly dislodged the green token from the hands of Zhao San and Apos' lifeless body. In a flash, his left hand shot out like lightning, securely grasping the token. Ah, venomous puppet, submit to me. A subtle smile graced Jiang Sun's lips, radiating confidence. He initially believed that acquiring this token would grant him effortless control over the puppet. However, as he attempted to manipulate it with his will, he was met with an overwhelming resistance. Frowning, he soon realized that Zhao San and Apos' lingering consciousness was embedded within the token. This formidable presence rendered Jiang Sun incapable of commanding the puppet effectively. To truly dominate this creature, he must first eradicate Zhao San's influence. Unfazed, Jiang Sun let out a cold laugh. A mere puppet devoid of intelligence dares to threaten me? He had already devised a brilliant strategy to counter the oncoming puppet, to flee. Without a moment and Apos' hesitation, Jiang Sun turned and sprinted toward the outskirts of the village. To retreat inward would surely attract attention, and if Lu Fugui and other disciples of the Tsangming sect arrived, his identity as a practitioner of dark arts would seal his doom. Drawing the puppet outside the village was the wisest course of action. With all three puppets now fused, their power surpassed that of a celestial being, while Jiang Sun had only recently attained the late stage of the celestial realm. Engaging in combat would yield less than a 30% chance of victory. To recklessly confront the foe knowing one would lose is the epitome of foolishness. A strategic retreat was prudent. Once he amassed sufficient strength to surpass his opponent, he could strike back. Blood fist step. With a fierce shout, Jiang Sun and Apos' speed surged like lightning, creating a Tinjong gap between him and the puppet. However, just as he exhaled a sigh of relief, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The puppet erupted in a thick plume of green smoke, as if a verdant volcano within it was violently erupting. Concealed within this haze, the puppet's speed exponentially increased, racing toward Jiang Sun like a streak of green lightning. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them shrank from 10 zhang to a mere 3. This terrifying velocity left Jiang Sun no time to react. At that critical moment, the puppet executed a startling maneuver. It suddenly crouched low and launched itself like a cannonball, positioning itself merely 2 zhang away from Jiang Sun. Run! Jiang Sun and Apos' heart raced with panic as he swiftly changed direction and continued to flee. He understood that he could not afford to be intercepted by the puppet. The consequences would be dire. From the outset, Jiang Sun had tirelessly employed his spiritual power to erase Zhao San and Apos' consciousness from the token. This was an exceedingly arduous task, given that Zhao San and Apos' cultivation level was significantly higher than Jiang Sun and Apos', thus his will was inherently stronger. Despite Jiang Sun and Apos' relentless efforts, the results were underwhelming. Thus far, he had expended 30% of his spiritual energy, yet Zhao San's imprint remained largely intact. Furthermore, after using the blood fist step, his spiritual energy had dwindled to 50%. The puppet seemed to sense Jiang Sun and Apos' intentions. Its growing impatience was evident as it altered its approach. No longer pursuing in a straight line, it crouched low to the ground, resembling a fierce leopard, ready to pounce with a deceptive posture. This time, the puppet moved even faster, its form akin to a wraith, elusive and hard to grasp. Jiang Sun fled desperately, his heart pounding like a drum. beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The token floated between his hands as if enchanted, and he dared not let his guard down. He concentrated intently, gradually infusing his spiritual energy into the token, striving to eliminate the lingering imprint. In this harrowing moment, he once more unleashed the Bloodfist step, his figure darting like a specter, narrowly avoiding several lethal strikes. However, as his ethereal movements neared their conclusion, Jiang Sun and Appo's speed suddenly plummeted. As if he had lost all momentum, his body felt heavy and sluggish, rendering him incapable of dodging the puppet's attacks with his previous agility. At this moment, he could distinctly sense the chilling wind rushing toward him, the very breath of death drawing near at an alarming pace. The life and death crisis surged like tumultuous waves, intensifying to the point where his heart nearly ceased to beat. Just as the puppet and Appo's sharp, ghostly claws were mere inches from his head, Jiang Sun experienced a sudden, intense throbbing in his heart. This was the first time the buried heaven morning crystal reacted so violently after merging with his heart. A faint breath escaped from his palm. And remarkably, the formidable will attached to the token was obliterated in an instant. Jiang Sun immediately recognized this change, without hesitation. He clutched the token tightly and unleashed his consciousness into it like a torrent. Return to your true form. With his furious declaration, a powerful force erupted from the token, surging directly toward the puppet. The puppet and Appo's body trembled violently, as if struck by a powerful blow, instantly losing all strength. In the blink of an eye, it shrank dramatically, ultimately transforming into a diminutive, blood-red doll that thudded against the back of Jiang Sun and Appo's head. Jiang Sun halted abruptly, slowly turning to gaze at the now harmless doll lying on the ground. Observing this puppet, which had once posed a life-threatening danger, reduced to such a pitiable state, a triumphant smile crept across Jiang Sun's face, followed by raucous laughter. Ha ha ha, what a marvelous heaven morning crystal. With this puppet, my forthcoming endeavors will undoubtedly benefit immensely. With utmost care, Jiang Sun lifted the doll, treating it as an invaluable treasure. Without a second thought, he dashed toward the location where Zhao San and Yu Qishao were engaged in combat, secretly calculating the potential spoils he might glean from the fray. Before long, a dilapidated wooden cabin came into view, permeated by a faint stench of blood. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Sun noted two bodies sprawled haphazardly nearby, one of which had lost its head, rendering the scene grotesquely tragic. At that moment, his keen eyes caught sight of another figure approaching from a corner of the village. Furrowing his brow, he swiftly concealed himself in the nearby shadows. It didn't end Appo's take long for Jiang Sun to recognize the individual, a young woman, approximately 20 years of age. With a strikingly delicate appearance, her healthy wheat-colored skin and alluring curves exuded an air of grace, clad in modest yet slightly finer linen attire. Her simplicity only accentuated her ethereal elegance. Upon closer observation, he realized that this woman was Zhang He's childhood companion from the village. A smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth, and a glint of red flickered in his eyes. So it is Su Lingling. Jiang Sun inwardly cursed. Your childhood friend Zhang He is truly a good person, yet he put in considerable effort to slander my parents. With this thought in mind, Jiang Sun decided to temporarily avoid Su Lingling, quietly taking a detour. Meanwhile, Su Lingling, who had initially planned to visit Zhang He, found her attention suddenly drawn to two lifeless bodies lying on the ground as she passed by, recently suffering from a cold. Su Lingling and Appo's congested nose prevented her from detecting the overwhelming stench of blood nearby. Additionally, standing at a distance obscured her view of the corpses, intensifying her curiosity and confusion, compelling her to approach the bodies with cautious steps. When Su Lingling finally discerned the horrific state of the deceased, her pupils dilated in shock, and her body trembled involuntarily. Instinctively, she raised her hand to cover her mouth and nose, fear surging like a tidal wave within her. She wished to scream, but found her throat constricted, silencing her voice. Her legs felt as though they were laden with lead, making each step agonizingly difficult, her body quaking from sheer terror. As she began to retreat step by step, she stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. At that moment, a gentle voice suddenly reached her from behind. Are you all right? To Su Lingling, this voice was like a beacon of light in the darkness, akin to a drowning person grasping for a last lifeline. It brought a semblance of calm to her numbed mind. Summoning every ounce of strength, she slowly turned her head, as though each slight movement required immense energy. Finally, she succeeded in looking towards the source of the voice. Her face, already delicate from fear, now appeared as fragile as porcelain, fixated on the newcomer. However, what awaited Su Lingling was not the rescue or relief she had hoped for, but a hand, like a steel clamp, tightly gripping her throat. The strength in that hand was suffocating, rendering her breathless. Her eyes widened in terror as she gazed at the indifferent face and blood-red eyes of the person standing before her, Jiang Sun. Indeed, he possessed a certain charm. The corners of Jiang Sun's mouth curled into a faint, ambiguous smile, devoid of warmth. But your timing is rather unfortunate. Had you arrived half an hour later, you would not have met such an early demise. His voice was disturbingly calm, as if discussing an ordinary matter rather than the life and death of a person. Su Lingling and Appo's body trembled with fear as she desperately attempted to pry Jiang Sun and Appo's hands away, but they remained steadfast, unyielding as iron clamps. Her complexion paled increasingly, tears cascading down her cheeks like a breached dam, and she pleaded pitifully, Please, don't kill me. I can give you anything, even my body. Jiang Sun's eyes revealed no emotion. Suddenly, with a fierce grip, his right hand tightened around Su Lingling's throat like the claws of a demon. A sharp crack echoed as Su Lingling and Appo's neck was brutally broken, her body slumping lifelessly, eyes wide open, unable to close in death. No need to rush. Jiang He will soon join you. Chapter 29. Spoils. Jiang Sun gazed impassively at the lifeless female corpse at his feet. His expression unchanging as he clutched a deep green token in one hand and a toxic puppet in the other. Toxic puppet, you shall be my sustenance today. He casually tossed the puppet aside and focused his intent on the token. In an instant, the diminutive puppet expanded dramatically. Now a colossal figure. The toxic puppet loomed as large as 3 adults entwined, resembling a mobile emerald hill, exuding a palpable sense of pressure. Its limbs were thick and elongated, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath it. Sharp claws adorned its fingers and toes, glinting with a chilling sheen, as if they could effortlessly rend asunder anything in their path. The puppet's skin was coarse and riddled with the scars of time and toxins, bearing signs of decay, with chunks of putrid flesh hanging limply and greenish-red pus oozing from its wounds, issuing a nauseating stench. Its head hung low, eyes glowing with a ghostly green light, reminiscent of 2 sinister flames that radiated boundless malevolence. Its enormous maw gaped wide to the roots of its ears, filled with jagged fangs, as if poised to devour all living beings whole. Upon its emergence, the toxic puppet knelt before Jiang Sun without hesitation, as if recognizing its master. Jiang Sun could not help but marvel. What a perfect weapon of slaughter. His words were laced with admiration for the puppet. With a mere thought, he commanded the puppet to lunge hungrily toward the corpse of the female. As it moved, the puppet swayed unnaturally, each motion exuding a bizarre, distorted quality. The ground bore witness to its passage, marked by streaks of greenish red, evidence of its rampage, striking to behold. The puppet swiftly descended upon the female corpse, its claws easily shredding Su Lingling's attire. In an instant, her voluptuous, curvaceous body was laid bare before Jiang Sun, the warmth still lingering in her flesh presented without reservation. Strangely, 2 red handprints adorned her posterior. Yet, Jiang Sun regarded her enticing form with indifference, his focus entirely consumed by the sound of the puppet feasting upon flesh. Listening to the hair-raising crunching, a wicked smile crept across his face. He then approached the nearby corpse of Zhao San. Zhao San's body had long since grown cold, devoid of life. Jiang Sun crouched slowly, scrutinizing Zhao San's remains, seemingly in search of something of value. His gaze fell first upon a blood-red ring that had rolled beside Zhao San's lifeless form. In the dim light, the ring emitted a strange, alluring aura, as if concealing some unknown secret. The ring was crafted from an unidentifiable dark material, its surface etched with winding, twisted runes that seemed to writhe, as if alive. Atop it sat a blood-red gem, resembling a frozen knife filled with congealed blood, radiating an eerie chill. A storage ring? Jiang Sun pondered as he gazed at the crimson ring on the ground, hesitating out of fear of unforeseen consequences should he pick it up. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately resolved to retrieve it. The moment his fingers brushed against the ring, a familiar aura of intent became more pronounced, and he immediately realized that it too contained Zhao San's essence. Jiang Sun attempted to channel his spiritual energy to unlock the ring and inspect its contents. Yet no matter his efforts, the ring remained firmly sealed as if bound by an overwhelming force. The only way to access its treasures would be to erase Zhao San's intent. However, Jiang Sun did not feel surprised or disheartened, after all. This was well within his expectations. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to linger. He carefully stowed the blood-red ring in his possession and resumed his search for other items. His gaze swept quickly across Zhao San and Appo's body, leaving no potential hiding place for treasures overlooked. At last, he discovered a small black cloth pouch at Zhao San's waist. This pouch, no larger than a palm, appeared unremarkable yet emanated a soft, ethereal glow that commanded attention. Intrigued, Jiang Sun picked up the pouch and examined it closely. Its texture was peculiar, resembling neither leather nor fabric, rough to the touch but surprisingly durable. The pouch was deep brown, with slightly curled edges, as though shaped by countless caresses over time. A slender cord threaded through the opening, adorned with intricately woven fabric, bore traces of Zhao San's essence as well. Gently pulling the cord, the pouch's opening began to yield, revealing its interior. As the cord released, curiosity mingled with a hint of confusion at what lay inside. Jiang Sun cautiously extended his hand, only to encounter a peculiar repulsive force. Although the pouch appeared ordinary, upon opening, it revealed an abyss of darkness, as if it led to another realm entirely. Indeed, this object was known as the Void Pouch, a first-tier storage artifact, containing a space of 1 zhang, equivalent to 33 meters. Its interior resembled an independent microcosm, dark and tranquil, capable of housing myriad objects. When items were placed within, they would seamlessly merge into the shadows, as if embraced by this wondrous space. After his attempts yielded no results, he gently lifted the pouch and tucked it away. Remarkably, it retained its lightness, as if it were but a feather, unaffected by the vastness of its contents. The Void Pouch stood as a silent guardian, dutifully bearing its master and Appo's secrets and treasures, capable of methodically storing whatever was placed within, safeguarding that which was uniquely theirs. Having secured these 2 items, Jiangsun conducted a thorough search once more, finding no further valuables. With a slight wave of his right hand, a surge of crimson energy erupted, instantly transforming into a blood crystal sword. With a swift motion, Jiangsun plunged the sword into Zhao San and Appo's heart. As the essence of life flowed through him, he harvested a total of 13 drops of blood essence. Yet, he was not finished. He activated his blood body technique, watching as Zhao San's corpse visibly shriveled, the blood within being extracted rapidly. The blood body technique was a first-tier spell that enhanced one's physical form through the absorption of blood from living beings, primarily boosting strength, with other benefits being secondary. His prior consumption of dog blood had yielded a modest enhancement to his physical prowess. However, the blood of a first-tier immortal would prove significantly more effective, augmenting his strength by nearly 20 pounds, with minor improvements in other aspects. After completing this, Jiangsun did not attend to the body but instead extended his spiritual energy into Zhao San's spiritual sea. Zhao San's spiritual sea had already collapsed due to his demise, leaving behind a solitary imprint of a magical seal. The so-called magical imprint is formed when an immortal masters a spell. It embeds itself within the depths of the spiritual sea, also known as the source of the Tao. Only through this process can these spells be etched into their consciousness, ready for use whenever their spiritual energy permits. However, upon physical death, most of these imprints dissipate, occasionally leaving 1 or 2 behind. Thus, immortals could draw them into their own bodies, where they would linger in the spiritual sea until fully comprehended and realized, at which point they would merge into the vast ocean of the Tao within the spiritual sea. Without excessive hesitation, Jiangsun directly infused the ethereal green mark of the Tao into his body, storing it outside his spiritual sea. As for comprehension, that would have to wait until a safer environment presented itself. He then approached the headless disciple of the Tsangming sect not far away. Jiangsun crouched down slowly, drawing closer to the corpse. His movements were swift and decisive, as his nimble fingers deftly rummaged through the garments of the deceased, meticulously searching every conceivable nook for hidden items. However, after a rapid search and probing with his spiritual energy, he found only 2 items of slight value, contrary to his hopes of uncovering something more significant related to the Tao mark. Among the discoveries was a pale blue ring, remarkably similar to one he had previously found, emanating the same aura of Yi Qingxiao's consciousness, which could not be easily opened to reveal its contents. Jiangsun did not feel disappointment, for this acquisition was already quite substantial by his standards. He carefully secured the ring and subsequently absorbed the Tao mark into his being. With a thought, blood surged from his hand, and the blood crystal sword manifested like a ghost in his grasp. Without hesitation, he plunged the sword into the heart of the corpse. As the blade penetrated, the transformation proceeded seamlessly, and by the end, the blood essence stored within him had increased to 25 drops. After completing this task, Jiangsun slowly rose to his feet, his gaze coldly fixed upon the nearby poison puppet. However, upon discerning the current state of the puppet, a frown creased his brow, rendering him momentarily speechless. Before him lay the poison puppet, lounging contentedly beside a heap of fragmented bones, the marrow already consumed. Its face was adorned with a grotesque grin, and its eyes fixated longingly on the bright moon in the night sky, as if savoring a splendid nocturnal view. Simultaneously, it rhythmically patted its round belly, seemingly quite pleased with its recent feast. Suddenly, the poison puppet let out a loud belch, releasing a thick plume of green smoke that billowed from its mouth, permeating the air with a nauseating stench. Chapter 30. Starry sky in the shadow of Tsangnan Mountain, the health village appeared unusually tranquil, as if forgotten by time. Zhang He's thatched cottage trembled slightly in the night breeze, seeming on the verge of collapse. Inside, the dim yellow oil lamp flickered weakly, casting Zhang He's silhouette onto the moldy earthen wall, creating a distorted image. The steam rising from the wooden bucket filled the room, mingling with the acrid scent of inferior soap pods, evoking a sense of suffocation. Zhang He's dark back pressed against the rough edge of the wooden bucket, the hot water soaking his firm muscles, inducing a tingling sensation. He shut his eyes tightly, his coarse fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the rim of the bucket, as if playing a silent melody. Yet, his thoughts had drifted far away. Visions of his recent entanglements with Su Lingling on the bed flashed continually in his mind. The girl's supple waist trembled slightly under his touch. Her suppressed gasps echoed in his ears. The faint fragrance of jasmine from her hair intoxicated him, ensnaring him in its allure. His right hand moved subconsciously beneath the water, mimicking the scene of that moment, causing ripples on the surface, as if responding to his yearning. The burlap cloth hanging from the edge of the bucket had become soaked with steam, dripping water onto the floor, forming a puddle. Suddenly, the chirping of the cricket in the corner ceased, enveloping the room in an eerie silence. However, immersed in his fantasies, Zhang He remained oblivious to the change. His world was solely filled with the enchanting figure of Su Lingling and insatiable desire. 3 soft knocks echoed sharply in the still room, striking a discordant note, as if signaling something, or perhaps warning him. Zhang He's body quivered violently, his eyes snapping open as if awakened by the sound. A smile involuntarily crept across his lips, a surge of anticipation swelling within him. He knew that these 3 knocks heralded Su Lingling's arrival. They had agreed upon this time for her to seek him out. "My dear heart, I have come. Tonight, I shall make you experience my prowess." Zhang He thought eagerly. He hurriedly stepped out of the wooden bucket, his movements a flurry, splashing water onto the dry straw below. He paid no heed to it, his mind racing like a wild beast, fixated on one thought, to see Su Lingling quickly and then toss her onto the bed for indulgence. The burlap cloth meant to cover him was carelessly draped, barely concealing his lower body, leaving his upper half entirely exposed. Fresh claw marks marred his waist. Remnants from their passionate encounter the previous night, now appearing somewhat grotesque. Just as his fingers brushed the door panel, a chilling sensation pierced through the wood, stabbing into his fingertips. His body stiffened abruptly, an ominous premonition flooding his senses. Before he could react, a sudden coldness radiated from his abdomen. In shock, he looked down, only to see a crimson sword tip protruding from his navel, droplets of blood clinging to the blade, slowly trickling down its length. Zhang He felt as if all strength had drained from him, collapsing limply. His hand weakly grasped the door panel, desperately attempting to support himself, but it was in vain. Scalding blood gushed from the blade's groove, pouring forth like a fountain, rapidly pooling into a horrifying crimson stain on the wooden floor. The vivid red stood out starkly in the dim room, reminiscent of death itself. Zhang He staggered back a few steps, each one akin to treading on a razor's edge, the pain excruciating. When the blade withdrew from his body, it not only extracted blood but also fragments of pale intestines. Agonizing waves overwhelmed him, blurring his vision, and consciousness began to fade. Yet, what terrified him more was the sight of the sword seemingly writhing, greedily siphoning his vitality, as if intent on consuming him entirely. Zhang He knelt on the ground, viscous blood foam spilling from his mouth, tracing grotesque patterns on the floor. The wooden door creaked open slowly, accompanied by a sinister sound, as if beckoning from the depths of hell. Moonlight poured in like water, outlining a gaunt figure that appeared so fragile in the darkness yet exuded an unsettling aura. Jiang Sun stood at the threshold, a mocking smile gracing his lips, his voice echoing in the thatched cottage like a devil's whisper. Zhang He, long time no see. Do you recall when you slandered my father? Did you ever think it would lead to this day? Oh, and I have some good news for you, your childhood sweetheart. The delicate and lovely Su Lingling is indeed quite charming, but she is dead. Yes, I killed her. But do not worry. I left you a pile of her shattered bones for a delightful broth. It should taste quite exquisite. Upon hearing this, Zhang He perceived Jiang Sun as a madman. His face turned pale, trembling involuntarily. As he recognized Jiang Sun's familiar yet alien visage, all memories surged back. His pupils constricted violently, as if witnessing the apocalypse. You killed Su Lingling. Zhang He's voice was filled with terror and disbelief. And why are you now an immortal? During the aptitude test years ago, you were merely a mortal Vane. Jiang Sun let out a cold laugh, his mirth echoing harshly in the darkness. Yes, I am a mortal Vane. So what of it? Does it affect my ability to kill you? Before his words faded, he suddenly lunged forward, his speed akin to lightning. Zhang He barely had time to react before Jiang Sun's foot slammed down beside his abdominal wound. Zhang He struggled desperately. The pressure from Jiang Sun's foot forced his intestines to spill out. In a final spasm, his fingers reached for the firewood knife by the wall but fell helplessly midway. Just as he opened his mouth to scream for help, a sword pierced his throat. In his unblinking gaze, Jiang Sun's bloodshot eyes reflected a chilling malice, colder than the sword's edge. After converting the essence of his heart's blood, the storage still remained at 28 drops. Furthermore, Jiang Sun drained every drop of Zhang He's blood, enhancing his physical strength. Completing these tasks, he discovered 3 low-grade spirit stones and 6 shattered spirit stones within the cottage. After securing his findings, Jiang Sun discreetly departed. Upon returning to the stable, he concealed the acquired items beneath a heap of weeds. Finally, he changed out of his bloodied garments, donning a set of worn burlap clothes. Exhausted, Jiang Sun reclined on the pile of straw in the stable, the fragrance of hay mingling with the scent of horses permeating the air. He tilted his head slightly, gazing through the small window at the night sky. The night was serene and profound, like a vast expanse of black satin adorned with countless twinkling stars. Those stars large, small, bright, and dim sparkled like scattered diamonds, illuminating the night sky with wild abandon. As Jiang Sun beheld these stars, his thoughts drifted far away. He remembered his parents, those moments spent together shimmering in his memory like the stars themselves. He lay quietly amidst the straw, waiting for someone, the sole comfort and care he had known since his parents and aunt, Apos, passing Ji Huanyan. For reasons unbeknownst to him, her figure would always surface in his mind whenever he found himself alone, akin to a gem set within a ring. Though he urged her not to return, he was acutely aware that she would inevitably come back. Gradually, a glint of coldness flashed in Jiang Sun's eyes. A memory lingered in his mind, indelibly etched. At that moment, Ji Huanyan's voice was as light as willow fluff in the wind, almost inaudible. She lowered her head, unable to meet Jiang Sun's gaze, simply extending a bowl towards him. As Jiang Sun's fingertips inadvertently brushed against her own, he felt the icy chill of her touch, so unlike that of a living being. Phone, witnessing this, scoffed softly and remarked leisurely, "This bowl of rice is not easily obtained." His voice dripped with mockery. Ji Huanyan has sacrificed her purity for you. The image of Ji Huanyan from that moment lingered vividly in his mind. Her delicate figure trembled violently, her complexion instantly drained of color. She bit her lower lip fiercely, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet she stubbornly refused to let them fall. This was irrefutable evidence of the truth behind his words. Ji Huanyan had known Jiang Sun for little time, yet she had assisted him on numerous occasions, even risking exposure, ultimately offering up her most cherished purity. What a fool she was. Lying silently for an hour, the surroundings were eerily tranquil, with only the sound of his own slightly labored breathing breaking the stillness. Suddenly, a deep, hesitant footfall shattered the silence. Upon hearing the noise, Jiang Sun sprang to his feet, and the visitor was none other than Ji Huanyan. Since that day, she had been consumed by an endless turmoil and anguish, having given up her most precious purity for Jiang Sun. Countless times, she had envisioned their meeting in her mind. But when she finally stood before him, all her imaginings crumbled, leaving her overwhelmed with shame and uncertainty, unsure of how to face him. Ji Huanyan held a bowl of rice in her hands, each grain plump and glistening, adorned with carefully arranged morsels of meat and a sprinkling of tender green vegetables. Her head hung slightly, her gaze intentionally averted, never daring to meet Jiang Sun and Appo's eyes. She resembled a wounded deer, filled with trepidation. Silently placing the bowl of complex emotions beside her, her lips pressed tightly together, voiceless. Soon, her eyes brimmed with tears. As if fearing that lingering any longer would lead to her collapse, she turned swiftly to leave. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Sun felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. Without a moment's thought, he stepped forward, reaching out to grasp Ji Huanyan's slender wrist. In that instant, time seemed to stand still. Her steps halted abruptly, and with her eyes already glistening like dew-laden petals, she could no longer withstand the torment within. Hot tears streamed down her cheeks. Slowly, she turned to face him. Her exquisite features now resembling a flower weeping in the rain, tears cascading down her fair complexion. Like a lotus on the verge of collapse amidst a storm, beautiful enough to break one and Appo's heart. She merely pressed her lips together, as though summoning all her strength to silence her cries, yet the tears that flowed unabated eloquently conveyed the depth of her pain and grievance. Jiang Sun, initially marked by worry and anger, softened at the sight of Ji Huanyan's sorrowful visage, his expression infused with a tenderness that cut to the bone. He enveloped her in his arms, holding her tightly as if to merge her with his very being, shielding her from all the world and Appo's harm. You truly are a fool. Jiang Sun's voice was low and gentle, laced with boundless compassion, a hint of red shimmering in his eyes. We have only known each other for a few days. Yet you trust me so completely, sacrificing so much for me. You have already given enough. Truly, how can you be so foolish? Listening to Jiang Sun and Appo's tender words, the emotion she had long suppressed surged forth like a flood breaking its dam. Ji Huanyan could no longer contain herself. Her tears flowed freely, like pearls scattered from a broken string. She clung tightly to Jiang Sun, as if he were her sole anchor in this frigid world. She cried with a heart-wrenching intensity, pouring forth all her grievances, pain, and helplessness in that moment. Meanwhile, Jiang Sun held her quietly, gently patting her back, allowing her tears to soak his garments, as if through this silent companionship, he could impart strength and solace to her. Chapter 31. Homecoming. As Jiang Sun gazed at Ji Huanyan, whose delicate form trembled in his embrace from weeping, his heart brimmed with compassion. He tenderly caressed her silky hair, softly reassuring her, "Thank you, Ji Huanyan. During my darkest times, it was you who extended a helping hand. Everything you have done for me is etched in my heart. It is truly more than enough." His words were like a gentle spring breeze, soothing Ji Huanyan and Appo's wounded spirit. Gradually, her cries subsided, replaced by soft sobs. Noticing this, Jiang Sun cautiously wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with his fingertip, fearful of causing her pain. Ji Huanyan felt the tenderness in Jiang Sun's touch. She lifted her gaze, her tear-streaked eyes searching his gentle face. Jiang Sun smiled faintly, his expression resolute and confident. He spoke softly, "I will help you avenge your mother. This is not only for you but for myself as well. I will not allow such villains to roam free." Ji Huanyan and Appo's brows knitted tightly, her concern palpable. "But this is too dangerous. Lu Fugui is a celestial being. I do not wish for you to be harmed because of me." Her voice quivered with emotion. Jiang Sun raised his finger gently to her lips, signaling her to remain silent. His eyes radiated trust and determination. "Believe me, will you? I have my methods to deal with Lu Fugui." Her eyes reddened, tears welling up. She stared into Jiang Sun and Appo's eyes, wrestling with her thoughts for a moment. In the end, she nodded softly, whispering, "I trust you." This was not blind faith. Through their previous encounters, she had come to understand that Jiang Sun and Appo's injuries were a result of his cultivation. "The meal is getting cold. You should eat first," Ji Huanyan said. Her voice soft and tinged with shyness, her cheeks flushed like the evening glow as she slowly extricated herself from Jiang Sun's embrace. She carefully picked up the porcelain bowl that had been set aside. I will feed you," she stammered, her gaze evasive, seemingly unable to meet Jiang Sun's eyes. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, as if only she could hear it. Nevertheless, the blush on her face deepened, burning like a flame. Jiang Sun felt reluctant upon hearing her words. He looked at Ji Huanyan's bashful yet expectant face, his internal struggle intensifying. However, under the allure of her hopeful gaze and her rosy cheeks, he eventually sighed and nodded in agreement. Had anyone else made such a request, Jiang Sun would have undoubtedly kicked them away without hesitation. Of course, that did not apply to celestial beings. After all, he could not contend with them. "All right," Jiang Sun replied softly. Upon seeing this, Ji Huanyan sighed in relief, a smile gracing her lips as she picked up a piece of meat. gently bringing it to Jiang Sun and Apos' mouth. He gazed at the morsel with surprise. He had never been fed with such care since growing up. However, he quickly regained his composure, opening his mouth to swallow the meat whole. As the meat hit his palate, he was greeted by its exquisite flavor. It was perfectly seasoned, neither greasy nor dry. He savored each bite, relishing the taste. Is it delicious? I personally prepared this dish. Ji Huanyan and Apos' eyes sparkled with anticipation as she watched Jiang Sun closely, eager to gauge his reaction. Jiang Sun swallowed and smiled, nodding at Ji Huanyan. Delicious. She then picked up a piece of green vegetable. Time flowed swiftly, and soon a stick of incense had burned down. At the stable and Apos' entrance, Jiang Sun watched Ji Huanyan and Apos' retreating silhouette, his gentle expression vanishing in an instant. He sighed softly, murmuring, "Once I eliminate Lu Fugue, our grievances will be settled. The celestial vein and Apos' potential, your destiny lies there." In the dead of night, silence enveloped the world, broken only by the occasional chirp of insects. Jiang Sun stood forlornly at the stable's entrance, bathed in the cool moonlight. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze transcending the stable's fence. Fixated on the peak of Songnan Mountain, the summit was shrouded in dense darkness, only vaguely outlining its undulating contours, adorned with indistinct structures resembling a slumbering giant. His eyes reflected a tumult of emotions, confusion, resentment, and a hint of resolve. A gust of cold wind swept by, lifting the hem of his garment and tousling his hair. Unperturbed, he continued to stare at the mountain's summit, as if confronting an unknown fate. The night sky unfolded like a massive black satin, gently draping over Songnan Mountain, enveloping the Songming sect in a tender embrace. Surrounding the Songming sect was an area inhabited by mortals. The once bustling streets, alive with activity during the day, now saw most shops shuttered for the night. The closed doors exuded an air of tranquility, the wood grain on the boards barely visible under the moonlight, seemingly recounting the day's clamor. A few inns still flickered with the warm glow of lanterns, their light filtering through paper shades, casting mottled shadows on the ground. The inns were predominantly wooden structures, with two-story buildings arranged in an artful disarray. The eaves and brackets, illuminated by the moonlight, outlined an antique silhouette. Occasionally, faint snores could be heard from within, or the soft rustle of a patrolling guard and Apos' shoes against the ground. Along the streets, some food stalls had already closed. Yet traces of delightful aromas lingered in the air, mingling with the fresh scent of the mountain and Apos' flora, creating a unique ambience. In the distance, a stone bridge spanned a gently flowing stream. The water glimmered under the moonlight like scattered silver coins. The sound of the flowing water resonated in the still night, as if playing a soft nocturne. Within the inner sanctum of the Songming sect, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, imbued with solemnity and a hint of mystery. The first sight that met the eye was a series of bamboo houses, serving as the disciples' quarters. These structures were built on a foundation of blue stone, their walls crafted from specially treated spirit bamboo, emitting a faint glow. Nearby, the grand doors of the palace loomed large and imposing, adorned with exquisite bronze rings shaped like beast heads, glinting with a cold metallic sheen in the moonlight. The palace's eaves soared high, resembling a soaring kunping, with delicate wind chimes hanging at the corners, producing melodious sounds that echoed softly in the tranquil night. Deeper within lay the courtyard where the elders resided. Surrounded by lush spirit bamboo, the shadows of the bamboo danced under the moonlight, as if a group of fairies in green garments were performing a graceful ballet. The courtyard's door was crafted from ancient sandalwood, intricately carved with auspicious designs of dragons and phoenixes, and cranes symbolizing longevity, each carving vividly showcasing the elders' esteemed status. Passing through the courtyard, one would arrive at the main building. Its roof was adorned with glazed tiles that reflected a kaleidoscope of colors under the moonlight, creating an ethereal spectacle. Inside, the flickering candlelight illuminated the figures of elders, some engrossed in ancient texts, others in deep contemplation. Occasionally, faint ripples of spiritual energy emanated from within, causing the surrounding aura to stir gently. At the heart of the Songming sect stood the majestic residence of the sect leader, a towering pavilion that soared atop the mountain like a radiant pearl embedded in Songnan Mountain. The pavilion boasted 9 levels, each adorned with lavish jade carvings that glimmered softly in the moonlight. The grand entrance was forged from solid black iron, its surface etched with ancient runes that radiated an aura of mystery and formidable power, as if guarding the sect's most profound secrets. Within the pavilion, the spiritual energy surged palpably like a tangible mist, with layers of intricate formations interwoven, safeguarding not only the sect leader but also the tranquility of the entire Songming sect. On this night atop Songnan Mountain, the Songming sect resembled a mysterious and formidable beast, silently lurking while emanating an aura of awe-inspiring presence. Chapter 32, The Challenge Letter. Within the tranquil study of the Law Elder of the Songming sect, candlelight flickered, casting a dim glow upon the piles of sect documents strewn across the desk. A middle-aged man, adorned in a flowing black robe embroidered with dark golden runes that shimmered subtly with his movements, sat with an imposing stature that remained undiminished even in repose. His tall frame, with neatly tied ebony hair interspersed with strands of silver, emanated an air of formidable authority, further enhanced by the gravitas of his years. His chiseled features bore the sharpness of a sculptor and Apos' chisel, with brows arched like swords, and eyes deep and piercing, reminiscent of a hawk and Apos' gaze. which could instill trepidation in disciples when cast upon them. Beneath the pronounced nose, his lips were pressed tightly together, radiating determination and decisiveness. He was none other than Hong Jingyuan, the law elder of the Songming sect. In the serene confines of the study, Hong Jingyuan sat upright in an intricately carved pearwood chair, wholly absorbed in the mound of sect documents before him. In his right hand, he wielded a wolf hairbrush, its tip saturated with ink, frequently leaving behind vigorous annotations on the paper. Each stroke penetrated the surface with such fervor that it seemed to infuse his insights and resolute intentions regarding sect affairs into the very fabric of the documents. His left hand gently pressed down on the papers to prevent them from shifting as he wrote, with long, elegant fingers that were well-groomed and meticulously maintained. When encountering critical points, Hong Jingyuan would furrow his brow slightly, his intense gaze fixated on the text, as if striving to see beyond the written word. Occasionally, he would lean forward, almost touching the page, scrutinizing each character with unwavering focus, leaving no detail overlooked. At other times, he would recline against the chair's back, stroking his chin in contemplation, weighing the pros and cons of various decisions. Now and then, he would pause, lifting a tea cup beside him to sip the now lukewarm tea, seeking to ease the tension in his mind. He placed the cup down with deliberate precision, emitting no unnecessary sound, before swiftly resuming his meticulous review of the documents, the brush gliding across the paper with a crisp rustling that echoed in the quiet study. At that moment, Hong Jingyuan was engrossed in his examination, his slender fingers deftly turning the pages. Suddenly, a series of knocks shattered the silence. "Come in," he commanded. Without lifting his gaze, a subordinate, a scout, entered hastily, his expression a blend of urgency and gravity. After receiving Hong Jingyuan and Apos' nod, he stepped forward and reported in a hushed tone, "Elder, we have just received word that a large herd of fierce grass cattle will migrate tomorrow afternoon, passing through various villages at the foot of the mountain, including the Wellness Village. This poses a significant threat to the common folk. Should we arrange for disciples to defend them?" Upon hearing this, Hong Jingyuan's countenance remained as calm as still water, devoid of any hint of panic. As a righteous sect, they could not abandon the innocent. He narrowed his eyes slightly, lost in thought, before recalling the outer disciples who had recently joined the sect. A glimmer of insight sparked in his gaze as he slowly articulated, "Modify the content of the new disciples' assessment from earlier this year. Change it to the protection of the villages at the foot of Songnan Mountain, with the evaluation based on the number of demonic beasts slain." His words brooked no argument, embodying the resolute authority of the law elder. With a solemn expression, he picked up his brush and began to inscribe fervently upon the bamboo paper. Before long, a permission document was completed. He gently blew away the ink smudges on the paper and folded it before handing it to the standing scout. "Very well, Elder Hong. I shall arrange it immediately." The young scout accepted the bamboo paper with both hands, his demeanor exceptionally respectful, as if he were holding a rare treasure. He carefully tucked it into his robe and swiftly departed, eager not to delay Elder Hong and Apos' affairs. Hong Jingyuan watched the retreating figure of the young scout before slowly lowering his brush and lifting the tea cup beside him. He uncovered the lid, and a waft of steam, carrying the delicate aroma of tea, enveloped him. He sipped gently, feeling the warmth cascade down his throat, soothing his senses. Setting down the cup, his gaze drifted toward the window. The night sky was adorned with countless stars, twinkling like exquisite gems against the black expanse. As he gazed at the celestial tapestry, a wave of sentiment washed over him. These newly initiated outer disciples have witnessed far too little bloodshed, he mused, reflecting on the harsh realities of a world governed by the survival of the fittest. If they do not endure greater trials, it will be challenging for them to carve out their own place. He hoped that the impending beast herd would forge their wills, rendering them stronger. Perhaps they will surprise me in ways I have yet to anticipate, Hong Jingyuan murmured to himself. With that thought, he extended his right hand, gently grasping the bamboo paper resting on the wooden desk. The paper trembled slightly in his grasp, as though sensing the tumult within his heart. Upon his gaze falling upon the document, a barely perceptible wrinkle appeared on his otherwise serene countenance. Though slight, the frown signified his considerable concern regarding the contents of the paper. "What an audacious challenge letter," he whispered, his tone imbued with a hint of surprise and dissatisfaction. This was no ordinary correspondence, it was a letter of challenge, brimming with haughty disdain and provocation toward the Songming sect. The letter boldly declared, "I, Xiong Tiangang, can scarcely abide your pretense of righteousness, shouting daily about eradicating evil, while your actions fall woefully short. Is it not merely a matter of wiping your mouth after a meal and pretending to be virtuous?" Xiong Tiangang and Apos' words struck like a dagger at the heart of the Songming sect, unabashedly exposing their so-called righteous conduct as a mere fade, one that he deemed hypocritical and laughable. The letter escalated further, directly targeting a disciple of the Songming sect, the renowned Song Xiantian Nu, a prodigy in swordsmanship. The letter taunted, "Is it not true that your sect boasts a swordsmanship genius, the so-called Song Xiantian Nu, said to possess celestial lineage? I am eager to witness whether your disciple truly possesses greater prowess than the valiant men of our Sanqiang village." This was an undeniable challenge to Song Xiantian Nu's abilities. Xiong Tiangang appeared unimpressed by her celestial lineage, firmly believing that his own disciples possessed equal, if not superior, strength. The letter concluded with a set time and place. 3 months hence, we shall meet in Yiping Valley. I hope you can arrive punctually. Do not let the news spread that a righteous sect was too intimidated by our humble demonic path to face us. This statement dripped with mockery and provocation. As if deriding the Songming sect for its perceived cowardice and weakness, Xiang Tiangang issued his ultimatum in an exceedingly arrogant tone, seemingly dismissive of the Songming sect and Appo's significance. Chapter 33, The Celestial Maiden of the Songming sect and the Tranquil Embrace of Night, the exclusive courtyard of Su Zihan, the sole core disciple of the Songming sect, resembles a hidden celestial realm. Surrounded by verdant bamboos, the slender branches sway gently in the breeze, producing a soft rustling sound, as if whispering ancient verses. Moonlight filters through the bamboo leaves, casting dappled shadows that resemble shards of silver scattered across the bluestone path. At the heart of the courtyard lies a petite lotus pond. Serene and tranquil, where the lotus blossoms, under the moon's glow, appear as shy maidens, half open and half closed, exuding an ethereal fragrance that mingles with the scent of bamboo, permeating the air. Beside the pond stands Su Zihan, her figure graceful and enchanting, exuding a maturity that surpasses that of an ordinary girl. Her purple and white robe flows like clouds, perfectly hugging her form and accentuating her stunning silhouette. Her shoulders are rounded and smooth, reminiscent of swan wings, naturally extending to her delicate arms, each movement radiating elegance. Her waist, slender and delicate, sways like a willow in the wind, perfectly complemented by the moon-white corset embroidered with faint golden threads that glimmer with each motion, adding a touch of intricacy. From her slender waist flows a beautifully curved posterior, firm and supple, enhancing her allure. Her legs are long and straight, embodying perfection, while the hem of her purple and white skirt flutters as she practices her swordplay, occasionally revealing her well-defined calves, the skin appearing as smooth and warm as jade under the moonlight. With each step, her skirt sways, accentuating the mystery and temptation of her legs. Su Zihan's bosom is full and poised, subtly lifting her robe, yet maintaining an overall harmonious aesthetic. The undulating curves highlight her feminine charm. With every powerful stroke of her sword, her chest quivers slightly, adding a unique grace to her cold and fierce sword dance. Clutching a long sword, the blade glimmers with a cold light, intertwining with the moon and Appo's radiance. As she dances, her movements blend strength and grace, sometimes resembling a dragon breaking through waves with formidable might, and at other times, like a gentle breeze swirling through snowflakes, her form light and ethereal, her swordplay fantastical. Her moon-white robe rustles in the night, perfectly harmonizing with her alluring figure, creating an enchanting tableau in this serene night. The neckline and cuffs of her robe are embroidered with intricate cloud patterns and silver thread, shimmering like scattered stars in the moonlight. The wide sleeves flutter gracefully with her movements, akin to lively wings. Su Zihan's visage is exquisite, her brows arching like distant mountains, embodying the beauty of spring hills, with a hint of heroism in their slight upward tilt. Her eyes are bright and profound, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky, filled with determination and dedication as she practices her swordsmanship. Her nose is straight and delicate, while her lips, naturally rosy, resemble petals glistening with dew. Her lustrous black hair is tied high into a large ponytail that cascades down her back, the ends dancing with her movements, with a few rebellious strands playfully framing her cheeks, adding a touch of mischief. At this moment, the sword in her hand reflects the moonlight, its cold gleam shimmering. Her sword dance is a harmonious blend of strength and elegance, at times fierce like a dragon emerging from the sea. The blade and Appo's power cutting through the air with a sharp sound. At other times, she resembles a butterfly flitting among flowers, her form light and graceful, her swordplay mesmerizing. Additionally, on her left chest, she wears an exclusive jade pendant of the Songming sect and Appo's core disciples. The pendant, oval-shaped and warm to the touch, is engraved with the iconic crane motif of the sect, the crane poised to take flight, vividly lifelike, radiating a gentle halo in the moonlight, signifying her distinguished status. In this moonlit courtyard, Su Zihan immerses herself in the world of sword dance, each move showcasing her spirited grace. Suddenly, a faint, delicate sound of footsteps interrupts the serene atmosphere. The visitor is a youth of around 17, for in this world, one is considered an adult at 16. Clad in a moon-white robe and with a long sword at his waist, his features, though not striking, exude a refreshing scholarly charm, presenting a clean and pure demeanor. This is Nangyu, Su Zihan and Appo's younger brother, a year her junior. Su Zihan, perceptive to his presence, momentarily halts her swordplay and slowly sheathes her weapon. At this moment, beads of sweat dot her forehead, trailing down her fair cheeks and dampening a few strands of hair that cling to her face, adding an alluring touch. The sweat has thoroughly soaked her clothing, the thin fabric clinging closely to her body, perfectly outlining her curvaceous figure, accentuating her maturity and sensuality. Nangyu, why are you here so late? Do you need something from your sister? Su Zihan inquires, gently placing her shimmering blue sword on the stone table beside the lotus pond. Her previously cold and beautiful demeanor softens instantly as she steps forward, affectionately ruffling his hair, her gaze brimming with tenderness, as if the moonlight itself has turned more gentle. I just wanted to seek your guidance in swordsmanship, so I can identify my shortcomings and catch up to you, Nangyu stammers, his gaze inadvertently drawn to Su Zihan's damp clothing and graceful figure. He also catches a whiff of her faint fragrance. Instantly, his breath quickens, a flush creeping onto his cheeks, his eyes darting away in a panic, unable to meet her gaze, his feet shifting uncomfortably. Oh, then let your sister demonstrate for you. And we shall see how much you have improved lately. Susie Han notices his flustered expression but remains unperturbed. A slight smile graces her lips, her eyes sparkling with encouragement and anticipation as she loosens her wrist. Under the moonlight, her figure appears even more confident and alluring. Taking a deep breath to suppress his nervousness and shyness, Nanyu slowly draws his sword. The blade sings as it catches the moonlight, reflecting a chilling brilliance upon his slightly reddened yet increasingly resolute face. He lightly steps forward, akin to a white shadow rushing towards Susie Han, executing a series of fierce sword maneuvers aimed directly at her face. Susie Han remains composed, her lotus-like steps allowing her to deftly evade the fierce strike. In a swift motion, her hand darts like lightning to grasp the sword on the stone table. The blue blade is drawn instantly, transforming into a streak of azure light aimed at Nanyu's exposed flank. Nanyu hastily raises his sword in defense, and with a sharp clang, sparks fly as their swords collide, the powerful force sending bamboo leaves fluttering to the ground. Leveraging the impact, Nanyu leaps back to create distance. Knowing well his sister's extraordinary sword skills, he dares not show any sign of laxity. He swiftly pivots, his sword following suit, unleashing a series of vigorous strikes, each blow accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, akin to a tempest attacking Susie Han. A smile of admiration spreads across Susie Han and Imp Appo's lips as she dances gracefully with her blue sword, weaving an impenetrable net of blades that neutralizes Nanyu and Imp Appo's attacks. Each clash of their swords resonates with a clear sound, echoing throughout the tranquil courtyard. Seeing an opening, Susie Han deftly steps aside, her form gliding like a specter behind Nanyu. Sensing movement behind him, Nanyu swiftly turns to defend, only to find Susie Han and Appo's swordplay has transformed. No longer fierce and direct, but instead flowing gently like water, bypassing his defenses to rest lightly at his throat. You have lost, Susie Han softly declares, her eyes twinkling with mirth and affection. Nanyu breathed heavily, his face displaying a mixture of defeat and admiration for his sister and Appo's swordsmanship. Sister, I still have a long way to go, he said, sheathing his sword with a hint of frustration. Susie Han gently patted his shoulder, offering comfort. You have made significant progress. With diligent practice, you will surely achieve great mastery in the future. Moreover, your recent swordplay has become more stable and powerful than before. Encouraged by his sister's words, Nanyu's eyes reignited with determination as he nodded vigorously. Yes, I will continue to work hard. Susie Han sheathed her sword gracefully and walked to the stone table, picking up a silk handkerchief to delicately wipe the beads of sweat from her forehead. Her movements elegant and composed. Nanyu followed closely behind her. Sister, I felt that my force and rhythm were quite good just now, yet you easily countered my moves. Why was that? Nanyu asked, a furrow of confusion on his brow. Susie Han smiled gently, placing the handkerchief on the table. With a soft yet focused gaze, she patiently explained, your force and rhythm have indeed improved. However, the way of the sword is not solely about strength and rhythm. In your attacks, you concentrated too much on aggressive power, neglecting the coherence and variations between your moves. When you launched your full assault, there were slight gaps between your sword strikes, and I seized those fleeting moments to neutralize your offense. Nanyu pondered for a moment, seeming to grasp her meaning. Sister, do you mean that while pursuing the strength of my techniques, I must also pay attention to their smooth transitions, ensuring I do not give my opponent any openings? Precisely. Susie Han confirmed with a nod. Swordsmanship should flow like water. Each move must resonate with the next, executed in one seamless motion. Furthermore, you must learn to observe your opponent, adjusting your sword path flexibly based on their changes. For instance, had you detected my shifts in swordplay tonight and adapted your strategy accordingly, the outcome might have been different. Nanyu clenched his fist thoughtfully, his gaze resolute. Sister, I understand, but how can I become more adept at detecting my opponent's weaknesses during actual combat? Susie Han lifted her gaze to the lotus pond illuminated by moonlight, contemplating for a moment before responding. This requires you to cultivate an awareness of your surroundings and the aura of your opponent during your daily practice. It is not merely about seeing with your eyes but feeling with your heart. A fleeting glance, a breath, or even the slightest movement of their clothing may signal their next action. When you can keenly perceive these details, you will be able to anticipate your opponent and Appo's movements, thus gaining the upper hand. Nanyu listened intently, nodding repeatedly, committing his sister and Appo's words to memory. Sister, I will remember this. I will pay more attention to these details and practice diligently. Susie Han smiled with satisfaction, gently ruffling Nanyu's hair. Good. As long as you apply yourself, I believe you will achieve even greater breakthroughs in your swordsmanship. Chapter 34, preparing to break through to the immortal realm. The moonlight, like a gentle string, cascaded quietly into the courtyard, cloaking the surrounding emerald bamboos and lotus pond in a silvery veil. A soft breeze whispered through, causing the bamboo leaves to rustle and sending delicate ripples dancing across the lotus pond, shimmering under the moon's luminous gaze. By the way, Sister Sue, regarding the challenge letter from the Three-Bear Village, Nanyu's brow furrowed slightly, his eyes betraying a profound concern. Under the moonlight, his figure appeared somewhat frail, his furrowed brow suggesting the weight of the threat posed by that letter pressing heavily upon his heart. Three-Bear Village? Humph. Merely a group of inconsequential evildoers. Hardly worthy of notice. What, do you now doubt even your sister's strength? Su Zihan raised her delicate brows slightly, feigning anger as she playfully puffed out her cheeks. In that moment, she transformed from her usual icy demeanor into a radiant bloom under the warm sun of spring, exuding a unique charm and allure. The moonlight draped over her like a dreamlike veil, enhancing her ethereal grace. How could that be? Sister, you are undoubtedly the pride of the Trampling sect. Possessing extraordinary strength, surpassing even some elders within the sect in certain aspects. Moreover, your elegance and grace are unmatched. As Nanyu spoke, his voice gradually dwindled, a bashful blush creeping upon his cheeks once more. The surrounding bamboo swayed gently in the wind, as if echoing his current shyness. How so? Su Zihan inquired softly, leaning slightly forward, her generous bosom mirroring the motion. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity and warmth. In the moonlight, her gaze resembled a profound abyss, glimmering with captivating light. The distance between them shrank instantaneously, causing Nanyu to feel somewhat flustered, his gaze darting away in avoidance, unable to meet Su Zihan and Appo's eyes. And he stammered, "You are the fairy revered by all disciples of the Trampling sect." At that moment, a gentle breeze swept by, lifting Su Zihan's hair into a graceful dance, adding a touch of tenderness to the tranquil scene. "Oh, so that is how I appear in your eyes. Do you? Like your sister?" Su Zihan and Appo's lips curled into a playful smile as she gazed at Nanyu, the wind teasingly lifting a few strands of hair from her forehead. Her exquisite features, partially obscured by the breeze, became even more enchanting and playful. Caught off guard by Su Zihan's sudden question, Nanyu's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, and he stammered, "Sister, it's getting late. You should rest early. I won't disturb your rest any longer." With that, he turned and hurried away, as if fearing further inquiries from Su Zihan. Watching Nanyu's hasty retreat, Su Zihan could not help but chuckle softly, shaking her head as she murmured to herself, "What a silly boy. Although we share no blood relation, our bond as siblings is well known within the sect. How could you possibly have feelings for me? Silly brother." She watched his figure disappear beyond the courtyard, until he was out of sight. But the shy boy moments ago had transformed entirely. A cold, resolute demeanor replaced the smile on his face, radiating an unsettling aura. Three Bear Village. He muttered under his breath. In the wellness village, within the dimly lit bedroom of the village chief, Lu Fugue paced restlessly, akin to an ant on a hot pan. His countenance was grim, practically dripping with anxiety. Damn it. How could a disciple of the Trampling sect suddenly die in our village? What am I to do now? Once the authorities arrive to investigate, I shall surely face dire consequences. That useless Zhao San. I explicitly told him to be cautious, yet he was discovered, and, instead of escaping, ended up killing someone. His frustration mounted. Lu Fugue felt utterly humiliated by his incompetence. If only I hadn't suffered that damned hidden injury, and my meridians hadn't been damaged, I wouldn't be stuck in this wretched wellness village living out my days. Despite his complaints, he knew the urgency of finding a way out of his predicament. Lu Fugue and Appo's pacing slowed as his mind raced. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Of course, since Zhao San is dead, I can shift all the blame onto him. After all, the dead cannot speak. As long as I handle this properly, I should be able to absolve myself of suspicion. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Lu Fugue and Appo's eyes, as if he had devised a plan. In the stillness of the night, Jiang Sun sat cross-legged amidst a pile of weeds, his eyes firmly shut as he regulated his breath. After a long while, he opened his eyes and exhaled a cloud of turbid air, his expression as placid as water, yet a hint of fatigue flickered beneath the surface. Rising slowly from the weeds, he stretched his slightly numbed body from prolonged meditation, moving gently as if to avoid awakening the slumbering night. Beside him lay 25 dark gray spirit stones, 15 of which faintly glimmered with a trace of blood color. Having consumed 10 ordinary low-grade spirit stones, and with the remaining 15 infused with blood essence, I have finally pushed my cultivation to the peak of the immortal realm, Jiang Sun murmured. A mix of self-affirmation and resignation to resource depletion evident in his tone. Yet, he did not dwell long on his lost spirit stones. His gaze quickly shifted to the night outside. The night was deep, the moonlight like liquid silver, spilling through the window and enveloping Jiang Sun in a silvery shroud. Now, it is time to prepare for the breakthrough to the immortal realm, he spoke softly, as if confiding in himself or perhaps in the endless darkness. This is indeed a formidable hurdle. I am left with only 16 low-grade spirit stones and 13 drops of blood essence. With my low-grade spirit vein, these resources are utterly insufficient for a breakthrough. Jiang Sun's brow slightly knitted in concern, fully aware of the daunting challenge he faced, yet his gaze remained resolute, devoid of any inclination to retreat. Moreover, upon his recent breakthrough, the memories of his inheritance had undergone a new transformation, revealing a fresh path of ascension before him. He meticulously observed the spiritual sea within him, noting that its original blood-red hue remained unchanged. However, the pale spiritual energy that had transformed within that crimson sea now revealed an unusual mixture. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the pale spiritual energy was interwoven with numerous scarlet threads, as if tainted by a faint blood color. Nevertheless, he had been deliberately suppressing this phenomenon, allowing the exterior appearance of his spiritual energy to maintain its pale hue, effectively concealing the hidden crimson threads deep within. This new path of ascension required him to transform his pale spiritual energy entirely into the energy of burial. To achieve this, he must undergo the blood transformation of the spiritual sea, fundamentally altering the source of the energy and Apos as transformation. It was precisely because his current cultivation was relatively low that he could undertake such a transformation. As one ascends in cultivation, one's foundational depth becomes increasingly profound, making it ever more challenging to alter the source of transformation. Once I successfully convert the pale spiritual energy into the ominous death energy, the spiritual power derived from my essence will manifest in a vivid crimson hue, regardless of the realm I attain in the future. Moreover, this sanguine energy will possess a quality exceeding that of comparable realms by more than double, undeniably presenting a significant advantage. However, as Jiang Sun contemplated this, the accompanying drawbacks weighed heavily on his heart. Every phenomenon possesses duality. This transformative method harbors a considerable disadvantage. Periodically, Jiang Sun would become increasingly bloodthirsty and savage, potentially losing control of himself entirely. Upon reaching the first realm of immortality, the quality and concentration of the spiritual energy within the spiritual sea would dramatically enhance, transitioning its manifestation from pale white to a delicate azure. With this thought, Jiang Sun hesitated momentarily, but in an instant, he resolved to proceed. Why not attempt it? For the sake of avenging my parents, what is there to fear? The materials required for ascension are not overly extensive, comprising precisely 150 drops of blood essence. The initial 50 drops would be utilized for the fusion of 4 spiritual talismans, while the latter 100 drops would be directly employed on the spiritual sea and Apos as exterior. Having made up his mind, Jiang Sun flexed his body to enhance his agility. Subsequently, he sat cross-legged upon a heap of weeds, gently retrieving a small brown-black pouch from the pit beneath the grass. This pouch was the dimensional bag he had previously acquired from Zhao San. Although a first-tier storage artifact, its grade may not be high. Yet it was an invaluable treasure to Jiang Sun. He carefully held the dimensional bag, scrutinizing it closely. While it appeared unremarkable, Jiang Sun understood that it had the capacity to contain a multitude of items. However, Jiang Sun refrained from hastily utilizing his spiritual power to dispel the intent above the bag. Instead, he resolved to experiment with a novel approach, channeling the powers of the death crystal that had become one with his heart. Ever since breaking through to the perfected realm, he had sensed a harmonious integration with the death crystal, as if the bond between them had tightened. He was confident that through the strength of the death crystal, he would successfully unlock the dimensional bag. Closing his eyes, Jiang Sun concentrated, seeking to attune his consciousness with the essence of the death crystal. Gradually, he merged his awareness with the crystal, cautiously summoning a fragment of its power. Once, twice, thrice, Jiang Sun persevered in his attempts, yet each time yielded no progress. However, he remained undeterred, continuing to press on. Finally, on his 7th attempt, he sensed an unusual sensation. He suddenly felt a minuscule, invisible aura emanating from his palm. This essence surged forth like lightning, instantly erasing Zhao San and Apos' intent. Jiang Sun's eyes widened in astonishment and delight at the unfolding scene before him. He had never anticipated that the death crystal possessed such formidable strength. Nearly a fragment of its power could so effortlessly obliterate Zhao San and Apos' intent. Amidst his excitement, Jiang Sun and Apos' expression grew solemn as he promptly summoned his spiritual energy, preparing to investigate the contents of the dimensional bag. He was eager to uncover the hidden treasures concealed within.